Hey guys, today we're going to tell you about a new work, a very special work and different from the others. In today's work, we'll follow a tamer. Of course, a different tamer, since he doesn't tame cute animals but rather what he sees in front of him, but he never thought something like this would happen to him. He hears someone calling for him to wake up. When he wakes up, he ends up realizing that he shouldn't be alive but dead. But he ended up resetting himself in a dynasty called Danchin. Life for a guy like him was hard. But accepting fate was definitely not in his character. So he wanted to have a fight with this monster that was in front of him. The one in front of him wanted his life. He didn't want to give it his life. Now he wonders, who would be more capable? But to really understand how our big boy got to where he is, we need to go back to everything. Our story begins in a peaceful and calm place. Someone called out to Shin, wondering what he was doing. In front, we saw an older guy asking, "What was this silly boy doing there for so long? Staring into space?" And at that moment, Shin, looking ahead, realized that the person in front of him was his father. After hearing this, he put his hand on his head. After that, he wondered if, by chance, his own boy didn't recognize his own father. But ignoring all that, he asked Shin to help him pull the net, to see what fish they would be able to catch today, and besides, he wanted to show him some special skills a little later. Of course, the boy, not understanding anything, simply agreed, and then started running towards him, saying that he would help. Half an hour later, we saw him inside the boat, where we saw that his father was having great strength. He managed to pull the net, where minutes later, we saw that from the net, only one came out, a simple crab. Even so, they managed to catch some fish, and a few minutes later, the protagonist's father puts it on the grill, where he makes a beautiful grilled fish. But when it's time to eat, he accidentally chokes, which makes our protagonist help him to unchoke a little. It makes him punch his chest. So to end the day, they go to a certain tree to celebrate the happy day they both had. The day then goes by, and we see our protagonist at the end of the day, next to his father, sitting in a boat, watching the end of the day. Even our protagonist looks to the side, where he notices a fish floating there out of nowhere. After noticing the fish, he shouts to his father, who was a red carp. Our protagonist, seeing that he could have a good catch today, ends up asking for this fish to come back. And then, only after, he jumps into the lake to try to catch this red carp. As soon as he gets into the lake, he ends up diving a little bit. But when he gets to the depth, he wonders where the fish was. He disappeared. And he also doesn't know why there isn't even a fish in that water. But now, in the water, our protagonist notices something strange. For some reason, he can't move after he got into the water, and he can't move a single muscle at all. So he asks his father for help, but nothing happens. Hours later at night, we see the boat with no one there. Until then, he wakes up and ends up calling his father's name. However, what he ends up getting is a few people. There they wonder if he really woke up. Looking at him now, he realizes that he is tied up. After realizing that he really was tied up, they ask what was happening. But we see them in front of him wondering, is his father missing? This almost makes him laugh. Minutes later, he turns to his companion who is next to him and starts to comment that luring our protagonist into that water was the simplest thing in the world. The reason for making him fall into the water was yes. They were looking for a certain monster. But then, they start moving deeper and deeper into the lake, while he commented that while he was guarding it, the heroes were sleeping in the depths the whole time. At this moment, now that he is awake, he wonders if everything he lived just now was literally a dream. Then only the memories begin to remember. And as soon as he begins to remember, he realizes that it has been a month since he arrived in this world. The original owner of the body ended up dying from a pretty crazy disease, and he ended up replacing the original owner of this body. And to make matters worse, the original owner of this body lost his mother as soon as he was born into this world. As for his father, he ended up losing him 3 months ago from a cold that happened to him. But despite everything, the boy ended up keeping the emotions of his family deep in his heart. Now the boy's feelings are coming to the surface now, but also in his past life, he never experienced a life like this boy's. So he doesn't know how to live so well, but in this world, now that he has reincarnated, he ended up being kind of tricked by Zhang and now he is here as bait, to be able to capture a spiritual beast. And a month ago, when he arrived in this world, he ended up discovering that in this world, there are extraordinary powers. And with these powers, the humans who can do it, they have some extraordinary little powers too. But in this world, those who have these powers are known more as martial artists. Furthermore, in this world, not only humans can evolve through cultivation, other animals can also cultivate, and such creatures are generally known in this world as beasts. At this moment, one of these approaches, but he shouts that he has found one. What does he do? What ends up catching the attention of this old man, and he ends up shouting that he has found the monster. This was a water monster. Our protagonist turns to see such a thing. Passing under the water, we see a mysterious shadow. But as soon as it passes under the water, it ends up rising, where it reveals itself to be a crocodile. Facing this monster, he ends up freezing all over, since the people from Earth ended up saying that this monster was only half the height of a man. Of course, looking at it now, we realize that this monster was not small, but rather big, but this thing was too big. So big that with a single movement he managed to push the boat away, and with the first movement, he managed to dodge the crocodile's attack. But then again, it moved away, and then it came towards him again. But now that he was facing this monster, he couldn't take a step back, because he had also waited a long time to use it. And after a few years of cultivation, he could finally use this skill on a powerful monster. And so, he prepared to punch, because this punch that he was going to give this crocodile was basically a punch that contained 10 years of stored power. He even held back, wondering if this crocodile would be able to withstand this whole punch. The crocodile didn't take a step back. It went towards the guy. So then, it opened its mouth and went towards the adventurer to try to catch him. As soon as he saw the mouth and the size of this monster, he quickly took a step back, because he couldn't stay there. But by doing this, the crocodile managed to split the boat in half, taking with it the guy who was trying to fight the crocodile. On the other side, we can see our protagonist and the old man. At this point, the old man ended up saying that he couldn't die right here. Knowing this, he turns towards our hero, and our hero realizes that this was bad. He then sees the old man taking a knife. Then he stabs it in his hand, which makes our protagonist not want to let go of the boat, and which also causes him to fall into the water in the end. Now in the water, he realizes that he can't do anything else. He was tied up. Even tied up, he tried to pull the ropes that were tied to his hand with his teeth. But while he was doing this, the blood that was coming out of his hand ended up catching the crocodile's attention, and it goes towards him. That thing was very fast, and now he might not be able to get out of there anymore. And he, too, was already out of breath and almost losing consciousness. He hears a guy's voice telling She to wake up and not sleep there. So he opens his eyes, where he realizes that his father is there on top of the boat, reaching out to him. And at that moment, She thinks that this could be real. He then reaches out towards that mysterious figure who, perhaps, could be his father. As soon as he reaches out, he grabs it. And minutes later, we see that he has grabbed a piece of wood. So, up high now, he manages to stay calm and realizes that what he grabbed was a boat that he built with him and his father. But now there, safe and sound, he realizes something happening. Something mysterious grabbed his leg, which pulled him down. And that thing, the crocodile, grabbed him to pull him even lower. Only this time, it won't be like last time. Last time, just now, he managed to climb to the surface, but this time it will be different, because the crocodile ended up biting his leg. Now being pulled into the depths of this lake, he ends up apologizing to his father, since he was unable to save this boy's life. At the same time, he says that he tried his best and did his best to try to escape. In the end, he finds himself in this situation. Now he has reached the deepest part of this lake. At the bottom of the lake, the crocodile decides to let go of his leg. And at this moment, our protagonist finds himself face to face with this animal. Facing the crocodile, it opens its mouth and goes towards our hero. Then, thinking that now it was his end, he simply closes his eyes. However, he feels the presence of a mysterious thing. This mysterious thing, let's say, awakened inside our hero, and only then he begins to hear the voice of our system, saying that this boy is now capable of awakening our system. Eventually, he manages to awaken the water controller system, and the scene changes to him, who keeps an eye on this thing that appeared in front of him. Meanwhile, in front of him, the system screen also begins to appear, saying that he has somehow acquired that darling of the system. Opening his eyes, he still wonders if he didn't die. Should he have died under this water? Or should he have also died from that gigantic crocodile which opens its mouth and would devour him with one bite? And yet, he ends up remembering what was in the water. So, he starts to shake himself in there, until he realizes that now something was different with him, because at that moment, he realizes that he was now like on the surface. In the end, he was inside the water. This surprises our hero quite a bit. Until then, in front of him, he puts his hand and notices something written appearing in front of him. The ability to physically control water. He has already acquired this with success. Control of water, this leaves him very surprised. However, something new, he realizes that he can now breathe underwater. Also, all the wounds on his body were healed. As he was looking at his body, which until now had been completely fine, he noticed a presence coming from behind him. And at that moment, when he noticed this presence, he turned around, where he noticed again that crocodile, with its mouth open, about to devour him. Scared, he closed his eyes and put his hand in front of him. But minutes later, he realized that nothing was happening. So he opened his eyes and then saw what was happening. He then realized that he had managed to basically create a fixed physical control in front of him. Maybe all of this was because of this system. And now that he saw this system in front of him, he realized that this thing was much more similar to some things that some of the comic book characters gained when they died and were reincarnated within the story. But now he realized that in the water he had no limitations. And he also realized that he could even control this beast in front of him, but he would wait a little to see what was happening. Out of nowhere, he realizes that the control he was using over the animal has dissipated, which makes him realize that the control he had over the crocodile has time, and the beast, after freeing itself, starts running towards our protagonist. It opens its mouth and tries to devour him, but he uses his mouth as a springboard, closing it. Staying here underwater for a long time was something he was not used to, and there is one thing he can no longer stand. So he wonders if there was a way to subdue this animal, and to do so, the system appears, showing the domination ability. The blood symbol, the effect is activated through the host's blood. In the ancient ruins, they say that this was basically a way to control a host, or anything he wants. Something that he then reads and realizes was interesting. So he even wants to learn this skill more. But there are things he can't waste time on, and at this moment, the crocodile appears again beneath our protagonist. His goal was to devour him. Our hero could not stand still, however. Also, he couldn't do anything, but he wanted to try that control ability, which it was the most perfect time than ever, because the crocodile was closer than ever to him. So he activates that control ability. First of all, he needed to try to control this monster. But after trying to make the ability to be thrown on top of the monster, we see that it remained still for a few minutes. But this caused it to be released minutes later, passing close to our protagonist. But this thing allowed him to get closer and closer to the crocodile, which then he ends up taking a talisman that is formed in his hand and places it on top of the crocodile's head. After doing this, the crocodile tried in every way to remove it from its head. He, who of course didn't want to lose control of this animal, he held on with all the strength he had. To hold a monster like this, he needed to have a very great spiritual strength, since at that moment, something starts to happen to his eye, and he then, realizing this, he asks if he is failing. However, before he can wish to fail, he begins to have a memory of his past life. This gives him an extra desire to live, and that is what he wants to live. And a mere beast like this one below will basically not be able to beat him in a fight. So, he asks this beast to obey his orders. Something that makes our protagonist gain a little more strength, but time passes. Night was there. Meanwhile, we observe from the other side of the lake our protagonist leaving. Leaving now, he is happy, and comments there now that he was alive after everything that happened. But from the lake, we observe that crocodile approaching him. Before anything can happen, he gets up and realizes that after all this, he finally managed to subdue this monster. By subduing it, he also managed to give a name to this magical spirit of his, which is now known more as Liang. And below, the system screen shows its status, and it shows that this animal is not an animal that always lives underwater. But from all of this, there were some things that he realized, that this animal of his is able to evolve. However, for now, he asks that his beast, stay here, because it would not be good to take it to the village. After he ended up subduing it, he created a spiritual bond with this beast, which ended up allowing him to be able to control such a beast. After all that happened, he asks it to disappear. It obeys, disappearing in the middle of the lake. After disappearing completely, our protagonist gets up and starts to follow another path, since now he needs to get home, to eat something, and rest. In his memory, he also manages to have some memories about some training, which allowed him to become a little stronger in the future. However, while he leaves, the scene cuts to the crocodile, which followed a specific path from that lake. He follows a specific path where he manages to enter a cave in that lake. And in this place that he just entered, he ends up staying there to rest. The next day then, we see some people asking Zhang to follow him. And here we find that guy from yesterday, who was guiding a butler to a certain place. So they advance, and the people behind them wonder why these people from the Zhang family were heading to Shu's house. They didn't even want to comment on it because talking about that family was not good. That family was a problem. After passing him, we see this guy realizing that Shu got into another problem again. But the scene cuts to him arriving at Shu's house. Meanwhile, this old man comments there that when Liang dies, his wealth will be available to him. What does that mean? Will make up for his failure in this mission, and all because of that Zhang, for being very weak. So, getting close to the door of our Shu's house, he ends up putting his foot in, which ends up breaking the door of our protagonist's house, and after that, everyone goes in. Entering, he asks the butlers to come in, but as soon as he enters, he points in the direction, where he finds our protagonist there, just fine. However, he wonders why he was there, and how is it that he was still alive. Shu, on the other hand, ends up kind of waking up and doesn't understand anything. Then he wonders, what were they trying to talk to our dear protagonist about? But then we see him screaming and pointing in his direction, and he asks himself, and how did you manage to survive after all that? But after all that, we see that old man wondering what he was doing. Everything he did seemed strange to him. But he ends up kind of apologizing, and only later he says that in front of him there was that guy there, Liang King. After hearing that name, he ends up being kind of surprised to see that he still managed to survive. He was truly a nuisance to him. He is alive here. After saying something like that, he raises his hand and asks the two guards behind him to catch him. And so they do. But since he was captured, he asks himself, what was he doing? What was happening? Soon another one appears and tells him to shut up. They were the one who beat him up. Bald, he said that the boss asked him to go look for a beast. But in the end, he ended up not capturing the beast. And also, he ended up killing a certain Lord Zhang, which meant, in the end, they lost a large amount of money, and also put the villagers in danger for having done such a thing like that. After saying such a thing, our protagonist refutes, saying that they were the ones who set the trap and kidnapped him. And besides, he has more to tell. They tried to use him, our hero, as bait. However, the bald guy appears in front of him and says that he killed Lord Zhang, and how dare he show up here in the village, and then he starts calling him a monster. Then, he starts to think a little more. Monster? He has a small memory in his past life. He was called a monster by everyone, for being simply an orphan. Everyone thought he was a thief. Orphan. Everyone thought he was a thief. People made fun of him, threw some papers in his backpack, making fun of him. And the people next to him started to smile at his face. But our protagonist always held a grudge against him, and one appears in front of him and says that this was the monster, and he was here again, and challenged the kid to a fight, but the real reason he was called a monster was not simple. In a fight, he always fought seriously and always fought to win. With just one punch, he knocked this guy down. And although his fighting skills weren't all that great, he ends up putting his life at quite a risk fighting these guys. But to really test if there is too much risk in fighting these guys in front of him, he ends up freeing himself from the hands of those two who held him, and minutes later he headbutts this bald guy who was in front of him. After that, he knocks him to the side, spilling some water there, and if they really wanted to call him a monster, he really will become a monster to them, and he starts to control the water. But the bald guy approaches that villager and tells him to carry our protagonist to his base, and there at the base, they could be doing some more experiments with this boy. And besides, at the base, they needed a certain person to create a certain monster. And this boy below here was an orphan. And at that moment, he opts for this idea and ends up asking him to become his son. By becoming his son, he would be able to do some specific things. If he refuses the proposal, they will be breaking his leg here right now. But the people out there heard all of this and commented that the people of this family started adopting certain children. But in the end, when these kids grew up, they disappeared by some miracle, and these days they are adopting many kids. But they were going to take the boy. They hear a voice saying that, "No one here in this village will be intimidating Xiu." Then, we see that the one who appeared was the chief of this village, who for some reason was still alive. But because he was appearing there, he comments that this old man was an idiot, but the old idiot starts yelling at him, wondering what they were trying to do. Like it or not, he was still an officer of the Shu family. And if by chance he didn't want to withdraw, he will basically be trying to officially attack his family. If by chance he continues with this, they can simply destroy his family. He then ends up thinking and reflecting. After that, the old man continues to say that someone like him did not deserve to be there where he was. And furthermore, humiliating someone who was part of his family. This is unforgivable. But while he was talking about this, he got irritated and commented that he was a foolish old man, and then he left and said that he will let this go for today. But when he decides to report all this to his Zhao, this matter will be long gone, and everything here started before, not finished. So, both were leaving, and at this moment, after everyone left, the bald man appears there and says that he was as ungrateful as his father. After all this happened, that grandpa approaches the protagonist and ends up saying that, with all this, his life was saved. He then thanks the old man. Soon after, they leave the protagonist's house, and he looks at the palm of his hand and realizes that the old man saved his life this time, and that the thing that happened now will happen to him in the future. So he should be prepared for this a little longer. So he ends up clenching his fists. But it was at this exact moment that he managed to get 0.1 of water essence. Our scene cuts to another place. In this place, he tries to make a connection with his pet that he had managed to tame before. And after trying for a long time, the water starts to move, spinning in circles. He realizes that what he wanted so much has happened. The gigantic crocodile that he had tamed will be appearing until it comes out of the water. Well, at this moment that it came out, he saw the size of the animal. It wasn't giant. So he asks himself, what was happening? Where is my giant crocodile? And to this, the system responds that this was a transformation that this crocodile can do. Furthermore, in this way, the energy essence he needs to consume is very low, so it is recommended that he do something like this. And this was interesting. A resource that will undoubtedly be very useful to him in the future. But now he asks himself, this crocodile, where did he manage to find this water essence? And then he asks the crocodile if he could be showing him, guiding him to this place. And so it ends up happening. The crocodile jumps into the water, and our hero goes along. Inside the lake, we see him advancing, and in a moment later, he arrives at a cave. In this cave, he gets closer and closer. Arriving at this aquatic sub-cave, he is surprised by something that was there. What he saw now was incredible. Looking more closely now, he realizes that these things below here are some legendary spiritual plants, and to do so, He touches that plant with legendary essence. Thus, the system recognizes it as a plant with legendary essence. He could be absorbing it for himself because this world contains spiritual materials and treasures that can be absorbed, and in the end they become extraordinary energies. And these plants that have these special effects are all better known as special plants. And it is said in a legend that there is a frozen lake in the backyard of the zoo mansion. And deep inside that mansion, there are some special vines that grow only in that place. And Master Zhao only uses that to attract cultivators and transform them into his followers. But now that he has so much legendary essence down here, he wonders how much he could be collecting for himself. But now, speaking of this, he turns to the crocodile and wonders if by chance he could not be helping our hero. Until then, he looks at the crocodile and realizes that his animal did not want to help, but rather wanted to rest. So, realizing that he was lazy, he collects it himself. After a long time, he leaves the lake. Outside the lake, we now see him holding this legendary spiritual essence. After looking at it, he ends up biting it. The system shows that this essence was detected by the system. The thing he was just holding may be improving his evolution of controlling sea animals, and in addition to giving him points, he realizes that it was delicious. So he continues to eat and also starts to gain some essence water points. After half an hour, we see him completely full. He finished eating all those legendary essences there. After a while, the system appears showing Liang's status, which was actually good, but now it shows that the crocodile could be evolving. After a while, he realizes that the protagonist can now do an aquatic spiritual fusion and evolve the aquatic beasts as well. But now, it would be better to improve some of his personal things first. So, he ends up starting. Now that the protagonist has started, we see that he feels a little stronger. An aura even appears from him. Now with this new power, he could easily be facing those guys from before. But now, if he puts a little more water flow, he can easily defeat any opponent. After making this evolution, he ended up gaining 45 kilograms. But now he needs to get more energy, since at the moment, he is not able to absorb anything anymore today. And at the moment, he must be giving more priority to solving his family's financial issue, and also at the moment, he must not trust the crocodile too much, since winter was coming. And this was the specific moment when the crocodile basically decides to go into hibernation mode. So at this moment, he grabs a fish and throws it on the ground. And the one who did this, practically, was the crocodile. He ends up holding a little animal and thanks it, because with that, he could secure his financial life a little, selling these fish at the market. So then, it cuts to another place. He is selling the fish. He ended up getting 80 coins, a small profit. But the merchants of this world are basically not like the market vendors of his previous life. They are much easier to be deceived in this world. And after dealing with this, with the issue of the water essence, the next step is to find the right moment to settle things with this Zhang. And speaking of the guy, he soon appears from the fountain, calling for Shu, and ends up kind of apologizing for the things that happened the day before. He now basically wants to settle everything that happened that day once and for all. And anyway, he wanted to apologize in a more specific way. He invites our protagonist to go to his boat there, so that there they can have a meal together. After saying all this, he says that there is no need to worry, since there are only the two of them there. But once he gets there, it is very likely that this boy will not be able to escape this time. Our protagonist, understanding the whole story, starts to laugh, and then he just reveals that if it's just the two of them, he'll quickly accept the proposal, because it would be safer to have the two of them there alone, and the scene then cuts to them. In another place, the old man now ends up being interrogated by this family. And in this situation, he starts to comment that recently there were some problems with the experiments in the mansion, and several people died, and the mansion is quite lacking in municipal materials. And Liang, the protagonist, was specifically special for this mission. The reason was simple. The boy was an orphan, and for them the candidate was perfect. Then he turns around and asks himself if he understands what he's trying to say. Having said that, he says yes, he understands. that boy Linga will be captured the next day. And if he really does that, Mr. Zhao will be basically giving him a big reward for helping to capture him, something that will perhaps turn him into an immortal. He even believes it. A smile even appears on his face, making the old man totally happy. But for that, he had to do one thing: participate in the ritual. He then ends up saying that everything he said was true. Then, seeing that he can actually become an immortal too, he gets more excited and ends up saying that he will succeed. So, he opens his shirt, which shows that he was also part of such crazy rituals. And at this moment, he starts shouting that he was finally arriving. And after these strange events, here the scene cuts to another location. On a boat, we find the protagonist, and the old man is totally cool. Here we see the old man offering Xiu a meal, and what's more, the meal will be eaten in a totally beautiful place like this. But our protagonist, suspicious, turns to him. After he turns around, he wonders if there aren't other ships hidden in another location. While he was distracted, the old man, out of malice, ends up taking a mysterious pill and throws it in the middle of the soup, and then he reveals that he checked that there won't be any boats here to bother the two of them here. In his imagination, he already thought that Shu will be eating that fish soup, and as soon as he eats it, he will basically be at the end of his life, so he could scream as much as he wants, since there will be no boat and no one here to help. After revealing all this, the protagonist stands up and says that this was good too. He then wonders what Xiu was doing. He then sees something approaching close to his face. What approached sticks to his face. And after it sticks to his face, he then starts screaming. Screaming, he stops out of nowhere because he realizes that what was on his face was water, and he couldn't be breathing something like that. After a while, he can't take it anymore, and starts to lose consciousness. The only thing he sees is the protagonist, there starting to act towards him, but a few hours pass. Night falls, and the guy finally wakes up. Waking up, he realizes he was still on the boat, but now he was tied up. Tied up, he starts to scream, and looks ahead where he finds our protagonist, happy to have woken up. Now that he wakes up, he sees that he could be taking his next step, but he wonders what he was doing. But in his hand, he finds some important things, which for this old man, let's say, some valuable things. Well, the person who really gave this to the old man was that Mr. Zhao, and now this little thing he was holding in his hand was worth at least 2 such things. So, showing it to him and holding it up, he ends up kind of asking him to at least let him explain everything, because everything had an explanation. But our protagonist clearly didn't want to listen, so he interrupts him and wonders if by chance he doesn't recognize these surroundings here. The old man quickly understands where he is. This was the place where they were catching that monster, or trying to catch that monster in the water. So, frightened by this, he realizes that something could happen to him, and he really goes. Right behind the boat where the protagonist was, this monster appears, which in the end was a giant crocodile. But now that this giant monster has appeared, he is left open-mouthed, seeing that now the one in front of him was the water monster, the thing he feared so much. But to make things worse, our protagonist comments there that this monster used to be a real monster, a lake monster, only now it was his pet. And before, he ended up calling our protagonist a monster. Now then, he really became one, and he even goes on to say that now the protagonist was not a human, but a complete monster. Knowing that now, Shu is no longer a human, but a monster. And yes, he asks him not to devour him. He even hits his head on the boat. But the protagonist didn't want to know about that. So he starts to wonder why the butler Zen wanted him to enter Mr. Zhao's mansion so much. And besides, then he starts to ask other questions, like why this family was recruiting so many servants these days, knowing that if he didn't reveal anything to him, he would die. So he starts talking about how those people who were taken there are practically known to him as materials. Materials that he needs to use to become immortal. He needs to refine the immortality pills. All those people who were taken by him there were only in the end to be refined to obtain that immortality pill. Then revealing that many innocent people were captured by him. He below, the old man, then begins to say that everything he did was just following orders. Otherwise, if not, it is very likely that the person who would be there in that situation would not be those guys. but the old man himself. But in his mind, he started to say that this useless bastard will be nothing when that Zhao family is coming. As soon as he arrives, he could be turning the protagonist into medicine pills, and in the end, he will be wishing he was dead. And after saying something like that, he picks up a stake, and now he goes towards him. He now wonders what Shir was doing. But in the next moment, we only see a crack and also a red liquid. After all this, he comments that this old man has seen everything. He cannot let this old man also survive at the end of the story. And in the end, his monster side ended up appearing. However, everything he just did here, sending this old man from Inca to another world, was basically a simple thing. Because really, if by chance he was taken by that mansion, he would very likely die, and in the end, he had to do what he did, kill this old man. But leaving this old man just here wasn't a good idea, so he throws it into the lake where the crocodile was. After all this, he simply takes the boat and turns around and goes in another direction, while he commented that he needed to find another pet, a little stronger, because if he can't find a beast to tame like this one, he won't be able to become strong, and if he doesn't become strong, he will die. As he leaves this place, the scene changes to inside the lake, and inside the lake we can then see the old man. At this moment, the old man then begins to have some effects of that thing, which he began to do at the beginning of this chapter, to accept that so-called immortality that, trust me, is not immortality at all. It will just be something like a curse or something like that. But we won't really know what happened because, unfortunately, the scene cuts to another day. On a lake, the seagull suddenly decides to land there where there is a boat. But on this boat, it met someone, and that someone ended up putting his hand on top, making the bird fly away. Minutes later, we discover that this someone was the protagonist, who was swimming, catching some fish with his crocodile. Now he realizes that having power in this world was incredible. You can make things that were difficult become much easier. While he was talking about this, he also says that it has been 3 days since he sent that old man to another world. So in order to avoid suspicion, he has to act like a common fisherman, leaving early, coming back late and selling fish for money. He hasn't even managed to get close to Lotus Lake. As for that boat, he ended up covering it up, using the identity of Light Osang. Those who are still on his side are irritated by such an action by this Zhang, however, that family is on our protagonist's side, but the Zhao family, definitely not, will not let this event go so freely, because the repeated disappearance of Light Osang will raise suspicions, and this suspicion will most likely be taken to the protagonist. However, before anything else, he needed to become a martial artist as soon as possible, and in that place there are 3 martial arts schools in the city of Pingyang, and the strongest of them is the Yang clan, Martial Hao. They say that the head of the Yang clan's martial hall has an immense strength capable of splitting the king in half and breaking rocks easily. And that is why he continues to remain at the top to this day, and his goal is to get there. If he succeeds, that Zhao family will not be disturbing the protagonist, or if they do, they will not even dare to try to lay a finger on the protagonist. Well, at this point, he discovered something, that the disappearance of a disciple or student of this school will basically cause a huge problem for this school, but there is a problem with the fee. The entrance fee is at least 5 or 8 tays, and right now, he only has 2 tays and 8 reis. If he really wants to save his life there, he will need to find a way to get money. Money as quickly as possible, and at this point, he ends up commenting that he needed to do this. But the crocodile on his arm begins to understand some things that make the protagonist understand that the animal also understands his mind. So he begins to stop thinking about such things as these, like thinking about his future. Well, now he comments there that since the last update, his body has slowly started to adapt. The new strengths that he ended up acquiring, his mental power in the end also increased a lot. To control only 2 or 2.5 monsters that he wants, or that he is encountering. So the protagonist, ignoring everything that was happening, he asks for him and his pet to go down there to catch more fish. Inside the water, he comments that, when he awakened his power, he can now move much faster. through the depths of this water here. Inside these depths, he ends up calling his crocodile and ends up asking it to run with him. Since inside this water here, he basically ended up asking his animal to help train him. Since he was in this water, he became the only one who could make him swim so fast underwater here. The crocodile looked like he had accepted the proposal, and then we saw something appear under the protagonist's feet. This is the technique that compresses a flow of water to the extreme over his feet, and then it explodes, throwing him forward as fast as he can. And so it is done. The protagonist is thrown into the depths of this lake. But there is a disadvantage to all this, which is that it exhausts his resistance. However, nothing in this lake can reach his speed until he sees something passing by, and it was a fish. A pink fish. He doesn't understand how this was possible until he truly understands that this animal was a mystical animal. Because in this world there are already some species that evolve through unique power. The fish Larga and Garg, March, are the ones that are known to evolve to a mystical classification. However, now he had a surprise, because not only one mystical appeared, but two mystical fish appeared in front of him, something that he ends up considering quite rare. He should catch both of them at that moment. As soon as he thinks about catching it, the fish split into two parts and start running to the other side. So he ends up calling his crocodile and asking it to capture one that ran to that side while he goes to the other. The crocodile then activates its bestial form, and as soon as it turns to its other form, it has more speed. With this speed, both then start running after the mystical fish. After a long time running, the protagonist begins to think that he should have brought a fishing net. Since he didn't, he has to use that ability again, which greatly depletes his stamina. So he uses it again, gaining a very high boost, so as not to escape completely. He ends up using the water flow control. What appears minutes later is a ball of water trapping the fish in that place. And at that moment, he goes forward and grabs the fish. And only after all that, he says that he finally captured that animal for himself. With that, he would be totally happy. But at that moment that he captured it, he started to feel a pressure behind him. It was as if it were, I don't know, a mysterious dragon that appeared at the exact moment he captured that legendary fish. But there's that slight. The protagonist simply won't let that fish go. If he really wants to save his life and not be captured by that Zhao family, he really has to leave that fish in his hand. But the smart little guy protagonist doesn't notice the presence of anything, and behind him appears a monster. But he was celebrating since today he made a good purchase. What he could be doing is the following: catching those fish and putting them up for sale. In the end, he'll be successful. He's making a lot of money with it. And at the moment, he was thinking about putting that thing in his bag. Something appears behind him, which quickly moves its tail or maybe its mustache, winding up our protagonist. The guy then feels the pressure. He is pulled back. As soon as he is pulled back, he ends up realizing now what did this to him. It was a gigantic fish that now appeared in front of him, but the force of that fish was very strong, causing our hero in the end to be thrown with all his force there at the bottom of this lake that he finds himself in. And at this moment, after being thrown down, he ends up floating upwards, where he now realizes that this monster was closer than before to our protagonist. Now that he looks closer, he is frightened by the size of the monster and wonders what it was. He even starts to remember a rumor that at the bottom of this lake there was a catfish with 6 whiskers that this fish, ends up attacking those unsuspecting men who decide to go on an adventure at the bottom of this river. In the end, he was lucky enough to be lucky like our protagonist, who had just encountered a monster as strong as this one. But hey, encountering a monster like this wasn't easy. So he got up and, now standing, our protagonist realized that the monster was preparing another attack. This made him wonder what he was doing. A sphere of water bubbles appeared in his mouth, flying towards our hero. But before anything could happen, we noticed that the protagonist raised his palm and ended up using that water control a few minutes later. In the end, he ended up dissipating that thing that the monster was going to attack in his direction. This made him very happy, since underwater attacks seemed to give him an advantage, since it became much faster. But holding back one attack is fine. Now I want to see him holding back several. And at that moment, that carp goes towards him and starts attacking our protagonist. Without knowing what it could be doing, we see the carp now facing him, but now the carp started to face the protagonist. While staring, she starts to move her mustache to attack the protagonist, to knock him down or defeat him once and for all. But that mustache would be grabbing him. But before he can grab him, our crocodile appears, who appears there as a hero saving the protagonist by throwing that mustache back. At the same time, he manages to hit the monster in the face with his tail, which also throws the monster back. The crocodile, who saw all of this, simply would not stand still. After throwing the monster back, the crocodile then begins to advance towards this monster. With its extremely strong claws, it managed to grab the carp below this lake. After all this happens, the protagonist congratulates his pet. However, standing still now, he could have that chance, so he gets up since now was his chance. And if by chance he does not manage to do what he wants so much, it is very likely that after this, he will be dead for sure. Now getting close to this carp, he activates the command seal, placing his hand on its forehead. We see the seal heading towards this carp. And while he is doing this, he comments that his mental points will now be basically enough for him to be able to subdue at least this carp. The system appears saying that this action he was trying to do, since if he continues with this, these actions will basically cause the host to cause a mental overload. And again, the system gives another warning. His mental energy is very low, so it would be better to try to lower the level of the aquatic beast that he wants to tame. The system just asked him to stop or he would die. But the hero doesn't stop. He continues. And also, the system keeps saying that if he doesn't stop, he will die. And with that, the thing almost ends up happening. The protagonist begins to feel the negative effects of all this domination. But what he wanted so much in the end ended up happening. He ends up creating a connection with this monster. After a while of connection, he finally manages to control the monster a little. Now that he has mental control over this monster, we then see the boat alone above the lake. Minutes later, the protagonist climbs onto that boat. On top of the boat, he celebrates now that he is there and has finally returned alive. In the end, he didn't expect that fat catfish to have so much mental resistance. In the end, he almost lost to him in the mind control. But now he turns to the side, and now that he has turned around, he realizes what he wanted so much ended up happening. Now he has two tamed fish. One was a crocodile, and now he looks at the other and realizes that he now has a catfish as a tamed pet. And for having tamed such a strong monster, he realizes that the rewards were great. The system appears. By taming a 6-whiskered catfish, he ended up unlocking the evolution in the system. Now he can evolve any type of pet, but as soon as he chooses to evolve a pet, he realizes that he will be consuming 800 units of aquatic essence. To evolve the 6-whiskered catfish for a better classification for the tiger-headed catfish. However, now looking at the width of the little creature, the protagonist realizes that it was a little big. Well, the knots there grew a lot, so he ended up choosing a name for it. He will now be called Konho, because in the end, he realizes that this suits the fish better. The fish even liked it, not so much the name, but it liked it. After everything that happened, he could now be moving on to the next step. The next process was to remove from the basket there that legendary fish that he caught in the water. However, there was another fish. Only this other fish was in the crocodile's mouth. He opens his mouth, and from there we can see that the mythical fish was with him. After realizing that his pet managed to capture the mythical fish, he ends up praising it, saying that the animal is trustworthy, that he liked it a lot, and so we can see in the basket there of fish. There are several fish now. That was a good collection. But now he takes one of the fish, the smaller, mythical fish. After catching that smaller mythical fish, we'll be able to level up enough. After putting it on the grill, we wait a minute, and then we only see the skeleton of that mythical fish. And in the end, he ended up winning 18 essence waters. And in the end, he ended up taking some small horns from that fish that he just caught. In the end, he will take this thing to keep as a souvenir, because it will be useful in the future. However, He still hadn't seen the points he had earned in the system, and then he opened it and realized that he had earned 18 water essence points, which all meant that this was worth 18 mystical lotus roots. Now that he had eaten that small fish, he saw that the small one gave him so much water experience, so the big one should give him at least more than double that, maybe 53 water essence points. His fusion rate was already at 7.5%. Counting the small fish with the big fish, he might finally be reaching 10%. However, looking at all that fish, he thought that no, he couldn't eat all of that. He needed to restrain himself a little, because now he needed to make his savings increase just a little more, because he had some priorities to do first. But even though all this fish, and our story today begins right after the protagonist finishes his fishing. After the fishing trip, he goes to the market center where he could sell his catch. The place is completely packed with people, all looking to buy or sell something. Among these people walking around was the protagonist himself. He was making his way through when, out of nowhere, something caught his attention. A large crowd had gathered. He even wondered if the festival hadn't ended yet because people seemed way too happy. Curious about what was happening, he saw Shang H selling fish classified as mythical. People were in awe of the fish he had in his hands. Only then did the protagonist realize that he also had a mythical fish, leaving him surprised as well. He then noticed that the person who had caught that fish was someone from the Al Young family. Trying to make his way through the crowd, he eventually reached the front, getting closer. He felt happy. Perhaps today was truly blessed by the gods of the river, as both of them had managed to catch mythical fish. However, when he spoke of a mythical fish, the onlookers behind him started questioning what he was talking about. Was this kid going crazy? After all, they could only see one mythical fish. To prove himself, the protagonist pulled out a mythical fish from basket R, one he had caught from the river. But as soon as he took it out, everyone around burst into laughter. The fish was way too ugly. How could such a fish be classified as mythical? The crowd continued to mock him, but the protagonist no longer cared about their reactions. However, amidst all the laughter and mockery, someone called out to him from behind. He turned, wondering if the bait in the person's hand was a red blood perch. The man asked him to wait a moment, and as soon as he spoke, the crowd was stunned. This was one of the most respected instructors in the Young clan's martial hall. Approaching, the instructor curiously examined the fish in the protagonist's hand, wondering if it was worth buying. He then asked for the price, stating that it should be fair. The protagonist decided to sell it for 150 win. Upon saying this, his face lit up with joy. He was happy with the number he had just proposed. However, as he was about to make the sale, the protagonist also raised his own fish. He called for the instructor Liang to take a look at it. At this moment, a bystander warned him not to embarrass himself in front of the instructor. If Liang got angry, the protagonist wouldn't survive for long. However, Instructor Liang examined the fish and found it quite interesting. He then asked for its price. The protagonist considered selling it by the kilo. The price he set might have been high, but considering the fish, it seemed fair. After some thought, the instructor decided he would pay 325 win. As soon as he named this price, shock spread across the crowd. No one could believe that this fish was worth such a huge amount of win. While the protagonist was still processing this, some bystanders warned him not to get too happy. After all, with that much money, what if something happened and he lost it all? The protagonist, however, ignored them completely. He simply stated that he was selling it. Meanwhile, the other vendor who had been selling his fish quietly left. The protagonist then approached Liang and asked why his fish was worth so much more than the red blood perch. In response, the instructor explained that the horn of the bull hornfish was used in medicine. Its horns were refined into a pill that could greatly enhance one's cultivation. Moreover, the fish was at the perfect stage to be used for this kind of medicine. After learning all this, the protagonist was thrilled, remembering that he had already saved one of those horns from another fish he had eaten earlier. With his sale completed, he left. As the day came to an end, the protagonist sat in a quiet spot counting his coins. However, just as he was doing so, someone appeared, a shadow behind him. This was Libo. The guy approached the protagonist and began to say that he was making their city proud, but the protagonist, on the other hand, replied that no, he had only sold a fish there, which was not worth that much. Since it was not worth it, Lib then extended his hand and asked him to hand over the money, since if he did not want it, a more needy friend could use it. But they changed the subject, and the protagonist began to ask how much it cost to enter the Yang Martial Hall. The guy next to him then said that he was speaking to the right person, because his father was arranging for him to enter that university. He commented that to enter, it cost 350 yuan, which was what he had at the moment, but if he wanted meals and everything else, he would have to pay 500 or 1,000. Only after revealing all that did the protagonist start thinking. With the savings he had stored away, he could manage to enter. His friend began considering leaving, saying he would meet the protagonist the next day. But suddenly, a voice appeared, saying that he had managed to find another mythical fish. However, the scene changed to another location. A mysterious man appeared, saying that that bastard Lo Sang had disappeared. But after searching for the boy to drag him back, they had found a clue about a guy named Link. That one did not care about the protagonist at all. He was ordered to handle the matter alone. He did not want to hear anything else about it. With a serious face, he waited in the darkness. Later, at night, the protagonist was in a boat, having a meal while his pet watched attentively. After eating for a while, he finished his grilled fish. Then, he took a soup and decided to eat. Only after eating did he realize that it was extremely good. Afterward, he threw some into the lake. Maybe they should eat a bit and taste what he was feeling as well. After eating, he gained some water essence points. He then commented that after eating that mythical fish, he started noticing that the water essence was accumulating faster. His strength was also increasing more and more. And to make things even better, he looked to the side and saw that he had found another mythical fish. Now, he had 2 powerful fish in his possession. But the most important thing now was the upgrade. He could use the points he had gained from eating the fish to upgrade one of his pets. So, he pressed the upgrade option. After doing the upgrade, he could feel himself becoming much stronger. A dark aura rose from within him, and the system screen displayed a basic evolution of the boy. Now he realized he needed to find a new partner for their journey. At that moment, he also noticed that his water control abilities had increased significantly. Additionally, he had unknowingly fed some essence to the water with the leftovers he had thrown in earlier, boosting its power even more. However, if he wanted to further upgrade his pet, he would need to spend 799 units of water essence. But what truly fascinated him was something holding his attention. He wondered who the human was that had created such a thing, or maybe it had grown naturally. So far, from the point where he stood, one side looked like a dragon, and the other resembled a massive ape, like a zaru. As he observed more closely, he noticed different shapes appearing in its patterns, but that was not important now. He clenched his fists, for he had become stronger. Tomorrow he would head to Manhwa Martial Hall, where he would certainly become even more powerful. As night fell, the next day arrived. We then saw the protagonist and his friend in a carriage, happily chatting the entire time about what they should do with their lives. As they talked, the protagonist's friend called him over excitedly. They had finally arrived at the place they had been seeking, the university. As they entered the city, they wandered around, taking in the sights. Along the way, they stopped at a place to enjoy some good food. After eating here and there, they paused to watch a man performing a resistance test. But after that scene, the perspective shifted once more. In an unknown house, in the shadows, a mysterious man was waiting for that boy to pass by. Then, he turned to someone and said, he really was going to pass. He said yes. He saw it with his own eyes, too, and he managed to get a very high amount of money from the Liang family, as he was able to sell a mythical fish to a certain family for 325 yuan. If they got that for him, they would be rich. Not even if they wanted to sell their wives would they get that kind of money, and it would be perfect. So they devised a good strategy. However, one of them was hesitant until he started giving more motivation so they would at least continue. Then they commented that it seemed like they were arriving at the Martial Hall. It was necessary to go through that path, and they were guaranteed that the protagonist would really pass through there. After a long time, they disappeared, and then he asked them to stop immediately, but they ignored him. The protagonist's friend started wondering how many people he could be fighting after finishing his training, but he asked him to stop talking about those things, especially since the protagonist himself didn't know how many he could be fighting. In that case, once he finished training, he would likely become much stronger. However, as he walked, people appeared in front of him. Only after they showed up did he end up saying that he had met them again, but now they were after the money he had earned. Acting all high and mighty, they gave him two choices. The boy could hand over the money and leave, or if he didn't, they would beat him up and take the money from him anyway. Even though the protagonist was eager to spend the money right away, he ended up saying he wasn't willing to give it up. If they really wanted the money, they'd better come at him because he would do the same to them. If it wasn't going to be his, then no one would have it. After he said that, they responded that he was as good as dead. Then they all started running toward the protagonist. However, with a quick dodge, he managed to land a punch right on one of their faces, knocking him down. But another one appeared from behind, trying to grab the protagonist. Yet, our protagonist was too fast. He landed an elbow strike straight to the guy's face. After the guy collapsed unconscious, he grabbed him by the hair, but it wasn't over yet. He then took the one he had knocked out and threw him at another guy standing in front. As soon as he did that, the guy in front was shocked and scared because the protagonist had taken down a strong guy with just one hit. Frightened, he tried to escape, but it was useless. The protagonist appeared in front of him with another punch to his face. Right after that, he delivered a powerful punch that ended up completely smashing the guy's face into the ground. The protagonist's friend, who had just been watching everything, noticed how fast his movements were, and with each strike, he would take someone down. The protagonist, on the other hand, looked at the palm of his hand, also surprised by how much his physical abilities had improved since the last time. His friend, standing behind him, asked how he had gotten so strong in such a short time. At that moment, he seemed to have the strength of a martial arts master. Trying to justify himself, the protagonist commented that maybe all of this had happened because he was a G. Not wanting to stay in that conversation for too long, he asked to hurry up and move on. After all, he was starving, and to solve that, he needed to be accepted as quickly as possible into the martial arts university. After he left, we saw his friend's face, which didn't seem too happy, but he ignored it. Our scene then shifts to another location, where we are introduced to Xiang. He asked the protagonist to at least call him Senor Xiang, saying his name, and they ended up acknowledging him with respect. Only after that did he ask the protagonist to follow him, as he would guide him and his companion to a specific instructor. While walking through the academy, he introduced them to this man, the one who would be teaching them how to fight. As soon as he saw him, the protagonist was surprised because he recognized the man standing before him. It was the same man who had been at the market earlier. The instructor also recognized the protagonist and approached him, asking if he knew these two. The protagonist replied that he did, mentioning that the fish the instructor had bought earlier, which had helped him advance his cultivation, had come from him. After hearing that, the instructor pointed behind him and commented that it was great because they would now be training under him, and at night they could stay in the hall to rest. After hearing this, the protagonist and his friend both thanked the two men. Following all that, the instructor asked the protagonist to follow him, as he wanted to test his structure or his natural being, which left the protagonist completely confused. Then the instructor explained that he didn't need to worry, as this was necessary to determine the best path for him to follow. However, to the protagonist, this was something completely new. He still didn't understand these cultivation matters well, so he taught some of the main foundations of martial arts, which are divided into 4 stages: skin, flesh, bone, and finally, blood. The first is the skin barrier, which allows one to have extremely strong skin and greatly increases defense. On the other hand, there is the bone barrier, which allows the release of extremely great power, granting the strength to break a rock with a single hand. And finally, the blood barrier, which is a complete enhancement that, in the end, is like embroidery with silk, making everything much more powerful and resistant. But deep down, everything eventually comes to an end. In summary, an ordinary person could reach their limit, but they would never be able to surpass it. However, to go beyond that, it is necessary to use certain medicinal techniques. This is exactly what refers to medicinal techniques, such as the 3 techniques of the Fist of Yu. With a single suitable person, one can basically gain the steps needed to climb levels. This is what he meant, essentially referring to medicine as a way to advance in the path he is seeking, which is martial arts. However, one must go through some difficulties, but there are better ways to overcome them without suffering. These things are called martial remedies, like that specific fish he caught, which would help him evolve significantly. If he had that, the older man would have been able to evolve considerably, thanks to the protagonist. But for him, there was no need to rush, for to reach the highest level of martial arts, one must take the first steps. After hearing these good answers, he thanked him and withdrew. In the background, some people appeared. These people commented that perhaps this was that newcomer, Z, who had been talked about by many people. Then a more arrogant guy appeared behind them and commented that if they could get rid of that boy, he could complete what he desired so much. After this entire scene, the scene cuts to another location, where someone calls his master, mentioning that this Liang is 15 years old and that his material was perfect for refining that 60 to improve things even more. The boy was gold. If they could capture him, they would be able to improve the young master's condition more and more. Here, we are introduced to Master Sal. He comments that Ran had been very fragile since childhood, and currently it was difficult to find a pill to help him recover. Then he wonders, was this Liang truly the perfect material he had been looking for? However, to make things worse for him, he learned from a report that this boy had entered a martial arts university. Taking any action against that boy would now be extremely difficult, so they should proceed with more caution. And so, they leave, and in the end, the paper he was holding in his hand falls to the ground. The person hidden in the shadows sees that paper on the ground and realizes that this person was in his way. Those who stood in the way of obtaining the eternal divine elixir would ultimately die. Then, the scene cuts to another location. This person is left speechless upon seeing that the protagonist's bones were of high quality. He had never known this and became enraged. Meanwhile, the protagonist simply says that this was part of his talent and leaves. However, he is asked to wait, but he is more anxious to find a training hall. As he moves forward, he encounters another person. This is Sheng. After appearing in front of him, Sheng asks what he was doing there. After asking this question, he also asks why he should not be there. He could go wherever he wanted. Both then start staring at each other, ready to fight. However, before they can, the protagonist appears and interrupts everything that was happening. Now he asks Dai what he was doing there. Here, we are introduced to this guy. He was a bit older, about 2 years older than Sheng, the protagonist. However, the protagonist does not seem to care much about that. He then asks why Dee was there. Dee comments that he was there to become stronger and had saved up a good amount of money for this. Now, he had finally managed to enter this martial arts path. Now that he was there, he invites his brother to join him at the training field to train. The protagonist's friend does not fully agree with this, but the scene then cuts to another location. In this location, we see some people training. These people are doing well, but the protagonist's friend is not handling it as well. The protagonist is also suffering. After a long period of suffering, the instructor appears and asks them to wait a bit. They could stop for now to take a break. Resting under a tree, we then see the protagonist's friend. Totally exhausted, he was tired. They ask how those others over there managed to train for so long. However, while resting, a background character appears. Where was that strong smell of fish coming from? He looks ahead and finds the three there. But tired of this, he ends up saying that if they wanted to continue at this university, they would have to pay him every day. If they paid, he would leave them alone. However, as soon as he talked about this, the protagonist's friend stood up and tried to do something, but the protagonist's brother interrupted, saying it was useless to do anything against these background characters. Meanwhile, the protagonist just watched. He commented to himself that with his current strength he wouldn't be able to defeat these guys, and they were already eager to fight him. It was very likely that they would win. But for that, he needed to have a Rio B nearby. We then see the reaction of the two, who were already trembling all over. But before anything else could happen, they end up being called by other people from behind, asking what Luan Kai was doing there. Since he was just standing around doing nothing, he would be given a punishment, staying on his feet for 3 hours, doing nothing. Then he said that cowards like them had no place there, as there was no space for them while they kept bothering the boys. We then see the instructor asking them to listen and go fulfill their punishment, but behind them, we see the protagonist's friend pointing his finger, telling them to get out of there. Meanwhile, the protagonist's brother asked him not to do that since the guys had their backs turned. On the other hand, the protagonist was thinking of a way to become stronger, as he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer if this continued. Because of this, he ends up asking his brother to take care of his place for him, as he would be taking a little break. He needed to return to the river to train for a while. After he left, the protagonist's friend asked what he was doing or where he had gone. They didn't understand what was happening with our hero. He said, "Lotus Lake. That was dangerous. The enemy was approaching, and for that, he needed to become stronger. That place was the specific path for him to reach his maximum strength." Then, while running, the scene cuts to the protagonist's friend, who was casually walking. As he walked, he wondered where the protagonist had gone. It had been over an hour and he still hadn't shown up, but he must have left for his own reasons, maybe because he had basically done something for the hero. Annoyed, he turned to him and told him not to open his mouth again, but something irritated him once more, and he was about to start a fight. However, once again, he was interrupted. They turned in the direction of the voice. They continued saying that both of them could fight, but it wouldn't be so fun now. They could do whatever they wanted with these two since there wasn't even a superior instructor around to interrupt their conversation. As soon as they appeared, the two got irritated, but it seemed that they still hadn't finished punishing the newbies. And today, they wouldn't be able to escape from here. Our story continues long after that event in a completely calm lake. Below the surface, we can observe a crab minding its own business. But right in the middle of it, we find the protagonist surfing on top of his two pet companions in the water. This sight startles the crab slightly. Further down, the protagonist comments that his two pets are quite powerful. Compared to others, they are much stronger. However, for some reason, he recently changed his request for help. This could mean that something much stronger than his two pets exists in this lake. To verify this personally, he dives deeper and deeper. Eventually, he reaches a certain location, and upon arrival he is surprised to find several interesting things scattered on the lake bed. Ignoring these, he notices marks on the ground near those objects. This suggests that whatever was here had been devouring them, making it grow significantly stronger. At this point, it must have become extremely powerful. At that moment, the protagonist's two pets enter a state of danger. He doesn't understand why, until, out of nowhere, something appears right in front of him. However, he also notes that after eating that fish earlier, he gained some synchronization stats, which have now increased to 11%. Thanks to this, he can now control certain water monsters. Additionally, he has developed long-range perception, allowing him to sense danger approaching from a meter away. Facing this new situation, we see his reaction. He is completely pale. Right in front of him stands a highly powerful monster. He wonders what kind of creature it is. Upon taking a closer look, he realizes that it resembles a crab. However, this one is massive, especially compared to his pets. A creature of this size might even possess some level of consciousness. According to the instructor, any beast that surpasses a certain skin barrier is considered a spiritual beast. Judging by its size, this monster is likely a spiritual beast. However, it is not overwhelmingly strong. Otherwise, the protagonist would be paralyzed with fear by now. Since he can still move, he turns toward Coral, considering a way to escape if things go south. But then he stops to think. He wants to fight this monster. If he could tame it, he would become incredibly powerful. However, fighting it seemed impossible. Even so, the benefits of victory would be enormous. He grips his weapon tightly, recalling the words of those who judged him, calling him a monster. He remembers the old elder An, who had judged his father, and others who saw him as unworthy of existing in this territory. Now, hearing all these voices in his head, he comes to a decision. He cannot give up so easily. After all, he has nearly died countless times before. If he doesn't push forward and face this monster, he will never become stronger. In life, there are moments when, in extreme situations, one can awaken their true power. Rare cases exist where such abilities can be unlocked. He refuses to give up, not only because of his desire for power, but because this immense strength is now within his reach. If he leaves now, he may never find another monster as powerful as this one. Returning to the beginning, Lao Lu Zhang had tried to take the protagonist's life, but in the end, he was the one who died. With a more serious expression, the protagonist stands up, his face determined. He asks the crab if it intends to take his body for itself. If that's the case, it can try its luck. But on the contrary, he wants to see what abilities this monster possesses. His two pets charge toward the crab, passing by him. Once they move ahead, the protagonist commands them to attack, not wanting to waste this opportunity. He joins them in the attack, attempting to collide with the monster, but our scene suddenly shifts to another location. There, he receives a slap across the face, knocking him to the ground. As he gets up, he approaches and asks where his other friend has gone. He wants to talk with him as well. If not, he won't back down. But the person, unaware of the protagonist's existence, simply picks up a brick from the ground and smashes it into his face. After all, he is no one's guide. Irritated by this, the protagonist grabs his own foot, stands up, and stomps down on his friend's face. Now enraged, he and his companions finally get what they wanted. If their opponent truly wishes to die, he will make sure that desire becomes reality. He orders the two behind him to keep watch as that not even a single person from the gang came to interrupt TRS, who was there listening to everything, just, on the other hand, simply agreeing. He would be keeping an eye and wouldn't let even a single leaf fall nearby. The protagonist's friend, knowing he was about to get bullied here, then stands up. He prepares a punch to at least try his luck and lands a punch on his face, but in the end, his punch doesn't go very well because the guy manages to catch his punch with just one hand. Then he twists his arm, putting him in a very defenseless position. Now, unable to do anything else, he can only feel the pain, while in the background the guy keeps saying some things. However, he ends up grabbing another person by the head. Only then does he notice that his eye is quite sharp. He likes that, so he'll be doing him a favor by removing those eyes. Taking out those eyes, he wants to know how good he will become in training. Maybe he can do some good training. Then he prepares his two fingers and moves towards the protagonist's friend's face, while the other one, lying on the ground, begs this bastard to stop doing that because what he was about to do was something very stupid. But he completely ignores him and keeps advancing. His goal was to tear out part of his eye, and so his finger gets closer. Then, as he touches it, the guy screams in pain, but at that moment, while he was screaming in agony, we see someone appearing, asking him to stop that nonsense. Who was it? We don't know, because our scene shifts back to inside the lake. Inside the lake, we then see the crab there, which managed to grab something. That was not the protagonist. If it was the rock, with that rock it grabbed, it managed to crush it with its claws. But as it crushed that rock, the fragments of the shattered stone flew towards the protagonist. To avoid getting hit, he dodges each one of them. After delivering the first strike, he realized that destroying this crab wouldn't be easy. After all, its shell was extremely tough. Meanwhile, on the other side, we then see the crocodile appearing. He kind of comments that the protagonist could be advancing. Then, he moves forward and ends up biting one of the crab's claws. The claw then becomes somewhat immobilized, which makes the protagonist use his mind control ability to try and control this pet. But even so, it resisted. To help with that, another pet of the protagonist appears. He would try his luck. However, the protagonist ends up losing control over the crab's mind, and his mental energy was already running low. In the end, the control he had over the crab dissipates. The crab then breaks free from the crocodile, and soon after, it prepares an attack to strike at our protagonist. It was about to hit, but then the protagonist's pet went after the crab, and with just a single bite, it managed to tear off a good portion of the crab's shell. After doing this, the protagonist realizes that it was a fatal blow. That crab didn't even have a chance to survive anymore, as part of its eye had also been torn off. We then see that now the crab became a bit out of control. It started moving in various directions and began destroying everything. On top of that, it started trampling over some of the protagonist's lotus plants. That was not good. At this moment, while it was destroying everything and focusing on the lotuses being crushed, it didn't notice the crab appearing right in front of it. And with a single move, the crab manages to strike the protagonist. That attack was enough to draw some red liquid from his mouth. And not only that, but it also managed to throw the protagonist back a little. But our hero is not going to leave here, nor is he going to let that crab escape. That crab will either die or become his pet. Now, we see him facing the creature in front of him. Facing it head-on, our hero realizes that this crab has a weak spot. Everyone has a weak spot. But at this moment, while thinking about its weak point, the crab decides to attack the protagonist. But our hero manages to dodge at the last moment. While falling back through the air, he controls his two pets. His goal was to restrain the crab's two claws, and so his two pets charge toward the crab. The crocodile, being strong, manages to grab one of its claws, while the other fish does the same with the other. Now, with both claws restrained, he can finally execute his plan. After all, he had noticed before that no matter how injured it might be, the crab never protected the wounded area. Instead, it protected its abdomen. This now meant that its weak point was its abdomen. Realizing this, he grabs the spear he had. He had been planning this attack for a while. He also compresses a very fine stream of water at the tip of the spear. This would help him pierce through its thick armor, and now he could use up all his mental energy to also strengthen the spear. But then, the system appears, asking him to stop because his mental energy was too low. Only after defeating the monster should he try to control it. However, that would be impossible. But our hero says no. After all, before starting the fight, he had said that the most courageous between the two would be decided, either the crab or the protagonist. And after putting immense spiritual pressure on his spear, we see him preparing it. After preparing it, he simply gripping tightly. Only then does he release that spear. And after he lets go of the spear, it heads toward the abdomen of that crab. Since both of its claws were being held by the protagonist's pets, it could do nothing else. The spear then moves toward its abdomen, and because he had put a lot of mental pressure on that spear, it quickly reached the precise point. Only after it arrived there did it end up piercing through the crab. The crab then sort of releases itself from the protagonist's two pet feet, as there was no point in resisting anymore. For now, this crab would no longer be able to do anything against him. Only after all that does, he now realized that he may have managed to defeat such a monster, and because of that, he ends up feeling a little happier. Then he closes his eyes, and only after that does he start to calmly feel how the lake was becoming. The bubbles began to rise, and only after a little while does our hero decide to open his eyes. Now that he opens his eyes, he realizes that he ended up passing out, but he notices that he has fainted again. So he turns to the side and sees his two pets. Now he realizes that they both ended up saving the protagonist's life, and having saved the protagonist's life, he simply thanks them for, of course, saving his life. However, even so, his head was still hurting, and he realizes that he shouldn't be using too much mental control, or else things like this will keep happening to him in the future. But out of nowhere, he decides to stretch his hand forward, where, minutes later, he ends up placing his hand on something. When he opens his eyes, he is surprised because the hand he had just placed there was on top of that crab he had just defeated. Only then does the protagonist also realize that those pets of his not only brought him out of the lake, but also brought that giant crab out of the lake as well. This surprises the boy a lot, but he quickly changes the subject, because if he decides to put this crab in the pot, he will be able to make it boost the protagonist's level by a huge amount. It will also grant the protagonist a gigantic essence of water. However, while walking around casually, we see the crocodile, who walked to a certain point where he noticed that the crab they had just taken down was female. Getting closer, he thinks that if he eats this crab, he will become extremely strong. However, he also notices that there are some crab eggs here. At first, he thought he should give this big, strong crab away, but he ends up thinking that was impossible. But now he has changed his plan, as he will now be taming the little crabs that will be born. To tame them, he thinks of various ways. Initially, he even considered using a blood dominion talisman, which might also be able to tame these eggs. So he ends up cutting a part of his hand, and only after that does he place the blood that just came out of his hand on top of that egg. Using the dominion talisman, he mixes it with the protagonist's blood on top of the egg. Only after that does a mark appear, and that ends up being a domination contract. Now that he has completed it, he is happy to have managed to do so, but the moment he finishes it, he starts to feel a small tremor. Then, he notices that this egg was beginning to crack, and from that egg appears a crab claw, a blue crab claw. Only after a little while does the blue crab manage to completely break the egg it was in. Now, the protagonist has gained a new pet. Below, the system appears, congratulating the protagonist for obtaining a stone crab. To evolve it, he will need to consume 8,000 points of water essence to transform it into the king of stone claw crabs. But there's always that what if this crab will truly become a crab king in the future. But before all this happens, we go back a little bit, where the protagonist takes a piece of crab, and only then does he end up tasting that crab. Only after he tastes it does he end up gaining some fusion points. The fusion increases from 14 to 18, and only after 18 does it increase to 36, which made our protagonist become very powerful, at one point extremely high. The protagonist now enters much more powerful. His pets in long distance notice his new strength, and only after his transformation is complete does he feel the power within him now. And on top of all this, he realizes that his injuries are completely healed. Maybe for him, it is a divine miracle. And for him too, he realizes that his fusion rate has increased to 36. In addition to improving his physique and having eaten that mythical fish there too, he ended up realizing that he gained some extra fusions. And finally, he can also feel his own blood energy. But also, according to what Instructor Rut said just now, he should be close to breaking through the skin barrier and perhaps becoming much stronger. But now that he has eaten the best of the best, he throws the rest of the food he had there for his pets to eat, and they eat it, especially since the meat won't last long fresh here, and each egg only provides a few points of water essence, which isn't worth saving for him at the moment. And what's more, he can't be leaving the rest for our crab to eat, especially since the crab itself would be eating something of its own species. Given the size of the crab, it was very small, so the protagonist ended up giving it the name, the little crab fist. Ignoring this, he realizes that if he can break through the skin barrier in a month, he will be able to officially become a student of the martial hall, and if he can do that, the Zhao family will no longer be able to threaten him. And now, he needs to go back to the martial hall to be able to do some training for the next day. So the scene goes back to earlier, and here we see Hogapide stopping. What he was doing was against the rules of their hall, since their hall also has its own rules. This was Lu's hall. He stands up and ends up saying that what he was doing here was not breaking any rules. No, he was just obeying the order and some rules of a guy called Young Third Master. The moment he says this, we see his face of surprise. He, at this moment, was totally surprised by this, so he turns around and wonders there if, by chance, this dog of this family here is going to be following which of the rules of the Martial Hall family, or the rules of the Zhao family. After he says this, he starts laughing along with his companions, saying there that he left the Zhao family for only a few days and has already forgotten who the master here was now, because he shouldn't forget. If the Zhao families hadn't chosen him and his father to be the leader and head of this family, where would they be? He even gives him a hint. To be a good dog, you had to obey orders well, otherwise, you'd probably get kicked out of the position they'd earned. But he keeps quiet and asks if he doesn't even have the courage to defend himself anymore. But he also has no way to defend himself, especially since he forgot that his own father was still on the Zhao property. He doesn't say anything, which makes them annoy this guy even more. He ends up apologizing, especially because he has to protect his family and he won't care about anyone else. Then they start laughing at him. The guy was literally a dog. As he laughed, he made fun of this Lu here even more. And then we see him laughing, but his laughter ends up stopping with the spit going towards his face. The spit, like that, was from the protagonist's friend who was also laughing at the whole situation. On the ground, he ends up mocking his face, saying that these tricks used by them were very ridiculous. After all this happened, he wipes the spit off his face, only then starts to laugh. Then, minutes later, he grabs the arm of the protagonist's other friend, and with that, he ends up putting his foot on his arm, which makes him scream. The guy quickly gets up. He wanted to play the hero, so he was going to do something to his friend. He wasn't going to do it. He wasn't going to beat up that other guy anymore. He was going to make his friend suffer, but on the ground, he ends up asking that idiot to stop doing that. After all, when he gets up, we see him saying that he can do whatever he wants now with those two. No one will be here to save him, because the instructor is no longer here to help him or even support him in this fight. But at this moment when he talks about it, some guys who were behind there listening and seeing everything that was happening fly to the side, which scares him a little. He then quickly turns around, and in the middle of that darkness, he sees a mysterious person with eyes full of rage. This person was our protagonist, and so, when he gets to this place, he looks down, where he finds the protagonist's friend and the other one there, completely exhausted. So, when he sees his friends in this situation, he gets angry to the point where we start to lose our temper. Now, with a slightly more serious tone, we see him commenting that what he did here now was unforgivable. So our story continues right after all that happened, but while this was happening on top of the house, we see someone there watching all this. He apologizes for his master, especially because he didn't know that this guy had broken the blood barrier, and besides, he ended up arriving a little late. And besides, he never realized that this Lu Chao was never such a cold person. Lu Sao could basically be a cold person by nature, but his recovery was genuine. Now, however, he has been held back, and that's exactly why he can't break the blood barrier. A warrior without courage is a body without breath. This was Yang Deng. So, he ends up getting closer to his master, and ends up asking them to go there to help, especially because he has just entered the martial hall, and fighting him would be basically impossible, and winning against him might be impossible. He stops to think, but after stopping, he ends up thinking that it wasn't. He had a fluid of energy coming out of his body very high. While all this is happening in the background, we then return to the real scene. He then starts laughing, and then he starts wondering if he was going to destroy his existence, which he thinks he was supposed to do. But our protagonist just snaps his fingers and wonders if they were ready, because he was already ready to break all their teeth. So he goes towards them, but before he can advance, he points in the direction of his bodyguards and asks them to attack him. He was a mere fisherman. So then, they go towards him, but our protagonist appears, and only then does he punch him in the face, knocking him back a little. But another ends up fighting back, a punch almost to his face, but he manages to dodge it at the last moment. And only after all this he manages to hit him in the face, knocking him back. But another appears to retaliate the blow he gave to his companion's face. He tried to slap our protagonist in the face, because the blow he was preparing would be enough to knock him out completely. But our hero was a little faster, because with just one move, he managed to slap him in the face. His slap was quite strong, because with just one blow, he managed to knock out a bit of his tooth. Now that he had finished with those, he was next. So with an extremely high aura, he ends up wondering if by chance he thought he was the strong one. He may have really defeated those companions of his. Then he starts to explain something. The exhalation of blood energy is just the first step in the approach of the skin barrier. But talking about it, our protagonist ends up simply staring, which makes him a little uncomfortable, but he stays still. He wouldn't. So then he advances towards him, landing the blow. Our hero manages to defend himself, but he retaliates, landing a punch in his stomach, knocking him back, but still not enough. He punches him in the face again. The blow was quite powerful, but it still wasn't enough. He needed to end this fight as quickly as possible. Now, with the punch, he hits this extra in the chin. Receiving this punch in the chin here now, he ends up completely passing out. Passing out, from behind, we then see our protagonist, realizing that this guy, after this fight here now, realized that he wasn't that special, something that makes him angry. So now to end this joke, he pulls out a knife from behind him. Now his end was here, so he advances towards our protagonist, because he wouldn't be losing to a mere fisherman. So he manages to strike our hero in the stomach, but that wasn't enough to knock him down. So then, he ends up striking him several times. The blows that would be enough to knock him down, but after striking him several times and saying some things there that irritate him more and more, he ends up holding that knife with his own hands, and only then does he think that this guy was a disgrace to this martial arts school. The level of cowardice of this guy ends up disgusting our hero. So our protagonist prepares the punch, and only then he manages to land that punch on this extra's face. His punch even managed to sink his face into the ground. With a somewhat terrifying look on his face, the scene changes to him lying on the ground. He calls for Lu Zhao, and here, calling for him, he asks him to help, since he was an instructor. He asks them to attack, that guy who was attacking his own companions, but he, who watches all this, ends up thinking about what he should do. But before he can act, a very heavy sword ends up falling in the middle of this fight, which ends up kind of drawing everyone's attention. Minutes later, a mysterious hand appears, and only then does it end up kind of introducing him. He was that master from before, but he ends up calling the name of each of these guys who are here now, except for our protagonist. Then he ends up revealing that they will no longer be part of this martial hall. And now Lu Hao, now he needs to go to a confidential room there so that they can both talk. He, who already knows the punishment he will receive, ends up simply agreeing. Further back, we find our hero getting up, and only then does he call out to his master. And now he ends up kind of revealing that maybe he could be a Yang Dog master. But now he ends up thinking, with this huge mistake he just made here now, it's very likely that he won't be staying in this martial hall anymore. And he also starts to think after that fight. The fight ended up kind of unfolding, but in the end, he ended up realizing that he still wasn't strong enough to easily beat an opponent like that, but he, the master, ends up calling out to our Liang. He, who already thought he would be expelled, ends up having a surprise. He ends up receiving a very interesting invitation. This invitation was about whether he wanted to become his direct disciple, which ends up surprising our protagonist a lot. Only after he hears it, he doesn't believe it. How was it possible? One of the most powerful guys reaching out to him. He falls to the ground on his knees and simply sees the master of this martial school reaching out to a boy like him to become a great disciple in the future. But now our scene cuts to another day. Now, at the Yang residence, we find some of the servants there commenting that the master has just accepted his 9th disciple directly. The girls end up realizing that he might be a little handsome, so they head towards where Liang was. Entering his room, we find them giving our protagonist some suitable clothes. What's more, they are the ones who are personally dressing our protagonist. But since he didn't even pay for the afternoon snack earlier, he ends up refusing the proposal for now, and the moment he refuses, both of the girls who were there in his room leave. After he leaves, our protagonist sighs a little. Now, here he ends up thinking and not believing the reality of where he is, but it's also been 2 weeks since he defeated Lu Chung. But also thanks to some types of medicine that this family has, they were able to recover quite a bit. He and his friends are doing pretty well, but now he is no longer alone. Now he has brothers and sisters who are there just to support him. Now that he has all this support, the Zayol family, now was the perfect time for them to wait a little, because now he wants to get revenge for that humiliation they did to our protagonist. But the scene changes to another place. They start talking about some things like how last night Liang was really hanging by a thread. And besides, he couldn't imagine someone there how he managed to defeat someone who was almost able to break through the skin barrier. But the moment he talks about this, he then asks his companions to stop saying the same thing, because Xiao had been talking about the same story for 2 weeks. Basically, for a master to like someone, he maybe needs to be strong, or maybe he is a dragon that is mixed among humans. While they were talking about this, Zoza appears and ends up asking the one who was a little jealous to go to his younger brother and give him a gift. But he, who had just heard this, ends up saying that before he got here, he had just given him a really great gift. While they were there, talking and being happy with the conversations. Then from behind, we see the door opening. Just then, our protagonist was leaving. He was heading towards him. There, he ends up wearing a new outfit. This outfit ends up changing our protagonist's status a little. Only then, now that he saw his brothers, he ends up calling out to them, and for having basically helped him before, he ends up thanking each of them for having protected our protagonist before, but then the older brother, ends up kind of telling them not to worry. Furthermore, he asks them to ignore this, because then he ends up extending his hand, and then he ends up saying that he prepared something very specific for him. This was a beautiful piece of steel, and with this piece of steel, he could be going to his weapons store at any time, and there he could be building the weapon he needs. After our protagonist sees this, he just thanks his older brother, but while he was talking, another brother of his appears asking them not to waste any more time here now, especially since they needed to go up to the main hall, since their master had been waiting there for a long time already. As they advanced, the scene cuts to the Osaw mansion. Here, someone calls for his master. He was staring at a beautiful art built by some certain people, but he gives them news that they managed to find Zhang's body. But what they put inside his body for some reason disappeared. But the moment he says he's gone, he gets angry, which makes him kind of slap this guy in the face. And only then does he end up saying that this would be a huge problem if by chance that thing was exposed to the population, and if the authorities knock on the door, he'd better be ready now, because he'll be putting his head on the line. He finds himself in this situation, and ends up blaming Liang, our protagonist. Besides, he must have managed to kill Li Zhang, and let that thing loose out there for the world to see. But now, he can't do anything else, because now Liang is a personal disciple of Dong Xiong. If he really wants to continue trying to hunt Liang, he'll have a lot of trouble because not even he and his family can stand up to that guy. But now, he needs to use any kind of method, it doesn't matter. He just needs to find that thing that went missing as quickly as possible. He finds himself in this situation and simply agrees. As for Liang, our protagonist, he has other plans. But the scene cuts to another location. Someone was calling for Liang. The one calling for our protagonist was Rodong. Only after he called him, he was kind before, and so he ended up being kind of grateful. And besides, he is brave and firm beyond anything he thinks, a pretty great guy to be one of his disciples. So he wonders if he really wants to become his disciple. He, who was already on his knees, simply accepts the proposal. He did want to become his disciple. But there is one thing. When joining his team, he has to be swearing one thing. To be humble, it doesn't matter if it was someone who was in a lower rank than him, he couldn't be subjugating that person. Furthermore, he can't be basically doing harm to his disciples or acting improperly, or he will perhaps abuse the power he will now have to oppress others. He, Liang, aka our protagonist, on the other hand, ends up kind of understanding everything and accepts his proposal, and that was great. All he had to do was drink a little tea there. That's how he drank this tea. He would become his 9th disciple. And by becoming his disciple, no one else could be intimidating or insulting our protagonist, because he, his master, will be his pillar now. And again, the disciple Liang once again understands his master. And so, joining hands, he thanks his master from the bottom of his heart. And today, we continue right after our protagonist received the title. Moving on to another day at a training field, we see several people training. After they had trained for a long time, their leader asked both of them to stop and go rest under a tree. So they decided to do just that. As they sat under the tree resting, they started talking about a certain Lan, who had just received some instructions directly from Master Yu. They agreed that it was a unique opportunity since no one in their group was fortunate enough to have Master Yu as their mentor. Later, they began to celebrate, especially because that guy, Lu Yan, ended up losing his gang and being expelled from the Martial University. This event brought them some satisfaction and a sense of happiness. Behind the scenes, however, the mastermind responsible for everything that happened to our hero was growing irritated. He decided to summon Liang. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to another location where he asks Liang if he knows the meaning of the fourth barrier and the 7 paths. Liang replies that he knows the initial barriers: skin, flesh, bone, and blood. However, he is not entirely aware of the others. So he begins to explain that the 7 paths are essentially the wild horse, wolf smoke, tiger hunt, celestial dragon, and others. In the wild horse realm, a warrior at their peak can hold back dozens of horses without even moving. In the wolf smoke realm, the blood energy rises like wolf smoke, reaching several meters high. When released, this energy is as intimidating as a pack of wolves. In the tiger hunt realm, the blood energy surges like a tide. Its power is so terrifying that ordinary people tremble in fear, like a weak rabbit facing a fierce tiger. In the supreme elephant realm, each movement shakes the earth, capable of collapsing mountains and stopping rivers. Those who reach this level can become great generals. Finally, in the celestial dragon realm, someone who becomes a divine dragon can break free from the world's shackles. With this title, they can also unleash 1,000 strikes and soar among the clouds. This occurs when the Foundation's furnace transforms into a rainbow. Liang comments that he knows little beyond this, but he continues to ponder. If the martial path of this world is so powerful, it might hold the key to returning to his previous world. However, he is unsure of his exact cultivation level. Nonetheless, he is told not to worry. After all, he does not know how many martial schools exist in Pyong. Liang mentions that there should be 3 schools. The other 2 remain in Pyong because their level allows them to stay in the city. However, for some reason, Master Yang chose to remain in Pyong as it is his hometown. Moreover, his martial school has been ranked number 1 for several years, primarily because Master Yang is the only one in Pyong who has reached the tiger hunt realm. Upon hearing this, Liang starts to think that, with his system, he will be able to reach that realm as quickly as possible. The next lessons will begin the following day, so he is advised not to focus too much on cultivation and to proceed step by step. Knowing this, he realizes that the pressure on the Zhao family will ease a bit. Now, he needs to capture some spirit fish as quickly as possible to break the barrier and become a true martial artist. After capturing several fish, he notices that his raft is no longer sufficient. He even considers changing to a boat. On the other hand, he wonders why he has not managed to capture any spiritual fish yet. He questions when he will be able to catch one. Ignoring these concerns, he opens his system screen and sees that his fusion progress has reached 37%. If he can capture a rare fish, he will be able to break through his first barrier. As he marvels at his system screen, a mysterious feather suddenly falls in front of him. Shortly after, the previously calm lake begins to tremble slightly, and then a massive wave suddenly appears. Our hero gets startled and tries to ask himself what that was, but the answer he so desperately wanted to have, he ends up not getting. After all, that thing ends up appearing right in front of him. What appeared was basically a shadow of 2 monstrous and large beings fighting there in the middle of the lake. But now that all the smoke had dissipated, he realizes that those fighting there were a primordial frog and a giant bird. And the fight was quite intense, as that giant bird managed to knock the primordial frog down easily into the water. But by making this simple movement of knocking the frog into the water, a giant wave ends up echoing backward. And in that place was our protagonist, and that wave came straight toward his boat. Since it was a small boat and was not anchored, all his fish unfortunately ended up flying out. Besides losing all his fish, he also ends up losing the boat. At this moment, completely adrift, he stands up and grabs the remains of his boat to hold on to the surface of the lake. But instead of staying calm, he notices that the bird ended up roaring. But that roar of his went in the direction of our hero, and at that moment, it hits him. He gets scared by this because that bird ended up using some mental attack powers. And after this mental attack that the protagonist had just received, he ends up being hit by a shockwave that sinks him into the lake. Unable to breathe for a few minutes, he ends up fainting, but after a while, he eventually opens his eyes again. And the moment he opens them, he sees in front of him our little crab, who had dragged him from the bottom of the lake to the surface, along with the rest of his companions. Realizing that the crab and the others saved his life, he feels happy about it and even wonders if the crab did that for him. But after regaining consciousness, he realizes that the one who put him in that state was that frightening bird. But that wasn't all. The monsters were fighting in a terrifying way to him. Now, looking at those monsters, our protagonist even thinks about trying to capture such creatures, but trying to capture something like that would be difficult. So he ends up giving up on capturing powerful monsters like those. Moreover, he realized that everything was in vain because he lost his fish and, in the end, his entire boat as well. He felt a bit discouraged, but not too much because he had his companions by his side. But at this moment, the crocodile opens its mouth, and there he notices that inside its mouth was a horned butterfly fish. With this fish, our protagonist can finally break his first barrier, managing to reach a slightly higher classification, which makes him stronger against powerful monsters. This will give our protagonist an advantage in trying to capture one of those monsters in the lake. But blood energy is a reflection of the physical strength of a martial artist. However, a martial artist does not become powerful simply by having strong blood energy. Instead, their physical strength must be strong enough to condense blood energy sufficiently. Blood energy itself is not the cause of strength. Rather, on the other hand, it is the result. But the result, in turn, can reinforce the cause, forming a positive cycle that grows infinitely. For this reason, he grasps the concept, and only later does he finally ignite it. Now, with everything ready and perfect, our protagonist can finally put it into practice. So, he closes his eyes, and the moment he closes them, he begins to recall his older brother, who later gave him a type of concentration sense that greatly helps martial artists in breaking through their gates more easily. Additionally, he has a tip. The key to breaking through the pie gate and becoming a martial artist is to strengthen blood energy in the chest. Every time he trains his blood energy, he ends up replenishing it with those fish meats. And with this, he has already made 38 attempts, which is still not enough for our hero. So, by eating another piece of fish, he feels that all the training is worth it. But shortly after, he has another memory of his older brother. He gave him a tip that to break through the pie gate, it was necessary to use the internal power of chi and blood so that it could stimulate faith through the body, achieving a skin refinement effect. Blood chi basically refers to the energy you feel in your chest when practicing martial arts. This is condensed by the human body, which it understands as the very root of life. So he comments that when you start to feel a warm current flowing through your chest and merging with your blood energy, this K will basically start to move, spreading to various points toward your limbs and bones, and finally reaching your face and skin. To demonstrate, he shows that, to him, this was the refinement of the Dekaon. His heart starts beating more than once, and after a while he finally opens his eyes, with mist beginning to come out of his mouth. However, for some reason, unfortunately, he still does not succeed. After all, this is already his 40th attempt. But he was still far from giving up. After a long time, he reaches the 49th attempt. But even then, he realizes that it is not enough to cross his gate P. However, the synchronization is at 49, which means that when it reaches 50%, something important will happen. So he could continue, but he notices that the fish meat has run out, and the lotus roots barely have any effect on our protagonist. For him, M is down in the water to catch other mythical fish. But now that he is standing here, he notices one thing. From the outside, It was daytime. However, before he could go in to perform his cultivation, a few days earlier, he ended up receiving a message from his uncle, asking him to do something quite special. At this point, we are introduced to Lian Dan Kang and Uto Shen Sheng. Now that he is around, he recognizes them, but at the moment, he wonders why these two have come looking for him, since they are basically the fathers of the protagonist's two friends. They ended up coming to the protagonist to ask him what was going on with their sons, as it had been 2 days since their sons had not returned home, and now they were worried about them. The protagonist starts scratching his head and ends up calling Uncle Ling and also Uncle Chan. He comments that the three of them, the protagonist and his friend, ended up attracting the attention of some instructors, which is why they were locked in a cell for more rigorous training. But the truth was that they were quite injured, and returning home now wouldn't be a good idea because they didn't want to see their parents' reactions upon seeing them in that state. When he reveals this to the two men, they both start laughing at them, knowing their sons well. It was likely that they had been fighting, which is probably what happened. Before leaving, one of them also mentions that a certain village is performing some kind of sacrifice to the river god, which leaves the protagonist confused because he thought this only happened every 3 months. However, they explained that the river god had given some signs, meaning that now was a specific moment to perform the ritual. Now that he remembers, one day in the past, he encountered a giant frog fighting against a bird, and it almost won, which makes him think that the sacrifice might be for that frog. He starts considering that he should do something, and that he will also be helping with the sacrifice. Meanwhile, our scene cuts to another location. A cave. Inside the cave, we find water floating slightly. This was our protagonist, holding a piece of wood. He remained outside the water, performing certain training with his pets. The crocodile nearby opens its mouth and moves toward the protagonist, but at the last second, he manages to dodge the attack. While dodging, he realizes that the amount of water he can control is approximately 150, which, when compressed, equals 10 liters. This means that if he releases all his power, he has a force of 15 kilograms underwater. After mentioning this, he holds that piece of wood and makes a movement, directing it toward his pets. The fish, upon seeing it approaching, simply makes the movement disappear. After the movement fades away, both stop because fighting in that form is exhausting for them. Moreover, the protagonist realizes that his power underwater has surpassed Gate Pi, and now he can probably defeat the fourth Lu Tang without any difficulties. Looking at the system screen, he starts noticing some things and turns to the piece of wood in his hand. He realizes that the water blade technique is quite powerful, but if he had a suitable weapon, like the third brother mentioned, it would be even better. Before, in this world, there was a type of weapon called spiritual weapons. They can self-repair and even level up, but there are also weapons that require celestial and rare materials, which are basically hard to find. But now that she is in that martial weapons room, she starts wondering if one day she will get weapons like these. However, out of nowhere, he begins to feel something burning, which kind of draws his attention to it. The fish also goes in that direction and ends up kind of realizing that he found something. So he goes over there and ends up finding something wrong in the rubble. What was there was a feather. This feather must have fallen from that giant bird. At that moment, to him, this feather seems quite special. But whether it is actually special, I don't know. And so our story continues with our protagonist staring at that feather, and he begins to remember that it looks like the one from the day before. To him, this seems very valuable. Perhaps he even thinks that it might be as valuable as a treasure. While staring at it, he wonders what would happen if he took it to his older brother. He even considers choosing it as his weapon. He could very well ask his brother if he could be doing something like that. So in the city of Pinghua, while walking, he ends up noticing smoke in the distance, which catches his attention. He realizes that it is coming from near the Kanado penguin, and he thinks he should go there to ask his older brother if he could be doing this. A little later, after noticing our protagonist's presence, his older brother is happy. But our hero ends up saying that he found something interesting while fishing that morning, and that is why he came here. The older brother then takes a bag and hands it to him. The moment he takes that bag and opens it, he discovers that it contains a feather from the Crimson Fire molt. This was perhaps a true treasure. Upon hearing this, the older brother is surprised and asks if the protagonist knows what it is. He tells Leon that he does know. This was an incredible discovery since it was a feather from a Crimson Firebird, a rare and spiritual creature. Whenever it encounters danger in its life, it injects all its vital essence into a single feather, which then scatters in all directions, allowing it to escape. Among these feathers, one will contain the majority of its vital essence. This is known as the Golden Fire Feather. By using this feather, the bird undergoes a rebirth, similar to a caterpillar abandoning its cocoon. But in this case, it discards its entire body. They realized that this thing was so powerful, like the golden feathers. However, after further examination, the older brother said that, unfortunately, the feather the protagonist found was merely a remnant of the Crimson Fire Feather. But still, it was a great discovery. Understanding this, the protagonist asks what he should do with it. The older brother says that he could either absorb it as internal energy or forge it into a spiritual weapon. After thinking for a bit, he asks the protagonist what kind of weapon he wants. The protagonist decides based on his last battle with the stone crab. He realizes that a spear would work better underwater and would also complement his own creation techniques. In the end, he chooses a spear. The moment he mentions a spear, he surprises himself. This was quite rare since, in this martial school, although it is true that longer weapons have the advantage of reach, they are also quite difficult to control. But since he had already made his decision, he asks his older brother to please incorporate the feather into his spear. And now, finally, our protagonist has a spiritual weapon. Once his spear is ready, his older brother will send someone to ask him to come to the shop to pick it up. Once again, our protagonist thanks him. But before leaving, he turns back and asks what that long column of smoke outside was. His older brother explains that it was the Fua temple, which had somehow caught fire that morning. Amidst all the flames, they ended up finding something that should not exist, something that should have disappeared. It was the mountain demon. This monstrous thing was crawling while some of the people nearby were completely wiped out, while the monster continued to roam freely. The scene then cuts to another location. Let's say, a rather eerie mansion within a nearby forest. Earlier, we found the footsteps of a person. This girl was running. As she ran at full speed, completely exhausted, we saw her there, totally afraid. Yet she could not die, because her child would be dying too. She cried for help while in the temple we found one of the elders there. It was a boy who heard her noise and then quickly turned around and realized that his master's help was needed. At that moment, we noticed that she could no longer remain conscious, which eventually caused her to faint. As she fell to the ground, before collapsing completely, she looked ahead and there, we found that monk who suddenly decided to run toward her, calling her name. But while he called for her, she blacked out completely. Minutes later, the scene shifted to another place. A room. She was waking up, and as soon as she did, we heard someone calling for her. She ended up saying that she had finally woken up. Then, an older elder appeared, happy to see that she was finally conscious. Now that she was awake, she tried to get up and, as she did, she wondered where she was. She soon realized she was at the Faru temple without understanding anything. They asked her what had happened. She was originally from Kado Hanzu, and 3 months ago, she had gone to Kandon Pingguan and ended up encountering some masked bandits. They captured her, and only afterward did they blindfold her. After all of that, they took her to a very mysterious place. At this place, they removed her blindfold, and there, she was met with a terrifying surprise, as that place was a true hell. The people there had been tortured until they became demons. After all of this, the elder asked her why she had been kidnapped, wondering if it was for money. She held her head and said that they did not say much. What they did say was that they were using people as materials to refine some pills. At that moment, when she mentioned the pills, he asked her to stand up. On that man's abdomen, a symbol appeared, and others there brought their hands together to perform some kind of macabre ritual. Another one, who held a rather suspicious knife, raised it above his head, and after lifting it, he brought it down toward that location. When he stabbed the man, the victim cried out in pain, and after this agony, the object they wanted so badly appeared. It was a pill. That pill, which had just appeared, floated toward the hand of that mysterious man. This mysterious man held it up, showing it to his disciple. Liang and the others did not understand what it meant. Then he asked them to explain to him exactly what that thing on their abdomen was. He went on to say that this thing was the fetal pearl pill created by the great Supreme Lord. These people were given a broth made from the flesh of a mountain spirit. Regardless of whether they were men or women, their abdomens would swell and condense into a flesh core. After 3 months, this flesh would transform into a fetal pill, and several of them could be refined into fetal pearl pills. Consuming one could grant immortality. They questioned whether 3 months had passed, and he confirmed that if it was not extracted within 3 months, it could explode. This left him quite surprised, because whatever was developing inside was probably something no one would want to encounter. While recounting all of this, the scene returned to the Manhwa castle. There, the boy went to the room where she was staying, bringing her some tea, as she had spent some time running through the forest in search of help. She obediently went there and called for her. When he entered without thinking twice, he suddenly noticed how eerily quiet it was. But something caught his attention. There, at his feet, was blood, and the sight of it gave him a terrible fright. However, a dark thing ends up emerging from behind the door, and behind the door, he ends up finding something that, let's say, was far from perfect. This leaves the boy completely scared, especially because the girl suddenly burst open. In the end, he realizes that this thing was not good. On the other hand, he notices another part of the girl. At the moment he sees this, he ends up dropping the thing he was holding in his hand, falling backward in total fright. We then see them asking themselves what that was, but suddenly, a drop of something mysterious falls on his head, startling him but also catching his attention. Because of this, the monster ends up standing up and looking a little upwards, and at the moment he looks up, he has a huge surprise. It was a few that was in that girl, but had transformed into this monstrous thing. While that bizarre scene was happening, in another place, the scene cuts to one of those monks who went to the city to fetch more guards to understand the whole situation. They then follow the path, and among those guards was the young hero Lu. He thanks them for their presence because, with their help, he could investigate this case a bit faster. After so much courtesy, he asks them not to overdo it, because they are warriors, and warriors like them, who belong to the martial arts school, should be handling things like this. Besides, going a bit back in time, he was surprised that in the Faru temple, there were some types of corpse. Moreover, it was necessary to remove certain things from there, which left him surprised, asking what that was. He was then told that he didn't need to know about it. When he saw that thing, he would understand. Basically, the officials were almost there. Then he ended up showing them the Faru temple, where the monks were resting. But the moment they look at it, there is a tense atmosphere. So, they decide to open the door, but the moment they open it, they find something frightening. Another monk asks what was happening, but at that moment, one of the monks, scared, ends up running and saying that he at least needed to save his master, begging them not to die. However, looking at the whole situation, another comments that they should not do anything too reckless because they need to observe everything here first in order to act. But now, looking closer, he notices that there is a kind of bite, which means that there is a huge insect around. An insect that big should be easily seen, but he notices that none of the bodies here were intact. Then he ends up discovering something. That thing looked a bit like the victims. There was another place where something was probably happening, a pseudo, and those bloodstains seemed to have been dragged inside. It looked like some bodies had been dragged, and they wondered how that was possible. So, they decided to follow the trail inside. Shalu and the monk had been there for quite a while. They ended up following the path, and as they talk about it, they enter the place where the monk stayed. But they find another monk completely pale, with no reaction. Again, we see their reaction. They ask themselves what that was and what was happening. Again, he asks if this was what Zeng had requested to be extracted. But looking at everything here now, it seemed like a disaster. Another monk just stayed there, only praying, because he couldn't do anything else. Suddenly, the door behind them closes out of nowhere, trapping them inside. Now trapped, they wonder who closed the door, but one of them asks them to stay calm. Leo, however, could not show off more than usual, because now he needed to focus on that thing ahead of him. He turns around and wonders what that thing could be. He even suspects that it might be some mountain demon eggs. But he reveals that this might be the work of the Phantom Sect. These monsters are basically some mountain demons that hatch by absorbing enough human blood and flesh, eventually reaching their final form. Looking at this thing now, if it hatches, it is very likely they will have extreme difficulty dealing with it. At that moment, the egg starts to tremble, and only after, shocked with his mouth open, he sees a hand emerging from it. Then, that hand ends up touching the ground with its palm, and now the second stage of the mountain demon has hatched. As that monster crawls, we find a monk in front of it, praying for something. However, the monster that was there ends up lunging toward him. Without making any movement in the end, he ends up being caught by it. And as he is caught, he receives a bite on the neck. He calls out for his "Sir." But at this moment, scared, he simply grabs the sword and moves toward him to cut his neck. However, the monster, who was already devouring, ends up deciding to change his attention. He turns toward the hunter who came at him and, with just the palm of his hand, manages to hold his head, while with the other hand, he knocks down the other adventurer who was nearby, throwing him backward. He ends up falling, and some red things come out of his mouth. Being held by the head by this monster, he called for help. Now, looking closely, he realizes that this creature was in the indomitable stallion stage, and to make things worse, it hadn't even broken through its barriers yet. If it turned back with the strength it had left, it could easily break down that door. But if that monster escapes from here, it is very likely that everything will get quite bad for him. However, for him, the most important thing is to survive. He has always lived this way, but in the end, he has always regretted it. He always closed his eyes, and no matter what kind of situation, he always let things happen. Besides, his father was always fine, but being in this situation makes him completely nauseous. At this moment, being grabbed by the neck, he ends up opening his mouth. He bites him, but he called for help. And the moment he says, "Help," he grabs his sword and draws it. Only then does he move toward the monster, who had been devouring that guy, suddenly stopping and turning toward him. He ends up helping his companion, who was in a very dangerous situation. Today, it looks like he will have to test how much strength an unrestrained stallion like this one, who has no control over itself, really has. But before all that can happen, our scene goes back a little bit. Here in the past, we find someone raising his sword, and then the boy ends up saying that, in the future, he will become a hero of Yangdong, to which a short girl ends up praising him, saying that he was a pretty incredible guy. Besides, he will have the help of his father. If he manages to work in the master's residence, he will probably be able to achieve everything he wants. This was his last chance. The little girl ends up saying that he will indeed be able to achieve it. This was his dream, so he will achieve it. But our scene changes to another location. Those who our protagonist defeated were mocking him, wondering what he dared to do in this martial school. Being mocked, we only see him lying on the ground. After all, a piece of trash without a mother like him should kind of rot in a corner with his father, who was very sick, for the rest of his life. And he ends up holding that word as a grudge, but our scene cuts to another place in the house. He ends up coughing, while his own father ends up taking care of his wounds. His father, who was taking care of his wounds, ends up wondering if he got into a fight again. He ends up saying that they were the ones who messed with him first, But again, he asks that when he is out, he asks that he not show off, and then respect his elders a little. In the end, he understands. And it also doesn't matter what happens, because in the future, he should become what he can be respecting himself. On the other hand, he wonders, what would the master do in this situation? Those who enter his sect must keep an open mind, humble and thirsty to learn new skills. They should not be arrogant about their achievements or look down on others. And again he holds the sword with the monster, just waiting, but it advances towards him. Again he approaches. The only thing he remembered from his master's message was not to hurt the weak and to protect the population with his strength. Again, he attacks, but his blow ends up not landing, and again he begins to remember that those who are strong should never harm those who are weak. As he spoke about this, the monster attacks. But he ends up remembering other things. There, a candle ends up being set on fire, but the scene cuts to another place. As a child, he begins to remember some things, that in the martial school, Master Yang, in order to enter there, you need to be strong, because you will face very powerful obstacles, and most importantly, have a long blade resting on your waist. And so, remembering this, he ends up managing to dodge that monster's movement, managing to ask that attack to hit his face, and the moment he does this, he starts using several skills from his clan, using some water cuts. But the blows don't end up not landing. However, he doesn't give up with just one blow. He starts doing several and several and several. While he was doing the blows and the monster was dodging them, he starts to have some memories even more of his previous masters. That there was a certain fight there, that his master was fighting powerful monsters and alone. He was quite injured, but he never thought about giving up. But while he was remembering this, the monster ends up grabbing his arm with its mouth. His arm being caught by this, he ends up simply losing it. But ignoring this, he ends up holding the sword a little firmer, and only then he jumps on top of the monster. So he knew one thing, that to win, he needed checkmate. Something hit the table, and there, he knew that now, here, the victory was already counted in his account. After all, he cannot let this monster escape. He has no choice but to sacrifice himself. But even after this fight, he realizes that this monster was not brutally wounded. He would still live, but realizing how strong this was, both of them are, one of the guys there from his companions below, calling for his hero, and he would start to wonder if he was okay. But in the meantime, he starts to have memories of our protagonists, and that in this world, there are many people, but many of these people do not help other people. But that guy was different, since, in his time there, while he was a disciple, he ended up being ordered by that guy who messed with our protagonist to beat up those two weak children there. He could not be doing anything, except to return with some of those kids' teeth. Receiving these orders, they approach the young boys, but when they get close, he ends up stopping. He then apologizes, because after all, he has to be doing this thing. If he doesn't do it, most likely, because the one who will lose his teeth here is not him. And in itself, the same himself, he gets totally irritated by this. The scene returns to the current state of affairs after the fight. After all this damage, we see some guards looking at the situation, but one of them ends up calling their attention, asking them to go over there, because he ended up finding something quite interesting. They even wonder what this guy just went through to be in this situation. After all, he was standing on top of a monstrous thing. He was holding a blade stuck in it, because we know that if he didn't do that, this monster would escape. But while he was looking at it, he looks down and finds an ID, and that does this, it catches his attention. So he approaches it, and only then ends up picking it up. So, picking it up, he ends up remembering something. But this thing comes from the past. There was a guy reaching out his hand towards him, handing him some food. His face was all grim, but they wondered what happened. On the other hand, he simply says it was nothing. After all, he would never use groping the weak, and with this beautiful honor here, he ends up defeating that ugly monster, but in the end, he ended up sacrificing himself as a hero. But, knowing this, soon the story continues, In the previous part, we now find that guy who set everything up, right? Here, he ended up receiving a scolding from his old superior, who told him that what he did was completely wrong, since his actions would basically lead to the destruction of his family. However, to save himself, he ends up saying that they did everything they could to protect their secret. Still, they hadn't expected that woman to run so fast. Moreover, she ran straight to that temple, and to make matters worse, by the time they reached the temple, they found something quite interesting. The place was completely destroyed. Additionally, there were two men there who would be extremely difficult to defeat. And on top of that, he had no choice but to leave El Shangu and the authorities behind to stall for time, while they dealt with those mountain demons. As soon as he entered that mansion, they set it on fire, as it would be easier to burn all the evidence inside. However, his superior was furious at his actions and was about to scold him again. But just then, someone appeared and asked him to stop, arguing that the real culprits behind this foolishness were the two of them. They had lost that woman, which was a huge disaster for them. To make matters worse, the Supreme Mother realized that their actions were insincere. Deception is something they despise, and she clearly enjoys punishing people like that. With a more serious expression, he raised his hand and moved toward the subordinate who was lying on the ground, sweating and terrified, begging for mercy. But it was useless. He crushed him. While doing so, he declared that this was the will of the Supreme Mother. However, whether he liked it or not, he had caused a great disturbance among them. The Supreme Mother, therefore, would bless him in the end after his death. Meanwhile, he told him not to feel too happy about it, because they were all in the same boat. He understood all of this and began cleaning up the mess that had been made. While he was doing so, Butler Zung asked if he was really willing to abandon his children. He said he was fine with it and that it would never happen again. Regardless, he had nothing left to do there. Now he would be leaving everything in the hands of that master. The other man agreed, and then he left. As soon as he walked away, we see another servant commenting that the butler from earlier was basically threatening him. He said that wasn't good. However, on the other hand, he admitted the same thing. If not for his family's wealth, he would never have to listen to that old man. But thanks to him, he had managed to accomplish something quite significant. He had eliminated a large portion of those monks and ensured that the monster that came from that woman was feeding on those men. Everything was going exactly as they had planned. Now that everything was going perfectly, he only needed to find a way to escape from any potential complications. Once the situation at the Fan Huan Temple was resolved, he would be able to flee to the Huang Temple. He had a base in that territory and could live there for a long time, possibly even achieving immortality. To make things even better, he could live a peaceful life without Yang interfering in his personal affairs. Moreover, if they didn't want to be controlled by Dan, they would have to minimize the damage caused before. That was the best path to follow. While he was saying this, our scene shifted to another location. Our protagonist reflected that he had never expected Lucha's story to end this way. However, according to Libo, he was one of the people who fought for his life that day. He seemed like a decent person. Yet, according to his older brother, school had never received any official requests from the authorities about that day. But he also wondered why, especially in relation to the Fan Huan Temple. Knowing it was all a scheme by some individuals, he realized that this world was truly cruel. Even so, he simply thought that maybe that monster outside had already been exterminated, until someone called out to him. He wondered if he was really back, and when he saw who was calling him, he recognized him as Uncle Shen and started wondering what was going on. Uncle Shen told him that he should go home as he needed to see something with his own eyes. There was a large crowd gathered at the entrance of his house. Hearing this, he simply walked toward the front door. As he walked, the mountain trembled beneath him, and he observed the entire scene below. But suddenly a mysterious hand appeared and crushed a centipede. Meanwhile, someone was calling for immortality, while another was calling for Liang, our protagonist. The monster that crushed the centipede merely grabbed it and devoured it. As this happened, our scene transitioned to yet another location. Someone remarked that, according to the great men who had lived in this world, this was essentially the dilemma that, in order to become stronger, one must undergo immense suffering and sadness. The greater the suffering, the greater the strength. While talking about this, we heard some noises. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to another location where someone else is saying the exact same thing. As he spoke about suffering being the foundation of everything, something essential to becoming a good boy in the future, the boy beneath him did not quite agree. After all, he was pleading for it to stop, as he had already been there for half an hour receiving some kind of punishment for some reason. Moreover, those slaps. However, on the other hand, the man said the opposite. He was the boy's father, and besides, he was quite smart. How could he possibly be more foolish than his own son? And just before he could continue hitting him, the boy, Raintal, asked his father if he would really go on, questioning whether all this beating would actually make him stop in the world of Insarai. Hearing this, the father became increasingly irritated with his son, deciding now to beat him to death. While that boy was getting just a little beaten up, we cut to another location. A woman comments that the boy really came all the way here, but she also didn't know that this guy would develop so much. In the past, that boy always knocked on her door asking for food, and out of kindness, she ended up lending him just a single grain of rice. That left her quite surprised. Hulk, however, was left wondering what she had just said. The next moment, he gets irritated because she is an ungrateful woman. She doesn't know how hard it was to recover that grain she had lent to our protagonist. To make matters worse, her father had a short life expectancy. Upon hearing all of this, she simply asked him to calm down. But now he changed the subject, telling her to stop, because Clip Rally was already arriving. As it arrived, we then found that same guy from before still beating his son. He commented that he would make him the strongest in Moran, no matter what. However, our hero wondered what was going on. After all, this was happening right at the door of his house. At the moment when they finally encountered our protagonist, old Tunata stopped hitting the boy. Once he stopped, he got up, and only then walked toward our hero. Pressing his palms together, he was quite surprised that his nephew Liang had just returned. Now, with a rat-like face, he commented that Liang was truly the most powerful person in this life. After all, he had managed to balance everything to the point of personally becoming one of Master Yang's personal disciples. Upon hearing this, another person asked, "Master Yang from the martial school?" He was a renowned man, known as a great hero, a personal disciple. This meant that he had truly bowed and acknowledged him as a master. Half son, half father, Wade then joined the martial school, and Yang as well. Even the county magistrate had to show respect to the old Master Yang. This left the other onlookers completely stunned. After all, if the county magistrate had to bow to someone like him, that meant something significant. They then felt proud, but quickly changed the subject. They commented that our hero would be more than welcome here. At the same time, they started wondering how old he was. Another person, with an even more rat-like face, commented that she knew from the beginning that our protagonist had immense potential. However, everything was interrupted when someone started saying that his son had done something so disgraceful to their family. He then approached Liang, and now that he was close, he gave Liang the honor of beating his son nearly to death. He could do it. He could do whatever he wanted, because no one would stop him. At that moment, hearing this, he became interested. Since he was allowed to do it, he grabbed a rod and approached. As he got closer, he said he held no grudges, but a man couldn't live holding on to too much resentment for too long. And, to make matters worse, he also wanted to live a long life. Knowing that our protagonist was about to start beating him, the man regretted what he had done and admitted his mistakes. In the heat of the moment, he declared that he would become our protagonist's servant. "No, not a servant. You're my little horse," the protagonist corrected him. The man only asked for one thing, to be spared after this humiliation. In response, our protagonist took the staff and threw it away, saying he would leave it for another time, or perhaps never. At that moment, he went far, perhaps too far. He had other things to do now. However, as he was about to leave, He was interrupted by some men who were still tied up. He became angry at his father because he still wanted to beat him more. However, his own father approached and told his nephew Liang that he was not so generous, but also should not be ungrateful. So, to avoid being too ungrateful, he would offer him 2,000 wen silver coins. The moment he mentioned this, everyone was shocked. After all, he was offering our hero 2,000 wen silver coins, leaving everyone completely astonished. He found so many coins in life, and also that a guy didn't find them. It was the same one from before, the one who either gave or wanted to refuse some things to our protagonist. He comments that everyone should leave, since our protagonist was one of his true nephews. So the gift should be given to him right there. And as soon as everyone sees it, they start pointing out some things about him. He even tells him to be ashamed because when Wade was practically starving, he was the first to shut the doors on him. That was exactly how it was, and now that he's making the best money, he's showing up in front of everyone, trying to take the money for himself. At that moment, he turns to his nephew and asks himself, "Who is this guy?" Liang, on the other hand, responds that he doesn't know. In the benefactor's memory, this was the ungrateful uncle who was never really family, just a leech who took advantage of others. And even if he insisted on doing something, nothing would change. In that village, it was basically the festival of the river god, so he offers that guy, one of those with plenty of coins, to pay off all the debts. After all, he has a lot of money, and everyone in the village must be making an effort to pay at least 1 silver coin, and since he was already thinking about it, he asks for a porridge stall to be set up somewhere because in a few days, there will be plenty of beggars wandering around that village. Then he turns and heads toward his house, and everyone behind him starts praising our protagonist. Now that it's all over, we see him commenting that the last time at the martial arts school, he practiced some skin refinements, but at that moment, he felt that his skin had reached its limit. It was no longer stretching as before, but rather swelling, and if he wasn't mistaken, he should be able to break through the skin portal today. But one thing was certain. The final breakthrough would generate much more heat than before. A single misstep he could take at that moment would end up frying his brain. To avoid that, he should use some physical cooling methods. Now he could finally advance in his cultivation, and whether he will advance and manage to go a little further in his cultivation, and after he sat there, he finally started to do the cultivation, and after a while what he wanted so much, which was to upgrade to break the skin barrier, ended up happening. And after that happened, he ends up standing up. And there, he clenches his fists and is happy, because he finally managed to break the skin barrier. Now, roughly calculating, here now, he has the ability to control. He now has a water control capacity of about 150 kilometers, which he is surprised to see that he managed to improve a lot. But his fusion with the system does not seem to have improved much. So he puts on his clothes. But ignoring all these negative effects, he is surprised by the effects of the skin barrier, that now with this, he can perhaps surpass the strength of perhaps 4 tons. And finally, his abilities are complete. With the strength method that he now has, he will be able to obtain twice the results, which for him is no longer satisfactory. So then, he thinks he's going to another place. But the moment he's thinking about doing something like that, he just opens the door. But at the point where he opens the door, he ends up facing that guy over there. Because he got slammed in the face by the door, he ends up simply falling to the ground, and now on the ground, he ends up wondering if this wasn't his beloved nephew. And our protagonist already recognizes him as our Liang Guang. Since he was here, he wonders what he was looking for him for. He then gets up and comments that maybe our protagonist was a little hungry, so he brought that little bit of food to our protagonist. Before he can say anything, he ends up refusing. What's more, he might be taking that food for himself. Besides, rice in this world was a pretty valuable thing. So he turns around and closes the door, but he asks him to wait a little bit. But this ends up making him unintentionally push the door back to see what he wanted. But once again, the door ends up hitting him in the face, pushing him back there again. On the floor again, now with his nose, now with some red liquid coming out of his nose, he ends up telling our protagonist that he was his uncle, and what's more, blood. So he has the right to this house. In addition to the house, he wonders why he didn't accept that large amount of money that big man there offered our protagonist. And then, he starts calling our hero crazy. While he was there screaming like a madman, we find some people behind him. But the scene goes back to him. He was commenting there that he should use that money to support himself, and his cousin, and this guy here too. And besides, he was the oldest, and supporting him was what he should be doing now, since he was practically almost a father to our protagonist. However, these threats made our protagonist feel a little threatened. So he calls for our Liang and ends up asking if by any chance he wanted to die. All he had to do was take a step forward, which ended up scaring him a little because in a matter of minutes, our protagonist seemed to grow a little more. Like before, he saw our protagonist as something inferior, which made him fall to the ground. On the ground, he points towards our hero and comments that he was an ungrateful brat. After he became a martial arts master, he was practically no longer human. He even reconsidered forgetting about the poorer families. While he was doing his whole soap opera there, someone appears out of nowhere, and this person ends up spitting in his face. And to also spit some truths, he comments there that when Liang's father died, what did he do? He didn't even want to help carry the coffin. And when our protagonist was hungry, he didn't even give him a grain of rice. And also, when those goods were divided, his tricks that he had used before would go even further than that, since this guy ended up getting good, part of our protagonist's family savings. However, our protagonist's father was left with only the dust. But, you know, he ended up not accepting the truths so much that he ends up wondering what happened to them too, or why he wanted to be on our protagonist's side, which ends up irritating him, saying that he still has more authority than everyone there. Furthermore, he thought about getting up to pat him on the back, but instead, someone appears out of nowhere. He comments, now that our protagonist is doing well in life, they decided to appear as if they were animals who were only after him for small, pitiful rewards. So, with his cane and the help of the two, he manages to expel this guy from there. And the moment that thing was expelled from there, our protagonist appears and ends up thanking our neighborhood chief for having helped him get rid of that pest. But in return, he ends up asking our protagonist for something. This time, he came personally to ask our protagonist to become the master of ceremonies for the next river festival. If he were to become the master of ceremonies, he would practically become a priest who would lead the festival. Maybe it would be a good opportunity for him. Maybe that day he could find out more about what that thing is for. Knowing that he might have a good opportunity, he just accepts it. Since he accepted, he will only have to memorize a few certain words. So, the next day at sunrise, we find someone calling for him. We then see our protagonist at the door, waking up completely tired, especially because he ended up spending the whole night memorizing a few words for the ritual he will be performing. Knowing that he can use good words there, he has an extra motivation. What's more, he has just been reincarnated now and has now become a student of the ancient temples. And with this motivation, he then heads to the old man's mansion. In the mansion, then, we find him reading the book, while our protagonist, on the other hand, realized that it was sad to stay here because he would have to memorize everything he said. After all, he wasn't sad about that, in fact. He was sad that he would have to memorize this in an elementary school. However, a brat right next to our protagonist points in his direction and starts to touch the guy, commenting that he was talking too loudly, which makes the teacher annoyed with the protagonist. Even though a few days ago, the teacher was a pain in the ass to get our protagonist to enter this elementary school, it was really hard to get him to enter here. So he should behave and should also be grateful to him for having a teacher to teach him everything. After all, he understands that our protagonist basically doesn't know anything. Yes, he knew he was losing the argument, but there's one thing. He lived a life in the past and knows his past life, and he studied. And to do this, he uses a little of his study potential that he had in his past life, using it here, which he aims to protect the weakest people. Not only that, but he also intends to gain more knowledge with this teacher. Most likely not, because the knowledge he has is not comparable to what he needs to teach. So he just needs him to change a little the way he is teaching the children to have a much better future, because his teaching was very weak. But, for having said something like that, the teacher gets angry, because the teachings he is teaching have been passed down for generations, and our protagonist has knowledge that could teach them. He then ends up saying that he didn't mean to say it in a way that was belittling his work, because the work he was trying to put into practice may not be that effective, and the way that the Funk Academy was trying to teach the kids was totally effective. And it's also quite complex, requiring a lot of knowledge of some characteristics, but the method he developed transforms the characters into simple symbols, with each symbol represented with a specific pronunciation. But the way he just said it, it's a simpler way that Funkir was teaching the boys. While he was teaching this, another one appeared. This one that appeared was the Si Heng. Right then, when he appeared there, he was totally curious, so he ended up asking if he could teach them a little more, this knowledge that he has. So, the teacher who was giving the class ended up kind of referencing him with respect. So after a long time he started to explain. He found it all interesting, but the teacher still ended up finding this quite stupid. They couldn't be changing something that the heirs of the past created. But again he appears and interrupts the teacher, who ends up saying there that he has just made a great discovery. So he could be going to the great Shogu dynasty. There he will basically be receiving a reward, even because there is a reward system for creating something quite useful for humanity. He also begins to think that sooner or later, they will basically be noticing his uniqueness. The only way to avoid suspicion is for him to stand out a little more with his own projects. However, he calls for Ling and asks if by any chance he could be studying specifically or personally with him there. However, he ends up wondering what this is for. Besides, he was a guy quite inferior to him. He comments there that for him, it didn't make any sense. There is no difference at all between the treatment of a warrior academy and him, and well, that's what his master said. So, he ends up saying that he should worry not about his own thoughts, but about those guys up there. He told him not to worry, because he already knew a method to get out of dangerous situations or very risky situations. After all, the things that his students cannot question, he will be questioning, and the things that his students cannot knock down, he will be knocking down. Then he turns to our hero and wonders if by chance he might want to become his student. Our protagonist, on the other hand, bows and accepts this. While he was bowing and accepting this, the scene changes to inside the lake, where we find our protagonist's pet feet, who were now playing with a ball. The three of them played as they pleased, but the other one, Catfish, found it more interesting. So he asks him to throw that ball with all his strength. The crab, finding this interesting, does just that. He takes his little paw and only then pushes the ball as fast as possible in Catfish's direction. The catfish, with the goal of catching it, ends up not being able to because it was too fast. So he ends up getting caught by it. He was thrown back, but he was thrown too fast. And in the end, he ended up catching it and hitting something mysterious. And that thing that was hit was basically a bell, and it ended up cracking. But while it was cracking, a mysterious glow came out of it. Now that it has cracked, another hour later, we find the protagonist inside the lake. The crocodile ends up guiding our protagonist to a certain place because he had something interesting to show our hero. But he was also happy about the victory he had in the volleyball and water fight in the water with that ball made of vines. So he asks his pet to show him the tunnel they dug. After a while, he finally arrives. Then he wonders if, by chance, this was the place they managed to dig. To demonstrate what happened, Crocodile ends up kind of rehearsing the same action that Catfish did. This irritates him a little. Our protagonist understands that he did a good thing, showing everything that happened. But now they intended to go in there. But every time he got closer, he found the texture of these vines too strange. So he ends up getting curious. And to do so, he grabs one of these vines, and only after he grabs it, he ends up biting one of them. After biting it, he spits, especially because he couldn't even scratch that thing. But knowing that he can't bite that, he intends to climb up there. So he does that. Climbing up to the top, he ends up realizing that there was no more water up there. But now that he's here, he realizes that all those vines end up kind of coming to an end here. While he was thinking about this, one of the mysterious centipedes appears from behind. This thing that was there jumps and passes by our protagonist. He quickly dodges it, but because he dodged it, it quickly crashes into some rocks. After a while, it gets up. He is grateful to see that this centipede was a little slow, but now he realizes that this is an aquatic centipede. While he was thinking about this, the aquatic centipede jumps and goes towards our protagonist again. But on his shoulder, there was that crab. And the moment the crab saw this, it used its little claw in front, which ended up stopping that centipede from doing anything. Now that it stopped all this, our protagonist noticed that the crab's fists seemed to have gotten a little bigger. Now that it managed to dodge an attack from that centipede, it realized that it was in a risky situation. So it thought about running away from here, but that didn't happen, because the crab appeared as quickly as possible and grabbed the centipede. Now that it grabbed it, our protagonist praised it, saying that it did a good job. Now that he was closer, he realized that this was the aquatic centipede. And with his knowledge, he realized that its strength and bite were terrifying. Even more importantly, they have a weapon feared by martial artists themselves. And what they feared so much was their venom. Looking closer now, he realizes that he could be taking this pet for himself, especially because if he threw it away, it would be a waste, especially because it would be a secret weapon that he could use to his advantage. But anything that could happen to him here won't happen, especially because he broke his skin barrier, which made him quite strong. So, he picks up a piece of rock on the ground. Only then does he cut his finger, and after he cuts it, he goes towards the centipede's mouth. After he gets a little closer, he places his finger over the centipede, which ends up making an aura or something like that appear over him. However, the centipede's strength was greater, stronger than the crocodile himself. The system appears saying that the danger was innate, but after a long time trying to tame it, he succeeds. But now that he's tamed it, he realizes that it was too fierce, so he'll be calling it Wei. However, now he realizes something else there. In order to level up, this centipede of his will need to spend about 10,000 water essence, which leaves our protagonist totally scared, because with each new pet he ends up taming, this ends up increasing. But now, he ends up commenting that he ate some kind of spiritual water mushroom, which ends up making him wonder if there is more. Then the centipede leaves and goes in another direction. Our protagonist follows him, and the centipede reaches a certain hole, where some of the vines were there. But for some reason, he ends up finding a shadow of a person inside. Curious to know who this person was, he starts to get closer, but what he finds is just a skeleton. But this skeleton was holding something in its hand. But there were also some writings on the ground. What was written was basically something about a general, a vanguard general of the Navy. He was defeated. Unable to resist, he was seriously injured and he drifted here. Ashamed of facing his own majesty, he chose to end his life right here. And he, of course, wanted to understand a little. And our story continues. A little after he got closer to all those things that were happening, he got closer, and there he continued to read a little more. However, the things that were written on the ground were practically disappearing, which means he doesn't end up understanding many things. And if he is a warrior, the protagonist then begins to think that very likely there must be some weapons stored or thrown away nearby, or maybe even that mushroom that is over there. Maybe something spiritual. Out of curiosity, he then looks inside the box, and there he finds some spiritual mushrooms. However, before he can leave, he will be taken to a specific place to be buried and have a dignified burial. And also because, with that, he will finally be able to reach level 50. In the meantime, he sits there in front of his pets, which they end up wanting to eat the mushrooms. However, our protagonist ends up refusing. After refusing a little, he takes a piece of it and ends up devouring it, where he finishes it a few minutes later, feeling completely light and soft. But then the system shows that he has just gained 216 points of water essence. He is surprised by this because even the crab eggs didn't give him that much. So if he happens to finish and eat the whole mushroom, he will be earning many more points. So by doing this, he ends up eating it. Only later, he ends up receiving a message from the system that by leveling up, he ended up finishing some missions. And with that, he also ended up receiving a new ability. This new ability was the aquatic jump, and with that, he ends up feeling even strange. A glow ends up appearing on his chest. Then, he realizes what this meant. Making him stronger, he goes towards that guy who was all exhausted on the ground, just a skeleton, and ends up referring to him with respect for having given this new power to our protagonist. However, now with his new abilities, he sees a puddle of water, and there, he starts to think that he should be using it. Underwater, we can see him using his new ability. By the way, it's very good. He can run very fast, but he can't control it very well, because in the end, he ends up facing the wall. And besides, it seems that the movement ability is really good, but it consumes a lot of his stamina. But as for that ability, thousands of aquatic steps, if it really is real, this would be absolutely insane. The aquatic idiot that may be evolving into divine power, the thousands of aquatic power, with the favor of Rio. But this time, that aquatic ability of his increased a little bit, which before was 150 grams, but now it went up to 400 grams, a last power of strength saved, while his creatures, each of them grew to 200 to 500 points. But among his animals, our beloved little crab ended up having a much greater evolution, which surprises our protagonist a lot, especially because the calculations he made there don't even match the evolution that his pets have. But also, who had an evolution? Well, it's our bard. However, he doesn't think too deeply about it, because he shouldn't think about it. The Rio Festival will basically be happening, so he'll be using this time to study with some masters there, and also, he has a bad feeling about what will happen at this festival, so he should be getting a little stronger. So, a week later, we find the village all calm. Until then, someone approaches our protagonist's house, warning that the Rio Festival was today. So, he calls for our centipede, who crawls to our protagonist's hand, which in the end, transforms into a type of bracelet. It transforms into a bracelet, our hero goes to the door and opens it. After all, today, he should be going to the Rio Festival. So, like that, he ends up arriving at a certain place, where we find several people. And among these people, we find this little girl who, out of nowhere, was walking with her mother, and out of nowhere started crying. She, all confused, then approaches her daughter, wondering what happened. Then, she ends up pointing in another direction and says that in that direction where she just pointed, there was a monster there. After pointing, they look there and don't find anything. Since she didn't find anything, she asks him to stop telling stories, since now, they could be leaving here to enjoy the festival more. So, they leave, but our scene advances a little further, and there, we find that monster that she just encountered. This monster spoke of immortality, but nevertheless, it called for our Liang, our protagonist. While the monster was thirsty to find our hero, the scene changes to the festival where everyone was happy, beating the drum, and at the same time offering animals to offer their offering to the river god there. Then, walking around, we find a guy carrying a haystack with smoke. He asked our protagonist to go ahead, because his goal was to go up to the stage and give a beautiful speech to everyone. With his goal achieved, our protagonist starts to climb the stairs, and only after a long time, and down there, we find that guy from before, who was holding the haystack, and ends up saying that the festival was about to start. And our hero takes a scroll, and only then, he starts saying some words, telling a certain river god to calm down. While he was saying these things to everyone below, we find those two, friends of our protagonist. Both then look at him and realize that our hero is already at a gigantic distance in status. They even wonder what happened. They both grew up together. They both should be in the same status or something like that. But while he was wondering about this, we find our protagonist 100% focused. He is reading that scroll of his. While he was focusing on reading his scroll, we find back there, on top of some houses, that monster from before. He then starts crawling through those houses. And only after crawling a little, he finally finds our protagonist. However, our hero ends up noticing his presence. And then he realizes that this was the ghost of the mountain, that a certain brother Mr. Liu had told him about. These monsters have skin. They have rocky skin, as if it were bark, tree bark, and it is exactly like the illustrations and the versions commented on in the note about the Romotang oddity. While the demonstration was going on, we found that little girl from before. Again, she stood still, but out of nowhere, again, she noticed the presence of this monster again. And again, she screams that she found a monster, the previous monster. And now, she was calling for her mother. Her own mother, on the other hand, ended up not understanding. So she wondered what that thing was. But that thing that was on top of the roof then decided to jump. Only after it jumped, that thing landed on the ground. Now on the ground, we see everyone asking them to run. While asking for this, we find our protagonist asking her to get out of there as quickly as possible, while the little girl was wondering where her mother was. On the other hand, the little girl's mother wondered where she was. Walking around confused, we then see the monster crawling around. But it finds the little girl from before. But when it finds the little girl, we see this monster running towards her. The protagonist, of course, seeing all this, would not let it go. So he starts running towards her. But he realizes that it is not her. But he realizes that he would not be able to get there in time. So, seeing that things were getting bad, we found the little girl's mother just watching the scene of that monster approaching. But before it could catch her, we found a friend of our protagonist, running faster than him. And there, he managed to save the little girl. Hold on now, he asks her to wait just a little longer. Meanwhile, we found the monster running towards him. Knowing this then, we found our hero's other friend, who also didn't stay still for that long. He started training some skills there. To do this, he takes his dagger, and with the dagger he trained with, he takes it and throws it towards him. So, the monster notices the thing approaching, which then he ends up ducking a little, dodging his dagger. Once again, realizing that he made a mistake and that the creature was smart and fast, he saw that he wouldn't be able to get there in time. And we found our protagonist's friend right there, about to be caught by that monster. And he was going to be caught, but he was screaming for Ray, our protagonist. He was wondering, when would he show up? While he was wondering about this, we see him using his new ability. He managed to get there in time. And with his water abilities and his ability to control water, he managed to form a fist there. From above him now, he managed to hit the monster with all his strength, managing to crack it completely on the ground. We then found the ground all cracked, while the monster was caught by his punch. After so long, our protagonist finally managed to get there in time and managed to at least land a blow on it. However, he ends up in for a surprise. A little sweat comes out of his face. But to understand how he got there so quickly, we need to go back a few minutes earlier. We found our protagonist saying that it was late. He wouldn't be able to get there in time. Until then, out of nowhere, he finds a jug completely full of water. As he looked at it, he realized that it was river water. But nevertheless, he needed a lot of water. This might not be enough. However, he can't give up now. To do so, he ends up putting his hand out and asking it to rise. And then we see, after a long time trying to control the water, he gets what he wanted. He ends up picking it up and throwing it towards them. Our hero's friend is surprised by this, and only later we find the protagonist now facing him, preparing to punch. And after he prepares it, he ends up hitting it squarely, smashing the monster back into the ground. Then, arriving in time, we see our protagonist's friend, all scared, wondering how he managed to do this. He can't be explaining this now. So he asked him to get this little girl out of here. He ends up agreeing, but he'll come back later to help. Now that everyone has left, he ends up wondering where that thing went. Stop! Because the ground was completely covered in smoke. After a while, he ends up realizing that the monster was no longer there. And only later, we find him now behind our protagonist. He prepares one of his claws, and only then, he prepares a blow that almost hits him. but he uses his arms to defend himself from its blows. Even defending himself, he realizes that this monster was very strong. He knew that he could not be caught by this anymore. So he starts to dodge its blows, but even so, he advances. So as he advances, our protagonist thought that at some point there would be an opening. And after a while, he ends up finding his chance. And only then, he prepares a blow. And only after he has prepared it, he lands that blow on his face. After then taking the little girl a little further away, they end up coming back, with the objective of helping our protagonist, saying that now they will be helping him. Thinking about this, he thinks he is immobilizing this monster for a few minutes. After immobilizing him for a few minutes, he asks him to attack the monster in its joints. No, not in random places. So he ends up doing it. The two of them land a blow in a specific place on the monster. Only after he lands the blow there, the monster starts to scream in pain. After all this is over, our protagonist even asks the monster if this will be enough to knock him down. After he talks about this, he kicks him in the face, which makes him fall back a little. However, he calls for our Shima, our centipede. That centipede comes out of his arm. And after it leaves, it goes towards the monster and ends up hitting its neck. Meanwhile, he comments that the Shima poison is no joke, so this time he will perhaps be able to defeat it. The monster then, after being bitten by it, feels the sting and ends up roaring in pain. However, behind him, we find several people who were just watching, knowing that prying into other people's lives, knowing that prying into other people's things was not good. We then found the monster turning towards them. Its objective, of course, was to advance towards them. Because we know that one thing is certain, that this monster ends up recovering, devouring some certain people. Its objective, of course, was exactly that. The guys were scared when they saw that thing approaching. Our hero, who then saw all this, realized that it was not yet his chance to attack other weaker people. So, he picked up a stake that was on the ground. With all the strength he had, he lifted it. Only after he lifted that thing, he managed to grab it and quickly throw it towards that monster. After, of course, he was caught by it, we found that dagger that was stuck in it. And that stake that our hero threw towards him, guess what? He caught on top of that thing. However, still, of course, it was not enough, because that blow there would not take down a strong monster like him. And for that, he advances. And with his knee, he ends up completing his final blow. This blow was enough to crush and break the ground completely. The creature even screams in pain, while he says that maybe it's all over. However, the thing screams for immortality, at the same time for Li Yang. And now that everything is over, we find some people below scared by what was happening. Some even wondered if perhaps the river god was punishing them. Others wondered what monster this was. Now that everything is over, our protagonist's friends approach and even wonder if this by chance continues. Where could this village be living in peace? Knowing this then, the monster ends up saying that this was basically not all they wanted. They were imagining. This was all a gift. And our hero, on the other hand, ends up saying that this was a blessing for Yexing village. Of course, his dagger that he had in his hand there, so our protagonist goes towards his coconut. He ends up disconnecting things there, since with this, he could be offering this thing to the river god. And for him, it will most likely be an offering that is much more than he accepts. And right after he talks about this, we see below the system saying that Rio's sacrifice has ended. What Rio's favor ended up increasing from 0.001 to 1%. And our story continues right after he crushed that monster and used its coconut as a reference to the river god. After the reference was given, we then found some people surrounding the rest of that monster. While surrounding it from behind, we found our protagonist, who was watching there. At the same time, he needed to break the first skin barrier in a short time to be able to defeat that monster. The second, his synchronization rhythm increased quite a bit. And also now his physical strength far surpasses martial artists who are still in the initial skin barrier. Now that he always lived barely alive, now he has become something significantly interesting. something for society. The third was Xian's poison. And without it, he probably wouldn't have been able to get where he got. But also the most important thing is that he managed to obtain the favor of the river, which ended up evolving his innate ability to a very high level. The aquatic leap can evolve into a divine ability of the waterbird of Miles. When the favor of the river is obtained, it is exactly as I expected, but he still got very few points in favor of the river. After a while, the village chief appears, who ends up calling the doctor to check on our protagonist if everything is okay. He approaches and realizes that our protagonist was becoming an extremely powerful person. He just had to follow the right path, and he will be able to get what he wants so much. He thanks him, but then asks him to take care of his wound. He does so, but at this moment, while picking up his cloaks, he realizes that the material is extremely good. He even asks what kind of material was used in this. He ends up saying that it was his second oldest brother who gave it to him, and also that it was made with the skin of the bear dog, which resists as if it were steel. And the doctor, on the other hand, realizes that not even using this armor would he be able to defend himself against other strong opponents, so he must become strong. Furthermore, he managed to break through the skin barrier. Speaking of which, the people who were there then approach and wonder if he managed to do that. Everyone starts to get happy, because now he could be bringing glory to their villages. Then a friend of our protagonist appears, who comments that the true martial artist has just risen. Looking at him now, he realizes that he won't be able to catch up with him anymore. However, that guy from before appears, who comments that boy has become extremely strong. Then he wonders if by chance our protagonist is basically going after him. However, he is interrupted by the old man, who ends up wondering if by chance he knows that monster that has appeared here for them now. Then he says that everyone must be worried about it. Then he comments there that monster has a name. That name of this monster is called the Mountain Ghost, a creature that feeds on blood. It was probably drawn here by the bloodlust of the crowd. To which he ends up saying that he cannot confirm if there are other mountain ghosts lurking around Enxing. Even though 3 appear at the same time, he suspects that something very likely will happen soon to his village. Asking what could be wrong, another looks at that coconut and ends up wondering if by chance it was not familiar to him. They then, looking at it, realize that it looked a lot like Lai Tosang. Even our protagonist starts to look at it, because now that he brings it up, that guy looked a lot like Lai Tosang. Then he wonders what happened to him. Alchemy, prosperity, then he ends up kind of remembering what he said earlier. After he remembered all of this, he should have remembered and realized this before, that alchemy can be much more than real in this world. But creating a ghost from the mountain is basically the real deal behind this. However, he calls for Sheng, and then says that it is no small thing, because he will need to go to Piang County to report everything to his master about this suspect who was basically inventing these mountain ghosts. But what about that guy who messed with our protagonist from the beginning? This was quite surprising. He will do this, but he will also do something to them. He basically wants an answer from them, no matter what the cost. Already in the county the next day, the wife of our protagonist's master appears there, who ends up wondering what our protagonist wanted so much here. It was even rare to see our protagonist. But then he greets her. Then he comments there that he had something important to discuss with his master. A little while later, we see everything still. They ended up kind of sitting in a corner. There, they start to talk a little. There, he comments that this incident with the ghost of the mountain may all be connected to the Zal estate. She, on the other hand, thinks he is too smart. And it is also no wonder that his own master basically thinks it is a huge consideration to have him right by his side. However, on the other hand, we see him wondering if by chance she already knew this from the beginning. Then she laughs, and only then tells him to not be so anxious. After all, he forgot who his master was. He is none other than Yang Dong himself, who is the only Tiger House kingdom in this place here in Piang. Most likely in an estate far away from Zal. We then find a very calm temple at this moment. And however, we find 3 people walking towards this place where they were going to meet. But at the moment he was walking there, one of the three who was walking straight and turns back. But the moment he turns around, he gets a little scared and even falls to the ground. Now on the ground, he points in a direction and shouts so that everyone would look back and wonder what was happening, especially because now they were being attacked by something. And from afar, we see everything that was happening. A gigantic sword appears from the sky, and this gigantic sword goes towards that certain place. The guy who was on the ground only saw that thing approaching. And the one who really did all this was our protagonist's master. He, like Yang Dong, one of the owners of these places that he basically almost owns, came kindly, personally, asking them to surrender right away. And before anything can happen there, the scene returns to the same place where our protagonist was before. Here he is, seen in the dark night. We see him training. He hit as much as he could on this piece of wood. And he also comments that 2 days have already passed on the master's property. And the lady even told him to stay in the martial hall, so that he would not interfere in the plans of his own master. She even gave him a bar worth 2,000 win, so that he could at least pay for the daily expenses of the estate. Soon after, we see him surprised by the gigantic amount of money given to him. But also, thanks to the piles of flesh restoration, the lady's injuries ended up healing much faster than normal. But also, the master and the lady suspect that the cult or the ghost mother cult, launched a large-scale attack on martial artists in the hall to refine more pills. That's why they're keeping our protagonist here, for pure safety. After a while, he ends up finishing his last daily training. However, after finishing his daily training, something then quickly starts flying towards him. But our protagonist, who noticed this, quickly raises his hand and grabs a rock, and with that alone, he manages to throw that thing a little far away, and it hit as hard as possible, even cracking the wall. However, then he asks who was there. Only soon after he realizes that it was his brother Junior. He also realizes that his vigilance was quite high. However, before, he thought that our protagonist was here. Knowing this, he came here as quickly as possible to see our protagonist a little closer and also see how his training was going. But the subjects were basically minor matters, which ends up surprising our protagonist since he returned today. He then invites our protagonist to come and train him. He throws a spear in his direction and he catches it. Since he really wanted to train, he will do his best to fight against his brother Junior. He will be fighting stronger, and he will not be holding back. So, he asks him to also teach some moves or skills or even techniques to our protagonist. However, after starting the fight, he picks up another orange that was in his hand, only then throws it up. And after that, we see our protagonist learning to pay attention only to that orange that was thrown up. However, he uses his spear to land the blow on our protagonist, but quickly manages to block his move. So, both of them start to fight, but while fighting, our protagonist finds an opening. He then thinks about using the spear he has in his hand to hit him, but he smiles, and only then manages to break our protagonist's opening. And then he ducks, making sure our hero doesn't land a single blow on him. But knowing that he won't get anywhere here, he throws the spear he was holding a little away. And only after he catches it, we see him step over his opponent's spear, and then he asks him to move a little faster. Then the orange that was falling ends up finally falling to the ground, which means that today's fight was just about that. After the fight, he realizes that he really did break the skin barrier. With that speed, he really was someone with a pattern of destiny, which surprises our protagonist, who didn't know that. But in any case, one day the pattern of destiny will no longer be there. It won't be too far away. He wouldn't be explaining this because his own master will basically be teaching him and explaining everything to him at the right time. However, they couldn't just stand by, so they reach out. Master will basically be teaching him and explaining everything to him at the right time. However, they couldn't just stand by, so they reach out and ask our protagonist to fight him again. So he agrees and ends up getting up in the end, and a fight ends up happening. After a long time then, we find our protagonist all exhausted. After all, the fight has tired him out quite a bit. While he's sitting there, he mentions that what our protagonist said about the Zhaol property matches up quite well with what he just said in his latest investigations. And it just seems like something is basically out of balance. It's like someone behind it all wants to leave some traces behind, or maybe he's just too suspicious of things. So then he asks him to forget all about it. And by the way, since our protagonist has broken through the skin barrier, he has a pretty good book that will come in handy for him. It's called the Steel Strength Method. It's perfect for the new martial artist who's in the skin stage. Martial arts techniques are divided into two main categories: movements and strength techniques. But strength techniques are methods of channeling qi and blood, and it's a deeper level of control. Only those martial artists who are at the top can use it well. But there is also a very interesting method and way to harness the power of blood qi. Then, he just asks him to finish reading this book, and then only after he has finished, to use the methods he learned to train with his brother Junior a little later. After he gives him this book, he just thanks him. But then, he asks him why he was looking for our protagonist. He almost forgot what he was going to do, what he was going to talk about, but he ended up being sent here because he wanted to meet him. After the special weapon that he wanted so much to be made ended up being finished in the end. After that is said, our protagonist is happy, but our scene ended up cutting to a location. And here, we can see some chains. Below, we find another monster similar to the one that invaded our protagonist's village. But also, some people who were captured ended up being forced to follow the right path there. Meanwhile, one of the guards who owns this place is surprised because the girl who passed by is the same age as his daughter. However, he is called by another guy there and asked not to look at it, to ignore it and move on. Moving forward, we then see him commenting to the gentleman that he found some very important ingredients, but there were also some exceptions there, as there were some very important materials to be feeding another one there. That is a rarer experiment that they have. So they should be proceeding with the process in a much calmer way, as everything should go the way they so desire. However, in the cell there, we then found some people who were worried. Another one asked what was happening. Then, below, we found another one, who ends up calling for his young master. What did that mean? Well, I don't know about that one anymore. After that whole scene, our scene returns to another location. Spiritual weapons, as incredible as it may seem, have a spirit. And where there is spirit, there is also nature. And only those with furious arms can use these weapons in their hands. But to reach a perfect point, it was necessary to cook it. And here, then, we see him taking the iron bar that our hero had. Only after he prepared it, he put it on the fire. He needed to refine the essence and increase its resistance. Having done the first steps, now it is time for the second. This is to activate the latent energy inside the feather core and let it be absorbed by the tungsten steel. And here we see that that steel, which until now was a common thing, has transformed into something else. And to do this, he will have to use a type of blood that is a little foreign. With that now, he will be able to make the tip of our hero's spear complete. So, at this point, all he needed was the last recipe, the host's blood. Our hero, who was at his side, simply agrees. He ends up taking his knife and makes a cut. That will be enough. Then he approaches his weapon that is down there. He lets a drop of that thing fall on top of it. And the moment it falls, a phoenix ends up emerging from it. However, he takes a piece of the spear that will be used, and then he ends up fitting it. Now, transforming that piece of material into a spear that can be used. Even though the spear is registering our hero's blood, he can't let it go for nothing. To do this, he has to use a little more strength. He takes our hero's spear, and with a simple push, he breaks all his strength, but gets what he wants. Then he explains that everything is over. From afar, he just observes that finally, he has a good and quite powerful weapon. He ends up picking it up and realizes that it was very heavy, but even so, it was enough. And with those movements there, he finally manages to hold this weapon that he now has here in his hand. It seems that now, using this weapon, he seems to feel a connection between himself and his weapon. But to train the real power of the weapon, he could be going to the bottom. There he could demonstrate all the power it had. So, in the background, we see him making some moves. He appears in the background, already praising his brother. Now that he has this weapon, he wants to give it his name. He thinks about calling it Fubo. But after he gives it this name, someone appears in the background, also praising our protagonist. After appearing, he wonders why his older brothers were here. They tell us that they only came here because their master asked them to, and they ended up doing some investigation, but to a room where they found some girls. But while he was admiring the girls there, he ended up hearing something that gave him a clue to the location of the Great Mother's hideout. At first, he thought about leaving there, but he ended up stopping and thinking that he should also enjoy the atmosphere here with the girls. And after spending a good amount of time there, he ended up getting the information he wanted so much, that the Great Mother's hideout was near the Manhwa temple. Now that he discovered the location, they could be making an attack there, and with the attack, they could be completing the mission that his master gave him. Looking closely now, he approaches our hero and comments that our protagonist was anxious to face opponents, which means that now he won't be able to escape the main fights. While he was commenting this to him, another one appears and prevents him from continuing to say some things to our hero. However, then we see our hero agreeing that the next day he will be going there, the Manhwa temple, to find out some things. But our scene already cuts to another location. Within this, here, we find some people. This was Zing, who was approaching his main experiment. Looking closer now, he realizes that his construction has reached its peak. And now, with all certainty, he will achieve everything he wants. But looking closer, he realizes that if he had not turned into this horrible thing, he would most likely have left it in his quarters. But otherwise, he asks his son to help his own father achieve immortality. But our scene returns to the same place again. There at the entrances, we again find other people, or rather, other women, being taken to this same place. Looking at today's treasure, it will be a pretty high sacrifice, and it seems that they should enjoy it a little. But their boss asks them not to keep interrupting his boss's plan. Irritated by this, he continues with the plans, but after a while we see our protagonist and his group. It seems that this must be the place where Shui ended up mentioning before. But also, it's a good thing that their own master left behind some beautiful dogs. This dog here helped them get here to this place, but he gets irritated about something. Then he ends up barking, but he asks him to stay calm because otherwise he would attract attention. After a while, he ends up calming down a little. However, our hero asks where his other older brother went. However, the answer is not given here. He ends up picking up an arrow. After he takes a breath, he ends up aiming. And only after he aims, we see that thing being fired and ends up hitting a guy who was hitting on those girls who were caught by those guys. And after that thing was caught, we then see a ray of light appearing. And that guy was thrown with all his force against the wall, and against the wall now, we see him asking everyone to gather here since they were attacked from somewhere. However, he calls for our hero. Then he asks that one to follow him. He hears this. Then we see everyone moving forward. After they move forward, we see the explosion happening. And from inside, our hero's older brother appears. He is now surrounded by those extras from before. From afar, our protagonist looks at him and realizes that his strength is extremely great. His older brother asks him not to stare at this and asks him to move forward, as he will need his help. And then we see him moving towards the extras. With his movements, he knocks one down. Others only appear behind him, but some arrows appear that end up helping him. Then he turns around and thanks his brother. He doesn't even respond, but he understands everything. Then, the fight starts again. While he is fighting there, we see our hero who is surrounded. Some make fun of him for using a spear. A spear was supposed to be used in an open space. But as soon as they comment on this, our hero moves towards some of them and manages to knock them down. They are surprised. So, he advances in their direction, but it's no use, because with a few moves, he manages to knock down that row of extras. Now that everything is over, he asks our hero to go to the back of the place and find the remaining hostages that he had around here. And advancing a little further, we find some people running in the back. Running, we see him blaming himself for everything, especially because he ended up ruining everything that was supposed to be perfect. He kind of ruined it from the beginning when he made some jokes there with a certain person. However, this ended up making him even more furious, because there were certain things there that shouldn't have happened. And with that, he ends up getting very angry, crouching down. He tries to get closer to see what was happening to his friend. Then, he gets up and grabs a sword and makes a cut. He then comments that Zung was still around here. He wants to save his family. Being surrounded, we then meet that guy from before, who asks him to release all those ghosts from the mountain so that they can attack those invaders who tried to destroy his plans. Already in this whole situation, he thinks that he has ended up falling into some kind of trap. In a mess like this, he doesn't even think about how he could escape from all of this. Besides, he needs to have an opportunity. Maybe this is the opportunity to test that thing. And using that thing, he will have enough time to be able to escape through the secret tunnel. He still has the chance to turn the tables on those invaders. While he was talking about the invaders, the scene goes back to them. They finished taking down the remaining remains around here. Now that they are finished with them, we see them wondering where our protagonist was. His older brother comments that he went there to rescue the rest of the hostages who were trapped inside. Looking around here, he thinks that he will be able to finish everything as quickly as possible, but he also worries about something else. The blood in the air was too thick. It was as if it were something very dangerous that was lurking, waiting for the right moment to attack. Meanwhile, we see our hero walking in the forest, while his little dog was there beating our protagonist to a certain place where he would find some dangerous things. Moving forward, he ends up finding a tunnel. Then he wonders what kind of thing it was. But he also realizes that the family dog was basically sensing something dark inside. Sensing this too, he ends up putting his hand on the door, which then ends up opening. But after it opens, it quickly closes. After this has ended up being kind of closed, they find themselves in a completely closed place, with no light coming in. But as soon as he enters there, the system appears to us, telling us that if by chance he completes the mission, which was to defeat some demons from the mountains, he will be able to gain some extra things and will also increase his attack power underwater. By completing this, he will be receiving good rewards. He is surprised, but he also wonders if these were some secret missions from our system. While he was looking at this, the family dog ends up noticing some unknown things approaching him. This catches our hero's attention. Looking ahead, he notices some things approaching. It was as if they were the same monsters that attacked him in that village. But now he realizes that there wasn't just one. There were many of them. However, he could be using this to his advantage, because in any case, he will need to get out of here. At least he needs to defeat some of them. He couldn't be holding back either. He ends up preparing himself, emanating an hour outside. Also, thanks to Zedge, his body has strengthened very quickly, and the last few days of training have improved his skills. But now he wonders how far this could take him. To do so, that monster ends up attacking. But with a leg movement, he manages to crush this monster against the wall, and the system ends up counting one more there by defeating this mountain demon. But it's not over yet. So he picks up his spear. Then, after grabbing it, he ends up grabbing it. Only then does he let go. And this thing ends up piercing another monster like this inside, which the system then ends up counting as the second. After taking down the other one, the system counts it as the third. After taking down another one, and so on until the end. And after a good while, he finishes off almost the last ones. And now we find our protagonist on top of the last one left. He looks a little tense, but it still wasn't enough, because now it was time for the second round. And as soon as he talks about it, other remains of the mountain demons that was there and decided to attack our hero. As soon as everyone jumped, we saw the scene changing to another location. Here, one of these monsters ends up being thrown away, and in the distance, our hero ends up piercing it. And after piercing it, he advances in another direction. At this door, he thought about going through there, But two more of these demons appear. But before these monsters can reach him, he ends up grabbing his spear and making a move to the side, managing to knock down both of them there at once. Now that everything is over, he could retreat. Until then, he felt a presence behind him. Now that this person who appeared calls for our Leon. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. That guy who smelled like fish every day was basically achieving things that he never even dreamed our hero would achieve. But all this here was going perfect. He comments that he has a gift for him. He asks him to look. This was Lu, a disciple of his son, who personally came here to try to save him. Looking at it now, he realizes that this was Instructor Lu's father. After seeing this, he ends up looking a little more serious. And then he comments that his older brothers were nearby. And today his day was basically numbered. What he can do is give up, but he ends up smiling and then wonders what happened. After he decides to talk about it, something appears behind him. This thing ends up kind of advancing and only then stops. Looking closer now, they are surprised. This thing that appeared was much bigger than before. What's more, the mountain demon he knocked down before was much smaller than that. Then he shouts for it to come after him. In the end, there will be a result, and he asks it to finish off our protagonist right away, because in the end, it will basically be the victory of whoever fights first. And outside, we found the three who had finally finished their work of taking down the other monsters from the outside. Now they were. And outside, we found the three who had finally finished their work of taking down the other monsters from the outside. Now, they were running towards our protagonist. As he ran, he commented that in this place, there are some low-ranking mountain demons, and that for our protagonist, he won't have any trouble if he happens to encounter them. But he also fears that he will encounter monsters more powerful than those weak mountain demons. And, as he thought about this, our scene changes to our hero. This one here was different. Ever since he was reborn in this world, things have been difficult. But now it's even harder than before. Looking at the strength and size of this monster, it's very likely that this mountain spirit has strength close to the realm of the swift ride. Strong thoughts also come to his head, thinking that, if by chance he runs away from here, which he then ends up thinking that he shouldn't. He grabs the spear, but at the point where he does so, the monster ends up getting up and starts running towards our protagonist. And in this situation, we see that he started to remember a little of his past. In a wheelchair, he ends up commenting that not even his past was enough to bring him down. Since he couldn't even fear the past, there's no reason to run away from this monster. He advances, and the monster also advances and starts to strike several blows, but the blows end up not even hitting him. However, one of these blows hit our hero, and after being caught, he is thrown back. While being thrown back, the monster starts to run towards him. As soon as he runs, he gets very close to our hero and prepares to punch him. He then fires his punch at him. While the fight goes on, he is surprised and even wonders how this guy has evolved so much in 6 months. It's no use. The monster gets up and goes towards him, and he asks him to finish off our protagonist as quickly as possible. Advancing, our hero prepares his spear and places it forward. By doing so, the spear ended up striking the monster. But this blow was not enough, as we see that this monster also struck our protagonist, throwing him against the wall. And on the wall, we find our hero a little hurt. The master of that monster starts to laugh at the whole situation, also wondering how he is going to be able to get out of this situation he got himself into. On the ground, he tried to get up, and when he looked at his strength, he realized that it was gigantic. However, the system screen appears, saying that he had defeated some monsters, and, because of this, he had received a favor from the Lord of the Mountain, and even the system asks if, by chance, he wants to merge the spirit he had just obtained. In this situation, he doesn't even think about it, since, at that moment, he was almost going to another world, but at the same time, he thinks he is very lucky. And then, without thinking twice, he ends up merging the thing he received from the system. And as soon as he merges it, he is teleported to a dimension. And in this dimension, he can't move his body or turn to the side, but something starts to appear in front of him. But this thing that appeared in front of him starts calling out to a certain sovereign god. and he wondered who this person could be. Furthermore, this sovereign god starts to recite some poems, which start to say that he ended up breaking some rules. He asks him to surrender. The dragon, however, does not agree so well with this, because he advances towards him. And since he did not want to surrender, he will have to use a designated attack. And with that, he advances towards him. But our scene returns to the real world, and the master of that monster there was laughing in the face of our protagonist. He came all the way from here just to die at his hand. And also, to make matters worse, he wanted to get out of here alive. He could be begging his son, but that maybe would be too much. And besides, escaping from here would be difficult. Still, he knew that our protagonist was alive. So, for that, he orders that monster of his that was near our hero to attack him. And so then, he starts to prepare an upward punch. But the moment he does this, his eyes start to glow. And then, the whole ground starts to crack. A shockwave ends up pushing him back a bit. He wonders what was happening, but all we see is our protagonist standing up, at the same time with his eyes shining. Standing now, we see him staring at this group of extras. But, to understand something here, we need to go back a little bit into the past. Tomorrow, we see our protagonist with his master training, but our hero has a doubt. This was about how strong the Oven Emperor would be, to which his master then responds that he doesn't know, because today, no one has even seen a person reach that level. And here, then, we see our protagonist finally reaching that level that people want to reach. But our hero then, out of nowhere, raises his fingers, and after he raises them, a glow appears there. And this guy, who was smiling until now, wonders what was happening. He now finds himself in a different dimension. It's as if he were perhaps in front of a ghost. And in this situation, they end up simply receiving an order again. This guy asks him to attack our protagonist. And so he does. He ends up going towards our hero. Our hero simply stops. But seeing the monster approaching, he takes his spear and makes some movements. This ends up making some cuts. After the cut, he moves forward. The monster doesn't understand anything. The monster's master, however, is happy. He thought that our hero's attack didn't work at all. Until then, he is surprised by something. The monster he created was disappearing, and he didn't understand anything. His son, who was in this form, turns around and goes towards his own father. He then runs towards him to try to say his last goodbye, but we see that he didn't succeed, because the monster ended up disappearing right in front of him. Disappearing, he returns to the real world. In this situation now, he thinks that there is nothing left for him. What comes next in front of him there was our protagonist, fallen on the ground from pure exhaustion. And of course, all of this happened because of our hero. It was because of him that he lost everything. And most importantly, he lost his strongest monster. He then even thinks about getting up, but when he turns left there, he sees an explosion happening. And right after this explosion, the brothers appear, of our hero, who finally managed to reach another secret chamber. However, they advance a little and find our protagonist lying there stiff on the ground. And in this situation, his brothers start to wonder what happened to him. So they simply go to him and end up grabbing our hero to get him out of here. Looking at his state, it seems like he fought something powerful. And the boss of that monster gets angry. Everything was going wrong. He even tried to run away, but out of nowhere, several people appeared. And in this situation, he could not do anything else, because his brothers were going to get our hero out of this whole situation he finds himself in here. Knowing that they were going to leave, he also does the same. He was going to leave through a secret exit there. But just as he was thinking about jumping there, someone appears from behind. A guy in a hood calling for Zheng Diang. Then, after hearing his name, he turns around and sees the guy wondering where his family was, when now he recognizes him as Ling Yong, but he asks him to calm down. He was basically the administrator of this whole thing here, but he is interrupted by him. He grabs his necklace and starts to wonder where his family was, and in this situation, he couldn't do anything else. Angry with everything, he simply says that maybe his entire family was devoured by that mountain demon. And after he says this, we see his fury growing more and more. And in this situation, he takes the sword that he had in his hand, and only then does he make a movement to the side, which ends up hitting him. He ends up being knocked down by this. After he makes this cut, he leaves there. After he leaves, he comments there that there is still a chance, and his family, in the end, will still be alive for him. As he leaves, our scene changes to another location. He comments that his body hurts in every corner, and it seems like his body was dismantled part by part. While talking about this, he remembers that same guy from before, and that person ended up making a move and ended up moving that darkness that there was some water around there. After he did all that, he ends up stopping, and only then does he turn around. But before anything can happen, our protagonist wakes up. Waking up, he no longer understands anything that was happening, but what he understands most is that now he is in his master's room. But now he thinks that he shouldn't be here. In himself, he should be fighting that spirit. And it seems that he also fainted there. And at the moment he fainted, his brothers ended up bringing him to this safer place. But also the system appears, saying that he ended up managing to merge there. And thanks to that, now he can communicate with some gods. And he also begins to realize that this reward for the search on the mountain and subduing some demons, he also didn't imagine that Lin Xin, that Lin Yang could basically merge with his lord, and he ends up becoming a martial arts talent. And for sure, his talent in the martial arts path has doubled a lot. And he here now can be feeling the aura that has in his spear. It seems that this spear also, it seems that it is alive. At this moment was breathing. However, the thing ends up going towards the chest of our hero. And we see a fire emerging from there, and at this moment, after realizing all this, he ends up realizing that he may already be entering the next martial arts retreat. But what surprises him a lot is that he entered martial arts without even lasting 2 months. And he is already at the second barrier. Looking at this, he realizes that perhaps this was the chance that Zhe Diang gave our hero. But the door opens, and then we see his brother celebrating and see that he was already right there and standing with a lot of energy. And the moment they entered, our protagonist turns around and finds his brothers there. And the moment he entered, he asks him to lower his guard a little. And since, at that moment, he only came to check on how our hero was doing, and also to comment on that secret case that they caught. Then he comments that after he defeated the last mountain ghost, which was commanded by Zheng, he ended up fainting imposingly. Yes, he ended up fainting. And it seems that his older brothers don't know how strong that mountain ghost is. And at the moment, it seems that he has to hide a bit, otherwise it will be difficult to explain this to Zeding. Then he comments that Zhang, for some reason, ended up dying in the middle of the fight, too. And while looking at all this, he realizes that also, while he was fighting, he noticed an unknown person watching the whole fight. And since it wasn't the Zhou Palace then, why didn't he help our protagonist? So, with no other way out, he should report all this to his master. While he was going to report, he asks his little brother to rest a bit. But then he also says that one of our protagonist's main houses was almost finished, and our hero should be going there, at least, to see his own mansion. This surprises him. So, he leaves. And then he arrives at the place where his mansion was. He is left open-mouthed when he sees that he now has a mansion of his own. The people who were building the building recognize our protagonist and are happy to see him back. At the same time, he ends up asking our protagonist what he thought of this mansion he was building. And the master from before also appears, who ends up giving our hero some money. Then he explains that, for having saved a large part of the population, both parties ended up saving some money, and this money was for him. He asks him to use this money to buy meals for himself. However, he refuses at first. But we see that he also asks him to use the rest of the money to use in the rest of the construction of his mansion. And at the moment he talks about this, we see the people who were building it looking at our hero. But out of nowhere, our protagonist ends up completely changing the subject. He turns to the master and starts to wonder what the current state of the village where he was born is. Then he comments that thanks to Shui, the Yang Pavilion ended up sending 2 third-level warriors to watch over their village. From afar, this doesn't seem like a bad thing, but their presence was just too fierce. Seeing this whole situation, our protagonist just smiles with happiness. But he also starts to wonder what the original owner of this body would think of what he just did. And, according to the memory of this body, he didn't live so well. Something that he will now be doing for himself, living a very good life. When he thinks about this, he ends up thinking about what he could do in the future. But our scene changes to the lake. And, at this moment, on the lake, he comments there that he lost his boat. And now, he will need to buy a new boat. However, now that he has woken up from his coma, he wants to test some new skills that he has just acquired. So he takes a step forward. And after he ended up kind of making that move of the gods, no matter what he did, he could never remember. But he also thought it would be a waste. But what he least expected is that the control of water can really reach this point. This is the point where he can walk on water. And at this moment, he starts to walk on this water. While all this was happening, we went back a little. Here we see some scared guys. They were wondering what happened. The hideout was destroyed. Even the guy who was closest to him, Zeng, was caught and also killed. And a silhouette of 3 people appears. And he reveals that that three bunch of crazy people ended up eliminating a good part of the troops they had. And also Zhang. Angry about this, he kicks him. And he comments that he only knows how to cry. Besides, the fruit they had planted before took so long to grow, but this happened to interrupt their plans. They lost a lot of hideout, and to make matters worse, they lost a lot of resources. But there are still some herbs left, and in this situation he knew he couldn't stay here any longer. So he could be taking the ships and going back to a certain church. He'll be doing this for him. Something that his master ends up agreeing to. Leaving, he thanks them. In this situation, we see this guy calling for his father, but he interrupts his son and ends up commenting that he planted this tree 5 years ago. But the tree that he planted has not even once borne a single fruit. And then he turns around, then he turns to his son, and asks him why he wants to let this tree bear fruit. To this, he replies that even if this jujube tree does not bear fruit, it is still worth a lot of money, and it also attracts animals, birds every day to eat what is left. But he starts to say some certain names, after he says there that these things are just any beasts, that are only used as meals for other things. And also, anyway, this tree will be rotting sooner or later, and he will no longer be able to trust the same tree. And this also refers to the same guy that he is following right now at this moment. And the Ghost Mother cult this time will see the tree rotting and will be falling. So they will be sending someone tomorrow to deliver this thing to the Yang brat, since he should also be taking the boat to go to Huang that very night, and leave all this mess that is happening here for them there. While he was saying all this, our scene changes to another location. Meanwhile, we see our hero walking in the middle of the city. And while he is walking, we see the people before staring at him. Some of them comment there that our protagonist alone faced a number of mountain demons. Upon hearing this, we see the guys scared. That monster eats people. And that wasn't all. He faced many big monsters out there. Hearing this, it's very likely that this rumor ended up being spread by his older brother. While he was getting bored with this, he ends up paying attention to something there, over there. This guy who was over there was his older brother. When he sees our protagonist, he calls out to him and ends up commenting that there was something there that was for our protagonist. He doesn't understand anything, so slowly he approaches and sees a box. And inside, there were some store ownership deeds worth 10,300 riez, silver outfits. This must serve as Zal's inspiration. The rest counts as if it were the benefits that Zal gave to everyone. and he hopes that everyone will basically have a chance to meet him again. Some of the things in the letters didn't make much sense, but among them, there were some escape routes from the Ghost Mother cult, and there was also a certain person who will be receiving all of these things. And it also seems that those hiding places of his from before ended up being kind of leaked. It means that something behind the scenes was happening. So he'll be taking this to the master to ask for some step-by-step plans to block their escape route. While they were thinking of a way to end this as quickly as possible, we go back a month, and here we find these guys talking about how a certain loyalist ended up bringing some meals to his wife. As he's talking about this, the scene changes to him. He comments there that he needs to be faster, otherwise his wife might be a little hungry. And so then, he ends up almost at the place where he needed to be delivering the meal to her. But the moment he arrives, he ends up noticing some unknown things happening behind him. He doesn't even have time to react, because a guy appears from behind. With the sword, he ended up passing through it, and then we only see him lying on the ground, and then we see a dark liquid spreading around. But after all that happened, we see a hand bending down and picking up her meal. And the one who picked it up is the same one from before, who now says that he needs to deliver this lunchbox soon. And so then, he advances towards the place where his wife was. But when we advance a little, we find the same guy from before, lying back there. But we see that the guy from before is no longer in this world here. And after that day, he delivered those meals to his wife, but time passed. And now he's been here doing the same thing for basically a month. But as the last day, according to Hao, as Huang's envoy, that time will come, and he, unfortunately, will have to deal with them. And his face ended up giving away that he didn't want to do that. And again, he repeats the same thing. At that time, he will have to... No, they will have to do that thing. However, while thinking about this, a voice comes into his head, wondering if he'll be able to do that there. And it's quite likely that he won't be able to do that. Don't worry. He'll be controlling him a little bit, and then he'll do what he can't do. However, irritated by this, he asks him not to talk nonsense and also to stay away from him. Furthermore, he told him not to worry. Both of them here, so it's just one. Sooner or later, he'll be able to keep control over this guy. Meanwhile, our scene cuts to another location. He was now a little better, but he ends up asking him if, by any chance, they will be crossing to the other side of the lake. Our protagonist's brother answers that yes, they both need to cross to the other side to make the crossing, and they came to him here to borrow his boat. Having said that, he then goes to that guy's family who is acting a little strange. So next, she ends up calling her father, who goes to the Mirage to pick up the two. However, right from the start, our protagonist already notices that there is something strange in the air, but even so, he gets on the boat. However, on the boat now, our protagonist realizes that perhaps everything that has just happened there is perhaps an action of that sect of the Ghost Mother. However, while riding on the boat without any problems, our protagonist's brother approaches the guy and ends up wondering if those two are his wife and daughter. He then quickly turns around and reveals that yes, even our protagonist's brother noticed things. And with that, he starts to say that using someone else's skin to say these things was a pretty disgusting thing for him. In this situation, he had probably already been caught, but even so, he wanted to hide as much as possible, not understanding anything they were trying to say. He even pretends to be innocent, but he soon realizes that it would be no use. He even stops at the bar, since he wants to pretend to be so innocent. It seems like he's going to have to take off his skin, the fake skin he's wearing, to find out who he really is. And yet, knowing that he was going to be caught here, he knew that he could no longer go ahead with his plans. He gets angry about this, because he was very close to finalizing his plans. Realizing that he failed, he even starts to shout some curses. However, shouting around there, he starts to shout that today he won't be passing, and also today, he won't have to do almost anything. But one thing is certain, he turns around, with a slightly different face, with veins showing. He says he will eliminate both of them. At first, our hero realizes that this guy emanates a new aura. This aura, for him, was an aura he had already encountered before, and this was very dangerous. With his eyes wide open, we then see him grabbing that spear of his. As he grabbed his spear, we found our protagonist's brother defending himself from some blows. But it still wasn't enough, because using his spear, he manages to attack the guy, knocking him back a little. Now that the two of them are standing still, they start to stare at each other for a bit, but while they were staring at each other, our protagonist's brother starts to say a few things. Among them here, there were two, and as for him, he only had one. How could he be sure that he would survive from here? Something that he even thought was just that, because when we looked a little further at the river there, we found a few things happening. The river starts to bubble. Then a guy with some chains appears and jumps out of the lake. He comments that there was indeed another person there, but he should have taken the guys a little deeper into the lake, because he would be able to eliminate these guys a little easier. This guy who just appeared with the chains, he had two choices. He had a choice there, to choose two guys to pull into the lake. So, he had the misfortune of choosing just one person, and we see this current running towards that person. It was our protagonist. That thing grabbed his arm, and the moment it grabbed his arm and threw him into the lake, he would have sunk along with the other one. His brother, seeing this, was going to try to do something, but we see that his opponent didn't like it so much. He goes on saying that he was a bodyguard specialized in hand-to-hand combat. The other one was a dark bodyguard and a master aquatic assassin. So, he ends up wondering how he would get out of this situation they put him in. They have 5 minutes to eliminate them. If, by chance, he doesn't do this, that boy in the lake won't have a, let's say, somewhat good end. While I was saying these things, our scene cuts to him in the lake. He, every minute, was being taken deeper and deeper. Meanwhile, we see his happy face, because at that moment he thought that this boy's lungs should have evaporated. Underwater, it was like his home. Here inside, he can do whatever he wants. Until then, out of nowhere, our protagonist stops his movements. He is startled by this, because the current stopped him quickly. Not only that, but later, he moved it to the side, throwing him against some rocks down there. Now below the water, he wonders what it was, but he answers, since his fusion rate reached 70%, he has always been curious to know how far he could go underwater. But because of him, he was able to satisfy his curiosity. He thanks him. So anyway, he should be giving him back a form of thanks, maybe a punishment. But at this moment he is pulled up, which surprises him a lot. But on his battlefield, our hero has more advantage than any kind of person here inside. So moving that chain up and at the same time holding his spear, we see him getting ready. In the meantime, let's go to some stories. He comments there that in this world there are no gods. If there were gods, then why didn't he come here to save them? And if there were any gods, why didn't he ever respond? And also, how did he get into this situation? Terrible here now that he finds himself? But what did he hear from rumors that there might be a god, but only you can see this god at the moment you are about to die? However, while he was thinking about this, our scene returns to the present. At this present moment, he ends up having a surprise. That guy's strength was much greater than his. But after all, who would he be? His confidence and speed would perhaps give him an advantage. So then, he starts to prepare himself. After putting a little strength in his foot, he ends up advancing at high speed towards our hero. Since, counting on him being faster than him, it will be enough to defeat him. With some claws in hand, he advances towards our hero, trying to send him to that other world. But the moment he gets close to our protagonist, he ends up preparing a move there in his hand. After preparing this move, he ends up firing that thing in his direction, which ends up hitting him squarely in the chin. Then, after landing this blow, he is thrown back a little bit. and we see him spinning backwards a little bit. While he was spinning around and with some red liquid coming out of his nose, we see him still not believing what was happening. He landed a blow on himself. In a horse race, he would be the fastest horse, but it seems that he wasn't this time. Meanwhile, our hero pulls back the chain, and after being pulled towards himself, he thinks that he would be caught again by this. And that punch seemed to be a little more powerful than the other one, because at the moment he was caught by it, we see an impact happening. He is slammed with all the force on the ground, and we see a shockwave emerging up there. But it also seems that running towards the horse's kingdom in the water, it wasn't a problem for him. However, the older brother who was up there may have managed to knock his opponent down. The guy, even though he received that punch, commented that his companion up there most likely defeated his brother. So it was better to go up there because something happened up there. And in that situation, he couldn't do anything else. Our hero retreats. However, before he can leave, he realizes that, even at the moment of death, he actually managed to see a god. But our hero and his crocodile started to climb as fast as possible up to the top. And meanwhile, on the boat, we found that guy there, lying on the ground. His mask ended up dissipating completely. In that situation, he doesn't even care about what was happening to him anymore. He doesn't even care if he's going to be arrested, because that little brother of his underwater at that moment was most likely no longer alive. However, when he says this, our protagonist's older brother becomes extremely angry. However, while he's thinking about this, a hand ends up appearing on the boat. Only after a while, that hand reveals itself on our protagonist. His older brother is surprised to see that he actually managed to defeat that other guy. The other one is also surprised. Our hero comments that that thing, the dwarf, was eaten by the aquatic monster. One thing is for sure, he has to make sure that this guy up here can't escape or make him stay still around here. So, he planned something with our crocodile. He asked him to make a face, threatening, then move a little further towards the bar. And in this situation, our hero's older brother realizes that, for sure, this demonic spirit, water monster, was very strong, and our hero was very lucky to get out of the water alive. The guy who until just now was showing off there, after possibly defeating our protagonist, has a surprise. He doesn't even move either. But, while he was thinking about this, our scene goes back to outside the boat, and we find him being arrested by some guards. While he was being taken away by some guards, we find the family of that guy, who he ended up doing that crazy thing from before. And in this situation, he turns back a little to see what was happening. However, when he turns back a little, he ends up finding the wife of that guy, who he himself ended up doing that thing to him before, a little irritated with that guy. While he was being taken away, he asks a question. These guys, these demonic guys from the Ghost Mother sect, the one from Y doesn't seem to be very powerful. To that end, he reveals that they are from a slightly broken generation. A warrior from the Tiger Hunting Kingdom can live for maybe 120 years, and the Zenda Kingdom basically has a slightly longer lifespan than them. But now that 60 years have passed since the fall of the Chang dynasty, they are increasingly disappearing. The most powerful and immortal old men were alive, and they will live for quite some time. But the new ones from the middle generations have died a little earlier. The old men, the old generals of Zem won't be appearing casually to everyone. So, these people are not the Ghost Mother's main power. But the terrible thing is that the elite talents that came from the Ghost sect are a little bit more than they were imagining. As he was thinking about these things, our scene cuts to a mansion. And in this mansion, we find a figure walking around. While he was walking around, we found him commenting there that he ended up joining this sect 40 years ago and ended up developing and ended up having quite a good development. And he also managed to make good development in his sect, and finally managed to obtain the great law of blood sacrifice. The younger generation of the sect could not keep up with him for a long time, and he realizes that there is a gigantic and urgent need for a new force. So, at this moment, he ends up putting his hand in his sleeve, and the moment he put his hand in there, he ends up taking it out. This one is a Dan pill of the wolf smoke. And for him, it was his greatest hope. While he was talking about this, he took this pill a little more seriously. However, we see that there was a knock on the door of his mansion, which ends up, minutes later, catching his attention. He becomes interested to see what was happening, until out of nowhere a wooden log comes through that gate, and that wooden log goes towards this guy who ends up seeing all of this. Seeing this thing flying towards him, he quickly tries to block it. Then he reaches out his hand. And the moment he reaches out, we see that he managed to break it, completely, that piece of wood stump. And the moment he broke that piece of wood stump, he ends up having a surprise, and then ends up wondering who it was that dared to enter his territory. And below then, we are revealed to our protagonist's brothers, the main one and the other one there, who ends up saying that it was the Logan Yang Marshall Pavilion, who came here just to pay him a visit. Meanwhile, smoke ends up appearing behind that gate, and our scene, after all that, changes to the inside, and we see that Bo ended up colliding with his, but he defended himself from it. He was thrown against the wall. Against the wall now, we see him now holding on tightly and opposing, and it seems that he is perhaps in the intermediate realm of wolf fire, a realm above him. This battle must be somewhat worthy of his height. Now looking down, he thinks he was some kind of merchandise. When he receives a punch directly from the junior brothers, he hasn't even been hurt yet, he keeps thinking, but a purple aura emerges from him while he was cleaning the dust, and only then he said, "If that was all, if by any chance it wasn't, these two will die here today." And so he sends out an extremely high aura, and that aura ends up kind of adjusting, scaring too. He asks them to get ready. At the same time, a statue was next to him. He saw it, and only then, he picks it up and moves it a little upwards. In doing so, he ends up kicking it towards that guy. His goal was to knock him down with that. But it doesn't do much good, because with his hands he can break those statues into pieces. And it seems that those insignificant skills were nothing to him. When he says that thing, an arrow quickly flies towards him. And we see that the one who shot it was his brother Junior. Raising two fingers, he stops that arrow, and those small arrows were insignificant to him, who just can't even break his vital energy. Looking at it now, he realizes that maybe that wasn't enough. But it's not over yet. When he says that thing, that arrow that was in the air there starts to spray some things towards his face. Those things end up kind of going towards his eyes. He puts his hand on his face. But at the moment he does that, someone comes at an extreme speed and now goes towards him. But even so, he activates his purple aura to defend himself, and only then do we see an explosion happening, and smoke appears from there, and only then. He even wonders if by chance this everything is over. But this is not what he wanted, because we move forward a little and we see that he was still lying on the ground with his hand on his face. In this situation, it seems that he was discovered, and it seems that this was the work of that half-breed asshole. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have time to prepare, and now they won't be letting these guys escape so easily. He takes a pill and only then ends up thinking about eating it, but an arrow goes at an extreme speed and ends up completely destroying it, and it seems that his fire elixir seems to be gone. And even so, it seems that he will not give up so easily. And also, as expected from Zal, it seems that he told them this too. However, they only didn't have one elixir. In his being, there are several. And it seems that now they are in a very complicated situation. He wonders how that other elixir ended up in his mouth. With the little ball in his mouth, he ends up biting it, and that thing ends up f***ing his body, giving him a power moreover. Some veins appear on him, making him extremely stronger. A purple aura ends up emerging upwards. This pressure was a bit great, and it even seems like he started to transform into those demonic monsters from the mountain. And with this strength of the final stage of the wolf's fire, he could be finishing off anyone, and he still wonders if by chance they will be able to resist all of this. While all this was happening there, our scene returns to the city. We find our hero walking around there with his brother. It seems that the Zal mansion was at the end of that street, so our protagonist called for his fourth brother, and it seems that from that direction, a time came, a little threatening, and it seems that his third brother was in trouble, and at the moment he talks about this, an explosion happens in Zal's mansion. And now returning to the fight, he ends up commenting that this evil sect, they are transforming into monsters, to be able to unimaginable forces. So he ends up kind of walking towards him while still transforming into that horrible thing there. Still, he comments that there is a bunch of guys who acted victorious, but they, the remnants of the old dynasty, are not even human, and are not even ghosts. So he turns to them and wonders what they see in him. Meanwhile, in flashback, someone asks him to run. Since the official Dangxium soldiers were here, another asks him to call Xiaomi and take the children to a safer place. However, they ask him not to let even a remnant of the previous dynasty live. However, in a hidden place, she asks her daughter to live well, since each of them must dedicate their life and serve the old mother of the sect. And in all of this he says that it is not easy to survive, being still young. From now on, he will be her disciple, so from now on his name will be changed, and now this one was called Huang. Now we return to reality. We see Huang going towards our older brother. He was advancing while colliding there with a punch. The air ends up expanding to the side. The fight was going on there, and behind us we find our protagonist's brother. He was taking his arrow to aim at Huang. But in this situation it would be impossible to be aiming. Before the fight can continue, he hears someone calling for him, and so he turns back and finds our protagonist and his other brother. Now that he has arrived, he only asks for one thing, for our protagonist and his other brother to deal with that Huang. Anyway, it would be difficult, so he only asks that he stay watching, since he would deal with things all by himself. As soon as he says this, he takes his arrow and then ends up pointing it in Huang's direction. Meanwhile, our hero saw there a fight between a wolf fire specialist. It was impressive, even fighting seriously against this guy. He saw that he still had no chance of winning against our Huang. He needed to find another way to fight him. The weak point must be in the position of the heart, so he has to open a gap so that his other brothers can shoot there, which he ends up thinking. In the end, he ends up succeeding, and at the moment he thought about it, he ducked down. An arrow then passes over his head, and that thing goes towards the weak point of this Huang, and it's strange. That arrow shouldn't be the strength of the fourth brother. He already said that he can continue with those arrows, since it couldn't even break his vital energy. However, it seems that he realized something. Xiaoshi. It seems that the fourth brother was confusing him. He puts an aura in his hand, our archer, then prepares an arrow, and to his other brother, then prepares his skill and ends up putting a stronger aura than before, and only after he has prepared all of this in his opponent's weak point, seeing that thing getting close to him, he gets scared and doesn't believe it. But the other one who was behind him realizes that now was the right time to shoot the arrow. He prepares his skill, and only after he has prepared this, he shoots in the direction his, and this arrow flies with a green aura. And if this arrow ends up with him, and this one here, I don't know how I should say it, because our scene ends up kind of going back to a flashback and we return to the guy who gave him his name. But now he was in the form of a statue. However, he turns to his master and wonders why he couldn't live in a fair and honest way in the sunlight. And so he calls out to Zanzuan, and then comments that they are remnants of the past of a very ancient era, and they have no place in this era. And why a certain someone invaded his era, which was theirs. However, in any case, one day he will be making them pay the price, and will make it all come back to them. And with this speech here, we return to reality, and we see that our younger brother's arrow ended up having an effect. What he said he wouldn't get, ended up getting, and ended up going through his weak point. He spat some dark liquids and then commented, "How could this happen?" Our hero, who was watching this whole fight from the beginning, seemed like he didn't understand anything, but now he understood everything. He commented that the first arrow that Brother Shu shot intentionally decreased its power to bother Huang, and this made him think that it was junior brother Hu of the 4th level, who shot that arrow before. As for the second arrow, immediately entering an eruption with maximum burning power, it was enough to do all that damage there. And then, we only see the damage happening as he was lying on the ground. However, it seems that they still don't have much time and still a lot of time to waste here. He calls for Shoshi, so that he could bring them a blue steel chain, tying him up. He says there that these blue steel chains are specifically prepared for those Wolfire warriors. A Wolfire warrior is really terrifying, but what is really terrifying is that arrow that hit him in that weak spot. Even so, he was still standing. Before he could continue with his thoughts, his younger brother appears and ends up putting hands on his shoulder, giving him a little scare. He asks him not to be scared by people like that, with those types of appearances, since this type of evil sect loves to transform into something that is not human and not even a ghost. This, he ends up kind of continuing, repeating for a good while. However, he continues to say that, if by chance they have already lived in a dark cave, and also without seeing the light of day for their entire lives, and also if by chance they have already crawled out of a pillage of, let's say things, don't live anymore, even more. They just want to live in a fair and honest way. What they live, what they do, is none of their business, and besides, these guys there lived a life quite comfortable. Now the older brother of our protagonist approaches him and ends up asking him to stop with these unfair excuses for his evil actions that he did, because how many families he managed to ruin to get perhaps the thing he wants so much. Here we see his fists being clenched, since how many parents lost their children, and now don't even think about finding a pompous reason for his selfish desires. But for him, this is not even of any use to him. And even if it is still of no use, he still wants to do one thing, break each of his limbs, for that he asks him to show his true heart. Before he can continue, we see our protagonist's brothers trying to interrupt. However, he ends up commenting that his brother, Mr. Zhu, is also an orphan from one of the many villages decimated by his ghost mother sect. He, however, when saying this thing, ends up getting angry. However, he stops everything. He asks Xiao Shi to hurry up since it was time to be listening to him for a martial arts museum, and since things get a little heavy, he approaches him and ends up commenting, who will be buying him a drink a little later. However, before he can leave there, he wanted to show him some tricks. Things that his other brother doesn't take so seriously. While they were playing around there, our protagonist from afar begins to look at him and realizes that he never had a feeling like this, of having friends. Since in his past life, we see him walking towards his house, extremely lonely. Not even a friend by his side walked with him, and before he can leave, he turns to our hero, and also wonders if by chance he will want to go with him to have a drink. Then he answers that he will go, and below, we see his gigantic smile appearing from ear to ear. But below, he sees there that this is the end for those who drag everything bad to their feet. That was a sad end. Our story begins in a training camp in the background and a lonely person in the lower left corner, the protagonist. There tries to concentrate on training, but it seems that his thoughts are getting in his way. Since handing over Huang Zhejian a few days ago, the master has exchanged the scriptures for money for each of them. He is surprised to learn that he has won 150 taels of silver, showing his disbelief. We see the protagonist receiving the money from his master with a smile because he is very happy. One of his friends comments that this is the first time he has seen so much money and that he is shocked by it. After this period of following his companions and fighting others, the protagonist feels his power stable. Although he has not yet reached the next level, he can feel that he is getting closer and closer. Looking ahead, the protagonist smiles because he knows he is almost there, so he feels anxious. Arriving there, one of his brothers comments on how dedicated he has been lately. The brother also informs that the master has returned and wants to discuss their merits and reward them. Surprised, the protagonist questions whether he will really receive a reward, which makes him quite curious. Meanwhile, in another place, we see Zhao Hongyuan furious and saying that he will kill Zhao Hongyuan. He even calls the group of people around him small and despicable, showing his anger. Finally, we see some guys having dinner while two men are tied up and forced to watch. Someone comments that the master is incredible because she organized everything in the mansion impeccably and efficiently. One of the brothers asks if the protagonist knows what the master's surname means to them now. The brother then reveals that her surname is Shu and that it is a noble and important name in Huangzhou. During the reign of the great ancestor, Shu elders and several renowned scholars appeared there. In addition, the master and the mistress are married through Shu Wengshuan, an ancestral master of the family, and the master's father is Shu Rongguang, a third-rank minister in the imperial court of the dynasty. One of the disciples jokes that the master married below her position, causing laughter between them. Soon the master and mistress arrive, and the master says that he heard everything and that the three of them did a great job. The master then says that these two will be taken away by the government during the afternoon. Even tied up and injured, one of the hostages says to do whatever they want with him because he doesn't care. The hostage continues, saying that they have many members, but that they will all be caught by him in the end. We see the hostage saying that they are an organization that doesn't even understand the true meaning. Looking at them, the master says that their level of evil is almost unbelievable. The master says that he is only alive because he is still useful, and that otherwise he would have killed him right there. The master guarantees that after the meeting of the three sanctuaries, they will receive great rewards. The protagonist is surprised and asks who would have sent something to him at this moment. Someone comments that the leader defeated a general in the final stage of the hedonist kingdom to get this. The troops comment that the leader was generous with the protagonist and that they are jealous of him. One of the soldiers says that he cannot be unfair to them because he also deserves something. The leader says that he knows what his men are thinking and that they don't need to worry about it. The commander says that he will buy them a round of drinks for having done a good job. The leader's men congratulate him for his generosity and start celebrating right there. The leader wonders if the protagonist will like the gift he sent to the boy. We see the protagonist opening the gift sent by his brother and shining brightly. A green energy comes out of the box, catching the attention of the protagonist, who is curious. The protagonist wonders what this could be, showing surprise at the situation. Upon opening the box, he comes across a magnificent sword and realizes that it is a spiritual weapon. Each weapon is unique and special because they have characteristics that make them incredible. The weapons evolve with the user, and for this reason they are very special and sought after by warriors. It is very rare for someone to have a spiritual weapon, so it becomes something very lucky for the warrior. Holding the spiritual weapon, the protagonist realizes that its name is Blue Wolf. Wielding the sword, he believes that his weaknesses in hand-to-hand combat will be corrected. He also believes that he will no longer be restricted by environments during combat. Looking out the window, we see that the day is sunny with some clouds in the sky. The protagonist comments that he missed some classes due to recent events. After a while, the protagonist remembers that he has to go to the gym, and so he hurries. Arriving there, the protagonist begins to repeat some strange words to himself. The protagonist is practicing ancient writing, but he's still having trouble with this. Someone asks if that's Liang Liang, and the protagonist turns around to see who called him. A teacher appears and says that he finally found him and that he was waiting for him. The protagonist feels embarrassed for being so late and apologizes to the teacher. The teacher says that it's okay because he heard about their actions these days. The teacher asks him to accompany him to meet with the dean because they've made changes. We see the teacher explaining that the dean of the academy is like the principal of a school. They are going to meet with him to show him some of the changes they've made to the academy. The dean asks the protagonist to show him the new way of practicing the ancient writing. The protagonist shows that this version has fewer sounds than the previous one, having only 63. The protagonist then comments that the dean is very good at what he does and that this is a new era. The protagonist says that he is impressed with the dean. and that this version is much better. The dean says that the one who deserves the credit is the protagonist, because without him, none of this would be possible. The dean explains that he has already submitted the work for his master, and that he will recommend him to the emperor, the protagonist. Thanks the dean and the professor for their help and recommendation. Our protagonist wonders who this master of theirs is and how important he is. The professor says that he has never told anyone his master's name because he has not had the opportunity. It is shown that the emperor is at the top of the social pyramid, and below him are several people. The 3 pillars and the 5 great scholars are below the emperor in power there. The professor reveals that his master is Li Qingbai, who is one of the 5 great scholars. The dean comments that Li Qingbai praised the protagonist's work and that he will recommend him to the emperor. The professor comments that ancient cultures are like huge walls that prevent new ideas. He wonders if there are other people on the same level as their master-generated CPP. The professor says not to worry, because the emperor likes new and different things. The teacher says that their master is a very important person and that he is anxious. We see the imperial palace where the emperor makes decisions about the kingdom. We see that some people are meeting with the emperor to discuss matters of the kingdom. The emperor says that the scholars can leave if they have nothing more to say. The scholars agree with the emperor and prepare to leave the room at that moment. One of the scholars asks to speak about an important matter for everyone there. Li Qingbai asks to recommend to the emperor a new way of practicing ancient writing. Li Qingbai then says that this new way of writing is called the pronunciation method. Some people are outraged and say that this is absurd, and that it cannot happen. One of them says that they cannot replace the ancestral methods with something so banal there. Another scholar asks if Li Qingbai does not know the fundamentals of the country and writing. One of them says that he wants to change things, and that this will not be tolerated by them. Li Qingbai then says that this new pronunciation method is better than the old method. Someone says that Li Qingbai is being presumptuous when he says he is better because he is younger. Does anyone wonder if Li Qingbai would say this during the reign of Daqian? The speaker's face is full of anger, and he seems to be very uncomfortable. Another scholar shows a worried face because he did not expect this discussion. A dark figure appears demonstrating his power over everyone in that situation. We see that everyone there is bowing before this figure out of respect and also fear. A mysterious face appears and seems to be thinking about what is happening there. We see that everyone there is waiting for the final decision of whoever is in power. Someone says that Da Shun needs to follow Da Qian's path and not change the result. The emperor is not afraid of changing the law, but is afraid of a law that never changes. Someone says that the old law has more than 400 sounds and 1,000 different rhymes. Someone asks the scholars how long it took them to learn to read. Several scholars remain silent because they do not want to talk about the subject with the emperor. One of the scholars then says that it took about 5 years to learn to read everything. Someone comments that with the new law, a person will learn to read in just 3 months. The emperor asks if it is true that he will learn to read in only 3 months with this law. Li Qingbai then states that with the new law, people will learn in just 6 months. The scholars are surprised and say that Li Qingbai is talking too much nonsense. Li Qingbai tells those who don't believe to test the new method to see if it is true. He also explains to the emperor that this law was created by Liang Liang. His student Li Qingbai states that this law should receive the Invention Award, according to him. The emperor says that he understood everything that was said and that he already has an idea about it. The emperor says that Liang Liang seems to be an interesting person and that he is intrigued. The emperor tells them to test this new method on the 6th prince to see if it works. The emperor then says that the meeting is over and the scholars congratulate him and thank him. Someone comments on the need to test the protagonist's destiny rating. The master explains that he needs to register the protagonist's information to send to the emperor. The master says that having a good rating is important for the protagonist's future. He says that people with this rating are blessed by the heavens. Someone comments that this rating, it is not always correct, but it is important. The higher your rating, the greater your strength and your future will be. We see that people with a high rating can even rejuvenate when they reach their peak. Someone regrets not having surrendered and ends up being killed by the protagonist. The battlefield is covered in blood and becomes a dark and cursed place. The dark energy causes monsters to appear in that place, transforming everything. The professor says that the classification is not something fixed and that it can change at any time. The protagonist asks how this measurement is made and what the criteria are for it. The master explains that the main thing to measure the classification is the ash of the incense. The master says that he has already prepared a special 5-year incense to measure his energy. The protagonist is surprised and wonders what this precious fish blood could be. The master explains that the fish blood is something essential to measure his classification. The master says that he has already asked someone to look for it, but that it depends on their luck now. He thanks the master for the effort in getting the items for him. The protagonist says that he is an expert in finding precious fish and that he will help. The protagonist goes to the pier to buy a boat to look for the rare fish. The protagonist says that the old boat was broken when he saw the monsters fighting. After a while, he finally arrives at the place he wished to arrive. The protagonist thinks that the fishermen don't have money to buy boats and only rent them. When he gets there, an old man asks if the protagonist is interested in buying new boats. The old man says that his boats are new and ready to be used there. The old man also says that the boats are cheap and that he can pay in 3 months without interest. The boats look good, but it is noticeable that they are just renovations of the old ones nearby. The protagonist then hears someone calling his name and is quite surprised. Lin Q appears with his family, catching the protagonist's attention. At that moment, the people around comment that the protagonist is Yang Laoye's 9th disciple there. Lin Q says that he has heard a lot about the protagonist and that he is a great hero of all. Lin Q asks his son to call the protagonist uncle, showing respect there. The son then calls the protagonist uncle and greets him because he is happy. The protagonist asks to be called by his name and not by his title. Right there, Lin Q asks if the protagonist needs anything. At that moment, Lin Q says that he needs the protagonist's help with a job important. Lin Q says that if the protagonist helps him, he will give him 2/10 of the profits. He says that he understands the situation, but that he cannot take sides at this moment. Our boy reveals that he is also a fisherman and that he cares about them. There, the protagonist explains that he cannot favor one side because he cares about everyone. Lin Q says that he understands and that he has another proposal for the protagonist there. He asks about what that proposal would be at that moment. Lin Q explains that monsters are appearing and that he wants the protagonist to kill them. Lin Q ends by saying that he wants to hire the protagonist to finish them off there. The world's great rivers and swamps hide countless treasures, but they are also home to just as many hidden dangers. These waters are split into 2 areas. The deep zone is perilous but rich, while the shallows are the limit for ordinary people. Intelligent great monsters need permission to enter the shallows. Otherwise, they face expulsion or even death. For instance, a mother monster once came to the shallows for safety, seeking a place to lay her eggs and survive. The recent climactic duel between 2 powerful spirits took place far away in the treacherous deep waters. A young man sails his boat near the border of the 2 zones, an area where monsters often wander into the shallows by mistake. He has already cleared out most hostile spirits near his town, with his 2 beast companions swimming beside him now. The youth figures his target isn't too strong, but this is about more than just a hunt. He is no longer ordinary. He feels his power, noting his 70% fusion rate, a strength that is close to a major breakthrough. This new power gives him the confidence to seek greater fortunes, which can only be found in the deep waters. With his resolve strengthened, the warrior decides it is finally time to begin his journey. He leaps from his boat without hesitation, diving straight into the vast expanse of water below. While swimming deeper with his companions, he notes that materials rare in the shallows are common here. Even so, after searching for several hours, he still has not been able to locate his target. Just then, he spots glowing plants, recognizing them as water-resting grass that can help someone breathe underwater. He then spots a giant sparkling clam, realizing it's a rainstone clam, a delicacy only powerful lords can afford. But he turns away, reminding himself that these valuable finds are not his main objective for today. At that moment, his catfish companion swims up to him excitedly, bumping against him to get his attention. The small creature starts glowing, and the young warrior asks if it has finally found something important. It leads him toward a dense patch of seaweed, where he notices a large, unfamiliar fin hiding in the gloom. The catfish companion peeks out from the tall plants, looking nervous about what it has uncovered. With his companion now perched on his shoulder, the youth stares intently into the darkness, sensing a powerful presence. Suddenly, a massive serpentine creature with glowing eyes emerges, crackling with electricity. It's a 7-star eel. A spirit's power cannot be judged by looks alone, and this creature is especially rare and seldom seen. The truly powerful monsters have their own rules. They avoid the shallows due to laws and the lack of worthy prey, but some naturally grown treasure fish can still develop formidable strength over time. The eel lunges with blinding speed, crackling with energy, but the young man manages to evade the strike. He remains unfazed, believing that the creature's power level is not yet high enough to challenge him. The warrior retaliates instantly, placing his hand on the eel's body as arcs of electricity flash around them. He channels his power to control the water, confident in his ability to command a powerful current. He holds the eel in a powerful grip, noting the creature is completely unable to break free from his control. But just as he prepares to finish it, a massive dark shape darts past him in the murky water. The enormous shadow moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion that snatches his prize away from him. The youth shouts in frustration as he realizes his captured 7-star eel has just been stolen. He turns around, bewildered and searching for the culprit, while his small companion trembles nearby. An immense, fearsome beast with glowing red eyes now looms before him, a true monster of the deep. The warrior clenches his fist tightly, his face hardening with anger over losing his captured prey. He glares at the intruder, vowing that it will pay with its life for stealing what was his. The young man reflects on how each increase in his fusion rate always results in a huge physical boost. Because of this, he has been eagerly anticipating the changes that would come with his next breakthrough. Losing the treasure fish is a shame, but this new beast presents an even greater opportunity for growth. He steels his resolve, understanding that to reach the next level of his power, he must consume this creature. With his decision made, he powerfully stomps on the seafloor, kicking up a cloud of sand and rock. The warrior then charges forward, launching himself directly at the enormous monster with his aura flaring. The colossal beast's glowing red eye fixes on the approaching youth, ready for the impending battle. The colossal beast lunges forward with incredible speed, its glowing red eyes fixed on its target. But the young warrior stands his ground, using his water manipulation to block the monster's massive sharp bill. From the seafloor, his crab companion Fist retrieves a spear, ready to assist its master in the fight. The small crab hurls the weapon with all its might, sending it flying toward the massive creature. But before the spear can find its mark, the young man deftly catches it in mid-air. A new plan forming. He leaps onto the monster's back, using its own body as a vantage point while wielding the spear. The creature thrashes wildly, but he uses his powers to maintain his balance on its slippery scales. With a powerful twist of his body, the warrior prepares to strike, channeling his energy into the weapon. He thrusts the spear downward with immense force, piercing the monster's thick hide and drawing dark blood. The weapon remains embedded in the creature's back as it reels from the painful and unexpected attack. At that moment, another companion, Away, a large insectoid beast, appears and joins the fray from behind. The insect companion digs its sharp claws into the monster, wounding it further as green fluid spills. His catfish companion also rams into the beast's side, while the alligator sinks its teeth into its flesh. The alligator bites down hard, refusing to let go, adding to the relentless and coordinated assault. Meanwhile, Fist floats menacingly above the giant monster, which glares upward at the small crab, enraged. The small crab, Fist, delivers a powerful punch directly into the giant monster's eye. With the beast distracted by his companions, the young man descends from above, ready to end the battle. His eyes glow with power as he focuses his energy, diving towards his target with grim determination. He unleashes a final decisive slash with his blade, striking the monster down with overwhelming force. The fight is over. He stands confidently with his blade, declaring that it was a simple and complete victory. He looks at the defeated monster, noting that unlike his last fight, he took no damage and won with ease. A smile spreads across his face as he realizes the true extent of his power when he goes all out. At that moment, his alligator companion nudges his leg, looking up at him with expectant eyes. The warrior understands immediately and smiles. It is now time to divide up the meat from their hunt. Later, skewers of fish meat roast over a fire as he notes the creature's body yields less than 50% meat. But sitting beside the campfire, he sees its massive size provides more than enough food for everyone. He holds a steaming piece of the cooked monster, wondering how much water essence it might contain. After blowing on the hot meat to cool it down, he takes a large, satisfying bite. A system notification suddenly appears, informing him that he has just gained 22 points of water essence. His eyes widen in surprise. He is amazed that a single small bite could provide so many points. He smiles with his mouth full, realizing that this is the key to finally evolving his marsh spirit. With a determined wink, he decides he will definitely achieve his evolution goal this very night. As he continues eating, his water essence and fusion rate climb rapidly, quickly reaching 90%. He stuffs his face until his fusion rate hits 100%, completing the integration with the water monkey. A system notification confirms his success, announcing that the marsh spirit promotion was successful. It shows he met the two conditions, fully fusing with the spirit and gaining a trace of the river's favor. A glowing box suddenly appears in his hands, pulsing with a bright, otherworldly energy. He then recalls that he received the river's favor during the ritual on the day of the river festival. The youth is stunned, realizing he had accidentally met all the requirements for this major upgrade. He clenches his fist, now ready for the final step, the promotion of his marsh spirit itself. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man touches the glowing promotion button on the interface. A confident smile spreads across his face as he holds the container, powerful energy swirling around him. His expression turns serious and focused, bracing himself for the transformation that is about to begin. The scene feels strangely familiar, reminding him of his last evolution, and he wonders what comes next. His eyes suddenly fly open in complete shock as the transformation takes an unexpected turn. An intense force suddenly slams him to his knees as the powerful evolution process begins to take hold. He struggles against the overwhelming energy coursing through him, wondering what is happening to his body. The system reveals he has fused with a spirit called ZU, granting him dragon tendons and tiger bones. He lets out a scream as unimaginable pain shoots through his body, his eyes glowing with raw power. A powerful vortex of blue energy erupts around him, marking the violent peak of his transformation. Within the swirling energy, the spectral form of a powerful dragon-like beast begins to materialize. He fully fuses with the new spirit, unlocking potent abilities and a talent for absorbing water essence. The spectral beast form solidifies for a moment, radiating an aura of immense strength and vitality. After the intense process ends, he collapses onto the ground, feeling completely drained and broken. His new status screen appears, showing a low fusion rate and a harsh evaluation calling him an insignificant figure. But he knows that despite the pain and the low rating, the incredible gains were completely worth the ordeal. The dragon tendons and tiger bones have refined his entire body, more than tripling his physical strength. He tests his newfound power by shattering a massive boulder with a single, effortless punch. Staring at the crater left behind, he is utterly shocked by the sheer force of his new strength. He sits to meditate, knowing weak chi and blood require body tempering and special food to grow stronger. Once the bone gate is reached, one can use internal methods to strengthen the body, as his master had taught him long ago. A fiery energy core ignites within his chest, confirming his successful breakthrough, just as he suspected. Crackling with power, he realizes he has entered the bone gate. Feeling the extraordinary strength in his tendons and bones, he reflects that his master's guidance and the power from this promotion were crucial for achieving this breakthrough so smoothly. Suddenly, a new notification appears, offering him the chance to evolve his crocodile and catfish companions. He looks at the prompt, realizing with excitement that his companions Budong and Afe are now ready to evolve. Without any hesitation, he excitedly accepts the prompt, deciding to evolve both of them at once. His alligator and catfish companions are immediately enveloped in glowing spheres of light as their transformations begin. The two spheres pulse with a bright golden energy that grows larger and more intense by the second. Cracks begin to form on the surface of the glowing spheres, signaling the completion of the evolution process. The alligator emerges as a horned wood crocodile, and he is stunned to learn it can become a dragon. His catfish evolves into a fierce tiger-head catfish, which also has its own powerful future evolution path. He gently touches his companion's head, marveling at the sharp new horn that has grown there. He checks his status and sees that increasing his own fusion rate is now 10 times harder and not worth the cost. Instead, he decides to go big, using his new abilities to help his companions evolve even further. With his alligator and catfish now upgraded, he takes a moment to admire their impressive new forms, but he knows his other companions cannot be left behind, as the dangers of the future are still unknown. He stands with his team, considering these powerful creatures his greatest trump card for any battle. Holding the glowing evolution box, he declares that he had no choice before, but today he will take it all. Back on the water, he tests his new skill, effortlessly riding the surging waves on his boat. He is pleased with his riding the surging waves ability, but another pleasant surprise awaits him. He summons his two evolved companions, Afoy and Budong, admiring their powerful new appearances. To his delight, he discovers both of the beasts have also gained unique and special new abilities. His catfish companion can now unleash a high-frequency wave, stunning all the fish in the area. Meanwhile, his alligator provides a healing buff that slowly restores vitality to the entire group. He then tests another skill, Water Prison, creating large, powerful beasts out of pure water. The technique forms a massive water shark that towers over his small boat, a true show of mastery. His practice is interrupted as several sharp black projectiles suddenly fly right past his head. At that moment, his other companions evolve, with his crab becoming a rock armor crab. A second later, a real shark-like beast leaps from the water, landing aggressively on his boat. The young warrior grins, pleased that with these new skills, catching fish will never be a problem again. But he sees the long list of requirements for his next upgrade and sighs, knowing the cultivation path is long. For now, he decides to return to the fishing village to report on the mission he has just completed. Meanwhile, two old men wait by the shore, one wondering if the young warrior named Leongju will ever come back. His companion simply shrugs, saying who knows, as the other offers him a piece of food. The man with the straw hat reads a note, remarking grimly that it is often the best swimmers who drown. He adds that plenty of warriors have lost their lives in the dangerous deep waters over the years. Suddenly, the massive head of the defeated beast crashes down right between them, startling the two men. Leongju appears, telling them to inform Linjan that the monster is gone and their debt is settled. The old man stares up at the youth, intimidated by his confident and powerful presence. As the warrior walks away, the two men watch in disbelief, amazed that he actually defeated the creature. Later, in a bustling marketplace, he holds a pouch of coins, disappointed he couldn't find the fish he needed. Just then, he overhears someone shouting about a treasure fish, and he turns around, intrigued by the commotion. A crowd gathers around a fisherman showing off a large, beautiful silver fish, congratulating him on his catch. An old man recognizes him as Aishui and asks for his expert opinion as a martial artist on the fish. He inspects the catch, telling the old man it is a 100-year-old carp worth at least 45 taels. The crowd gasps at the high price, and the fisherman is completely shocked by the value of his catch. The warrior offers a pouch of money, generously giving the man 50 taels for the valuable fish. The old fisherman looks conflicted, sweating as he hesitates to accept such a large sum of money. He refuses the extra payment, reminding the youth that he saved everyone during the river festival. The young man smiles warmly, remembering that the kind fisherman has not changed at all over the years. A flashback shows the old man saving his life when he was starving, giving him his own child's food. Back in the present, the warrior insists on the payment, taking the fish while leaving the money behind. The old man watches him walk away, touched by the young warrior's generosity and strong character. The youth feels satisfied, having finally obtained the last ingredient he needed for his next step. Time passes, and the new year arrives. He knows the time to test his destiny is drawing near. In a quiet hall, a hand places an incense stick into a large burner, beginning a solemn ceremony. An old master stands before a wall of memorial tablets praying for the spirits to protect his students. His disciple stands beside him, gazing at the tablets and wondering if they were his master's old comrades. The master then turns to the young warrior, telling him that the time for the ceremony has finally come. The young warrior looks on with a solemn expression. The time has come to test his destiny grid and thank you for watching. In a quiet room, a ritual to reveal one's destiny is prepared. It is said that the method of blood sacrifice can communicate with the heavens. A figure grips a sharp knife tightly with both hands, ready to begin the ceremony. With a determined look, the young man lets his blood drip into a bowl, needing just a few drops. An elder then soaks a piece of paper in the blood, preparing for the next step. He pours the blood into a censer filled with incense ash, which will serve as an ink pad. The youth is instructed to press his right hand directly into the bloody mixture. He does so without hesitation, keeping his hand steady as red energy swirls around it. The elder pours the contents onto a dark surface, and the blood stain surprisingly forms a perfect circle. The group watches intently, astonished by this initial result. Suddenly, the elder's eyes widen as a powerful energy bursts from the blood seal. Two glowing patterns emerge from the blood, leaving clear imprints on the surface. His companion exclaims that the youth truly has destiny on his side, as most people have no seals at all. The left imprint appears to be a river, which confuses them since seals are supposed to be fierce gods, not dead things. The right one looks like a monkey, an equally strange form for a divine mark. Another disciple with green hair observes them closely, noting that the seals are strangely reversed. His companion with green hair suddenly suggests that the strange imprint might not be a river after all. He believes it is actually a dragon, and as they look closer, they notice it has distinct features. The young man and another disciple turn to their master, confused and asking for an explanation. The white-haired elder gazes intently at the results of the ritual, his expression turning serious. He declares the seal to be a sign of great misfortune, explaining it has two possible interpretations. Legend says a snake becomes a flood dragon in 500 years, and then a true dragon after another 1,000. The first meaning is that his disciple will endure great peril to become a dragon among men. The second possibility is that another person destined to be a dragon will emerge as his rival. The elder clarifies that the two are fated to clash, and one must fall for the other to succeed. The young disciple calmly raises a hand, telling his master and the others not to worry. He says with determination that either way, it proves he will not live a useless and mediocre life. The elder smiles, pleased, stating the boy who once fought 7 men will become a great dragon. He admits he can't read the main seal, but since both are water elements, it creates a delicate balance. The master advises him that fate is not fixed, so he should not be arrogant with good fortune or despair over a bad one. He will register this destiny with the government and see what rewards it brings, as the young man thanks him. The young disciple smiles, feeling confident because he knows exactly what his seal represents. He recognizes it is no ordinary monkey, but the ancient and powerful fierce god Wuzjiki. With this knowledge, he feels secure, believing that no one can ever take what belongs to him. Sometime later, the young disciple stands before an official, formally introducing himself as Liang Qiu. He has come to the diligent government hall, likely to have his newly discovered fate recorded. Inside the lavishly decorated hall, someone reads his report, pondering the destiny of the flood dragon crossing the river. A shadowed figure notes that being born near a flood fits the prophecy, but questions if he is the dragon or its rival. Looking at the seal's depiction, the man finds the situation interesting, wondering who will truly become the dragon. This high-ranking official from the Dashun Commission studies the report, wondering if Liang Qiu is worth his expectations. Meanwhile, back at the sect, a tired Liang Qiu is urged to rest after a difficult training session. His master gathers him and another disciple, announcing he will set a test for them to prevent anxiety. He explains that since Liang Qiu and Chang Song are the newest, he has higher expectations for them. The master then tasks Chang Song with becoming a true martial artist within 1 year. Chang Song respectfully accepts the challenge, vowing to train diligently and not disappoint his master. Turning to Liang Qiu, the elder asks him to break through the 3 gates by the same time next year. The young disciple hesitates for a moment, beginning to explain something to his master. His master interrupts, offering words of encouragement, but Liang Qiu quickly calls out to him. He clarifies that there has been a misunderstanding as a bright blue energy suddenly erupts from his hand. With glowing red eyes, he declares that he has already broken through the flesh gate. His fellow disciples stare in utter shock, unable to believe what they just heard. Chang Song is especially stunned, realizing the newcomer broke 2 gates in only 3 months of training. The young disciple adds confidently that he will become a true martial artist within a year. The master laughs, delighted by his student's ambition, saying he can finally rest easy. He then asks Liang Qiu about the legendary blazing martial emperor and his once invincible technique. The elder explains a powerful Taoist master later adapted this legendary skill into a new method called the Bao Dan Gong. Impressed by his student's progress, the master decides he will now teach him this new, powerful technique. He begins the lesson, starting with the first principle of the Wansheng Bao Yuan. Meanwhile, in a palace garden, an official observes that the emperor seems to be in a good mood today. The emperor looks up from a game of Go and asks with a smile if his feelings are so obvious. Steward Kang mentions his recent political moves have greatly shaken the local magistrates. The ruler simply laughs, stating it is only fair to reward merit and demote incompetence. He adds that Martial Master Yang's actions saved the court's honor and thus deserved such a reward. The steward then asks about Liang Qiu, wondering if his deeds warrant the emperor's personal praise, as a voice calls out. A young boy, the 6th prince, runs happily toward them, announcing he has come to watch his father play Go. The emperor greets his son warmly, playfully pinching his cheek to see if he has gotten fatter. He then turns to Steward Kang, proudly asking if he knows how many characters the young prince can now recognize. Elsewhere, an official overhears the name Liang Qiu and finds it strangely familiar. The emperor boasts that his son learned 500 characters in just 7 days of studying phonetics. The steward stares in complete astonishment at the young prince's incredible learning speed. The emperor then asks again why he questioned the decision to praise Liang Qiu. With a decisive click, he places a stone on the board, simply stating that it is worth it. Steward Kang bows respectfully, praising His Majesty's wise and brilliant decision. A fleet of large wooden ships sets sail across the vast ocean, beginning a long journey. On deck, a man named Ran Zhongwo angrily demands to know where Commander Shu is. A woman with light blue hair casually replies that the commander went fishing and told them to catch up. The woman, Ran Shan, then looks up in surprise as she feels snowflakes begin to fall. In a snowy land, a mother tearfully tells her son to protect himself while he is away. The suspicious official from before wonders if Liang Qiu has some connection to the ghost mother cult. In a snowy land, a woman berates a man for taking a distant post, but he says she doesn't understand the opportunity it presents. A grand carriage soars through the sky as he thinks that whoever achieves merit here will win the emperor's favor. Meanwhile, a group of travelers arrives in a bustling town, observing their new surroundings. A muscular man named Yan Zhuang asks his master if they truly needed to come to Pingyang town. His companion, Lantai, reassures him that with his strength, he will have no trouble in the newly established Pingyang County. An older man, Lu Qinghe, reminds his disciple not to forget the purpose of their journey here. The disciple grips his staff, confirming to his master that he remembers their mission well. Yan Zhuang slams a massive object down, cracking the earth. He states their plan is to visit the young martial arts school. With a fierce expression, the muscular disciple declares their intent is to challenge and take over the school. A new wooden sign is propped up, reading Pong's Martial Arts School, marking their successful takeover. The group settles into the courtyard of their newly acquired school, their first objective complete. The young woman tells her father they can now earn money for his medicine, but he says it is only the beginning. Yan Zhuang asks his senior brother where to place a large wooden pillar he is carrying. The senior brother playfully teases him, telling him to just keep holding it if he can't find a spot. The woman scolds him for teasing their simple-minded junior, causing the senior brother to laugh. The master watches his disciples, thinking to himself that they have finally settled in for now. Suddenly, a terrible memory resurfaces as flames engulf the Pong Martial Arts School. The master and his disciples can only watch in horror, wondering what these strange, monstrous attackers are. The sect leader urgently orders his senior disciple Lantai to go protect his wife and their daughter. Meanwhile, inside the burning building, the master's wife desperately tells her daughter-in-law to escape with the child, but it is too late as monstrous figures surround the two women, trapping them in the inferno. Yan Zhuang screams in anguish, watching helplessly as his master's wife is overwhelmed. The horrific scene is reflected in his eyes, a memory that continues to haunt him. Back in the present, the young woman daydreams about pastries until Yan Zhuang promises to earn money to buy her some. She happily thanks him for his kindness as their senior brother watches them with a smile. Their peaceful moment is interrupted when a figure steps into their courtyard, noting that a family is hiding in the alley. 3 officials appear, demanding to know if the group has paid their disaster relief grain tax. The master steps forward, calmly asking what tax they are referring to, as they have just arrived. The lead official sneers, explaining that every household must pay grain to support refugees from a disaster. The young woman furiously retorts that they are lying, as Chaozhou County has taken no refugees. The official calls her bold for slandering the court and orders his men to slap her for her insolence. The official slaps the woman, calling her scum for questioning the magistrate. He then orders his men to arrest her. The muscular disciple watches in fury, his teeth clenched as the official harms his junior sister. The senior disciple holds his family back, pleading for mercy by revealing their master once served in the Western Army. The official sneers, doubting the sickly master could be a martial master, a minimum requirement for the Western Army. An underling confirms the master is only a warrior, his rank likely fallen due to illness, much to the lead official's relief. The official smirks, declaring that even the Western Army must show respect to the magistrate in this jurisdiction. He demands they hand over their money and grain immediately, or else they will be charged with resisting an order. The master falls to his knees, explaining they have no money left after escaping from their previous home. The official kicks the senior disciple, callously telling them to sell their daughter for money if they have none. Yan Zhuang finally snaps, shouting that he will kill the corrupt official for his cruelty. But his senior brother grabs his arm, urging him to calm down and not cause more trouble for their master. The lead official orders his men to search them thoroughly, leaving the martial artists helpless on the ground. The officials begin ransacking their belongings, breaking pottery and searching for any hidden valuables. An underling presents a small pouch containing only a few dozen taels, and the lead official curses them for being poor. The officials leave in disgust, complaining that the place was unlucky, leaving the family in disarray. The young woman comforts her father, assuring him that she managed to hide their money before the officials found it. The muscular disciple watches them, clenching his fist as he vows to make the corrupt official pay for his actions. The master turns to his disciple, telling him to calm down because his temper has always been his biggest weakness. He dismisses their current hardship as a minor setback, just another challenge for them to overcome together. The master tells his powerful student that the upcoming battle with the Yang school will be his time to shine. Meanwhile, the corrupt official and his men review a list, deciding to target the small city of Yixing next. At the same time, an impressive carriage drawn by several horses makes its way through the streets of the town. 2 men eating at a street stall watch the grand procession pass, wondering who the important visitor might be. One of them explains it is a royal carriage used to deliver imperial edicts, with flags representing the Dashun family. The corrupt official watches from the shadows, plotting to use this opportunity to cause trouble for the recipient. The 2 men at the stall realize that this means an important figure is set to appear in Pingyang. One of them then notices that the procession seems to be heading directly toward the Yang Martial Arts School. Inside the school, Liang Ko is meditating when he is summoned to the main hall by his master. The young disciple stands, sensing that his bone gate has finally consolidated, ready for the next breakthrough. He walks toward the hall, feeling that after all his hard work, he is finally about to receive his reward. A royal messenger arrives on horseback, calling out for Yang Dongshong of Pingyang Town to receive an imperial edict. The master, flanked by his disciples, formally presents himself and prepares to hear the emperor's decree. The messenger begins reading the edict, announcing the establishment of Pingyang as a county with new official posts. The young disciple watches intently, his heart pounding in anticipation for what is to come. The edict continues, appointing Yang Dongshong to 2 new positions and rewarding him with gold and 3 dragon blood horses. Li Yang Qiu is stunned. realizing his master is receiving priceless horses that only the royal family can provide. A man named Yu Ao is appointed as the county magistrate of Pingyang, and he accepts the position. Li Yangqiu is then rewarded for his role in stopping the Ghost Mother cult, receiving a position and 100 silver taels. The young man's eyes widen as he realizes he has suddenly become wealthy from this single decree. The messenger adds that for contributing the phonetic system, he is also granted 1 dragon blood horse. He is left speechless, in disbelief that he will now own one of the legendary horses himself. The edict concludes, urging them all to uphold their duties and maintain peace for the dynasty. The messenger congratulates the master, handing him the gold and informing him the horses will be delivered later. Master Yang graciously invites the tired messenger to join them for a meal to celebrate the good news. Later, the master, his disciple, and the messenger sit down for a lavish feast to honor the occasion. The official turns to Liang Klu, praising his remarkable qualities, leaving the young man momentarily surprised. The young disciple smiles humbly, telling the messenger that he is being far too generous with his praise, but the official insists he is not exaggerating, adding that more rewards will come once the system is fully implemented. The other disciples listen in shock, amazed that their junior brother will receive even more rewards in the future. The master and a woman beside him are impressed, remarking on how their quiet disciple is truly astonishing. The green-haired disciple jokes that if Liang Qiu had shared his method earlier, he would have been spared the trouble of learning. The young man simply smiles, making a witty comment about his own compulsory education. The messenger adds that the new officials are on their way, and the river patrol leader is an old acquaintance of the master. The elder looks thoughtful, sipping his drink as he wonders who this old acquaintance could possibly be. The official also informs him that grain supplies will arrive the next day, requiring his careful management. He then leans in, revealing the emperor's great ambition to one day elevate Pingyang County to a prefecture. Liang Qiu realizes the town is becoming a valuable prize, as such a rapid promotion is extremely rare. He takes a sip from his cup, thinking to himself that this turn of events is certainly welcome. Meanwhile, deep beneath the river's surface, a large catfish hides nervously behind a rock. Its eyes widen in terror as it spots ominous dark figures with glowing red eyes lurking in the shadows nearby. The terrified river god realizes with dawning horror that it has just been discovered. Deep within an underwater cave, terrifying aquatic demons with glowing red eyes lie in wait. Sometime later, Liang walks alone through the now bustling streets of Pingyang County. He crosses paths with the corrupt official from before, who watches him with a sneer, confident a peasant can't challenge him. The young man observes the many unfamiliar faces in the crowd, realizing they must be refugees. Suddenly, a young boy runs up to him, calling out his name and expressing relief at finally finding him. The boy, Chen Min, explains his grandfather sent him to find Liang Kwa and urges him to come to the council hall right away. Liang Kwa is a bit surprised, wondering why Elder Chen Li would be looking for him so urgently. Inside the hall, an official named Yu Ao addresses the village elders, announcing a new tax to support refugees. One of the elders stands up and politely asks the official how much grain they will be required to collect. The official calmly sips his tea, then states that each household must pay 1 du of rice or 50 wen. Elder Chen Li and the others are shocked, exclaiming that they cannot possibly afford such a heavy tax. Annoyed by their protest, the official slams his teacup down on the table with a loud crack. He angrily reminds them that this is a direct order from the magistrate, asking if they intend to defy it. The official then argues that Chaozhou County has spent immense resources providing for the numerous refugees. He concludes that since Pingyang was lucky enough to avoid any losses, they should contribute more. The official scoffs, callously wondering how he and his men are supposed to eat without taking money from these refugees. Liang Kuo steps forward, explaining Pingyang's safety came from their efforts against the cult, not luck. He proposes a direct charity instead. The village elders see him and are filled with hope, believing that with his arrival they are finally saved. Enraged, the official points a finger at the youth, angrily demanding to know who he is to interrupt an official. Elder Chen Li quickly intervenes, introducing the young man as a disciple of Master Yang, the head of the local martial hall. The official's angry expression falters as he recognizes the name Yang Dongxiong. He internally curses his luck, recalling that Yang Dongxiong's name is well known among court officials. Trying to regain control, he argues that even a master's disciple must obey the magistrate's command. The young man calmly replies that he has no intention of forcing the official's hand. He then leans in with a smirk, pointing out that as far as he knows, Chaozhou is no longer considered a county. The official stumbles back in his chair as the young disciple steps closer, pressing his advantage. Liang coolly asks which magistrate's order the official is currently following. The official is left speechless and sweating, unable to come up with a response to the direct challenge. A subordinate whispers to him, reminding him that as an official of Dashun, he doesn't need to explain himself to a commoner. He suggests they just find a reason to arrest the boy, reminding his superior that officials should not make trouble for one another. The official tries to rationalize his fear, wondering why he should be scared of a boy with no rank or power. Suddenly, the powerful stomp of a horse's hoof on the stone floor interrupts his thoughts. Everyone turns to see an imposing warrior in full armor on horseback appearing at the entrance of the hall. The corrupt official glares at the newcomer, annoyed by yet another interruption to his plans. The armored warrior scans the room, his powerful voice ringing out as he asks for the whereabouts of Liang Qiu from Yixing. The official's face turns pale with sweat as he recognizes the uniform of a Cloud Eagle rider from the Six-Fan Gate. The Six-Fan Gate is the collective name for the three most powerful judicial departments in the entire dynasty. To handle major cases and arrest criminals, they have their own elite armed forces, the renowned Cloud Eagle Riders. Every single member of this elite cavalry possesses the strength of a high-level martial artist. Liang Qiu steps forward, bowing respectfully and asking the rider why he is looking for him. The corrupt official quickly shoves the young man aside, putting on a fawning smile as he greets the powerful warrior. The Cloud Eagle rider looks down at the man with a cold, questioning gaze, asking who he is. The official introduces himself with a bow, claiming he had the honor of seeing the rider at the magistrate's office. The warrior remains unimpressed, bluntly asking the official to state his business. The official whispers conspiratorially that he knows of a suspect in the Ghost Mother cult case, looking directly at Liang Qiu. The corrupt official points directly at Liang Qiu, formally accusing him in front of the rider. He argues that even a great master like Yang Dongxiong could unknowingly have a corrupted disciple in his ranks. The Cloud Eagle rider listens calmly, then asks the inspector for his opinion on how the suspect should be judged. The official eagerly suggests he be allowed to take the youth for interrogation, promising to uncover his entire network. To the inspector's surprise, the powerful warrior suddenly bursts into laughter, finding the situation amusing. His expression then turns serious as he asks the official if he is aware of their respective government ranks. The inspector nervously replies that he is a lowly 9th rank official, while the rider holds the 7th rank. The rider places a hand on his sword hilt, asking if the man understands the consequences of framing a superior. Terrified, the official stammers that slandering a superior is one of the 10 great evils, punishable by death. He quickly tries to backtrack, insisting that he never slandered the rider as a blade is held to his neck. The warrior presses closer, demanding to know why he dared to falsely accuse an 8th rank official. The inspector stares in shock, repeating the rank in disbelief before the terrible truth of his mistake dawns on him. The rider states that attempting to frame an 8th rank officer is a crime punishable by law and asks Liang Qiu for his judgment. Liang Qiu looks down at the terrified official, his new title as an 8th rank river patrol hanging in the air. The villagers and disciples erupt in celebration, amazed that their young man has become such a high-ranking official. The corrupt official and his men fall to their knees, desperately begging Liang Qiu for mercy, claiming they were ignorant of his rank. Suddenly, one of the subordinates remembers. He exclaims that Liang Qiu is not just any disciple, but Master Yang's 9th direct disciple. He realizes this is the same genius rewarded by the emperor. The young official calmly states the law demands execution for their crime. The lead official's subordinate throws himself at Liang Qiu's feet, blaming his superior for the entire scheme while begging for his own life. Enraged by the betrayal, the lead official grabs his subordinate, furious that he is being blamed for everything. He yells that his subordinate's own crimes are more than enough to have him executed 1,000 times over. Losing patience with their pathetic display, Liang Qiu sends the lead official flying with a powerful kick. He tells the 2 disgraced men that they will be taken by the rider to answer for forging the magistrate's orders. The young man thinks that while he wanted to handle them himself, it is better to use proper channels with the rider present. With the matter settled for now, he turns back to the armored warrior and asks again for the reason he was summoned. The Cloud Eagle rider seems to remember his original purpose, which he had almost forgotten amidst all the chaos. He formally introduces himself as Zhang Zhiyun, a bronze-head constable of the 3 judicial divisions. Presenting a golden token, he asks Liang Ku if he has ever considered the idea of joining their prestigious organization. Sometime later, while sailing on rough waters, Liang Ku reflects on how power can easily corrupt the strong. He understands this principle from his past life and now must decide what kind of life he truly wants to live. Liang Ku politely declines the rider's offer, stating he cannot take another position, but the warrior urges him to reconsider his talent. The villagers are shocked by his refusal, begging him not to be rash and to take back his words, but his mind is made up. He knows he has access to all the techniques he needs through his master and the river patrol, so another job is unnecessary. With the riverbed full of treasures, he decides it is time to finally investigate the location his friend told him about. He dives deep into the river, the water growing darker as bubbles rise around him, marking his descent into the abyss. Swimming far into the deep water zone, he knows the danger increases with every meter and reminds himself to be cautious. Suddenly, he comes across the nervous catfish from before, which seems to be hiding from something. The creature quickly points behind a large rock, and the young disciple wonders what it is trying to show him. Peeking around the massive boulder, he is left completely stunned by the sight that greets him in the dark water. A monstrous, 3-meter-long fish demon lurks in a cave, its powerful aura identifying it as a spirit monster. Just as he processes the danger, a strange blue system window suddenly materializes in front of him. The interface displays a message, informing him that it has detected the presence of a dragon seed's aura nearby. He is surprised by this revelation, wondering if it means there is a real dragon at the bottom of the river. However, he quickly corrects himself, remembering that a dragon seed is not the same as a true dragon. He then spots a much smaller reddish fish swimming past the beast, realizing this is the real target. Inside the dark cave, a magnificent golden fish with glowing eyes resides, a demon king too powerful for him to challenge now. Knowing he is outmatched, the young man wisely decides to retreat from the high-level threat for the time being. He considers asking his master for assistance, but quickly decides against it, not wanting to be a bother so soon. For now, he returns to Pingyang County, remembering he must get back for his senior brother's important breakthrough. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, a terrifying multi-headed tiger beast covered in tentacles roams with menacing intent. The muscular disciple Yan Zhuang stands before it, breathing deeply as he prepares to engage the monstrous creature in combat. He bravely charges forward, launching himself directly at the beast as it lunges down to meet him with a massive jaw. His companions watch anxiously from a distance, but their senior brother assures them Yan Zhuang is not as simple as he seems. The master confirms this, explaining that his disciple's honest appearance hides an exceptionally high talent for martial arts. Beneath that simple and straightforward exterior lies a hidden and formidable power waiting to be unleashed. The monstrous beast lets out a deafening roar, but the disciple stands his ground without flinching. Suddenly, the powerful spirit of a furious lion with glowing golden eyes manifests behind the warrior. He unleashes a devastating flurry of punches, striking the multi-headed creature with incredible speed and force. A fiery aura erupts around the disciple's body, channeling immense power into his relentless assault. His master observes that the energy is not true tyrant chi, but a blood aura that is nearly as powerful, showing his immense potential. The master explains that some people are born as natural warrior geniuses, possessing special constitutions from birth. He reveals that his disciple, Yan Zhuang, is one such genius, born with an innately strong and resilient bone structure. The warrior proves his master's words, smashing the monstrous beast into the ground with overwhelming power. His master concludes that, to put it simply, his powerful student is completely invincible against any opponent of the same level. The multi-headed beast lies defeated, its tough hide cracked and broken from the ferocious assault. Back at the Yang school, the disciples gather to watch as their senior brother Chang Song begins his own breakthrough. He sits in a pool of water, meditating deeply as a powerful energy begins to swirl around his body. Liang Ku observes that the small bottle nearby likely contains a blood-changing pill, essential for breaking the blood gate. The master watches a burning incense stick, noting that the auspicious time for the breakthrough has finally arrived. With a look of intense determination, the young warrior opens his eyes, ready to break through the blood gate.